My name is Zhang Lin, and I'm 25 years old. After graduating from school, I dabbled in delivering food, did some sales, and even tried being a real estate agent, all with little to show for it. Frustrated and lost, I left my hometown in the north and headed south, hoping for a stroke of luck. And now, I'm an outdoor content creator. I've built up a following of 200,000 fans, making a living off of ad revenue and viewer tips. On the surface, I create videos about surviving on a deserted island, but in reality, I haul loads of supplies into the wild as props for my videos. Sometimes, I even team up with other creators. While I film on one side of the island, they film on the other, and we stay out of each other's way. Once the filming's done, I pop out a folding chair, grab my fishing rod and a cold beer, and fish by the ocean breeze. Life's good. Of course, I do have some basic survival skills. I can build a shelter, set traps, weave bamboo baskets, filter water, and cook over an open flame. I've gotten to the point where I can roast grasshoppers so well they taste Michelin level, and I wouldn't even flinch at grilling a rat. But there's one thing I just can't master: starting a fire by rubbing sticks together. One time, I rubbed my hands raw for 2 hours and didn't even spark a flame. I gave up and ended up using a lighter, fixing it all in post-production. Those influencers in viral videos starting fires without tools? I'd bet 9 out of 10 are faking it. Recently, I hit a creative roadblock. Rainforests, mountains, islands, deserts. I've filmed it all, and the formula is always the same. Build a shelter, hunt for food, show off some survival tricks. My follower growth flatlined, and video views stopped climbing. May 16th, 2015, noon. A deafening crack of thunder jolted me awake. A storm was raging outside. It looked like I wouldn't be leaving the house today. I got up, warmed some bread and milk, and absent-mindedly scrolled on my phone. That's when a post on Weibo caught my eye. 30-day deserted island survival challenge. The premise was simple: survive in the wilderness for 30 days with only 3 basic tools, and win 150,000 yuan, roughly $20,000. You'd get a satellite phone for emergencies, and you could quit at any time. No way. I almost spit out my milk. Is this for real? A payday just falling from the sky? This was practically free money in my eyes. You got tools, a rescue option, and I could make fresh content for my channel. 150 grand was as good as mine. I signed up immediately, filling out the application. Zhang Lin, male, 25 years old, 175 centimeters, 70 kilograms. Over the next week, I went full prepper mode. I trained every day, brushed up on outdoor survival skills, and crammed survival techniques. In my mind, I was already spending that prize money. If I could go back, I'd never touch that damn challenge with a 10-foot pole. But life doesn't come with a rewind button. A week passed, and I still hadn't heard back from the organizers. Aside from the original announcement, there was no other information about the event. I couldn't even figure out who was hosting it. What a scam, I thought to myself. As I was mulling it over, my phone rang. Mr. Zhang? This is the production team. The meeting point is in Sanya, 3 days from now at 8 a.m. It was finally happening. 3 days later, bright and early, I packed 3 tank tops, 2 pairs of shorts, 1 pair of jungle boots on, and I was ready to go. Sweltering 32-degree weather, that's about 90 degrees Fahrenheit for you, and a 40-kilometer stretch from my place to the meeting point. The hotel was on Peace Street, a standard business hotel just steps away from the pier. When I got to the room, there were already over 20 people inside. Most were men in their 30s to 40s, but surprisingly, there were a few women too, 2 of them with figures that would turn heads. The most out-of-place one had to be an elderly guy with white hair, probably around 60. He was chatting loudly, full of bravado. Next to me, a lean, wiry guy with close-cropped hair sat silently. Skin tan like leather, clearly all muscle despite his slim frame. Gu Yao, 20, from Qingdao, he muttered without much enthusiasm. Family's been fishing for generations. I'm here for the prize money. A fellow Shandong native. Small world. Eventually, everyone arrived, 34 people total. Then, the staff started explaining the rules. We weren't all going to the same island. Each person would be dropped off solo on an uninhabited island located along the same latitude. Supplies were minimal: 2 packs of compressed biscuits, 1 bottle of water, a first aid kit, and a satellite phone for emergencies. Anyone could tap out by calling for help if they couldn't handle it. Yes, you might encounter wild animals, one staff member added casually. 3 people quit on the spot. That left 31 of us to sign the paperwork and buy insurance. Next up, picking tools. They had over 100 options laid out in front of us. Axes, saws, knives, shovels, fishing hooks, matches, magnesium fire starters, tents, compasses, binoculars, sleeping bags, wires. But here was the catch. You could only pick 3. Survival boils down to the big 3: shelter, food and water, and fire. Axe. It can chop, split, and double as a weapon. Magnesium block. Because starting fire with sticks? Let's not kid ourselves. Wire. More useful than you'd imagine. Packed and ready. 6 a.m. sharp tomorrow. We head out, they told us. I didn't sleep a wink that night. My mind was racing with survival plans, but beneath it all, I felt uneasy. Like some kind of silent warning was gnawing at me. Up at 5:30, gathered by 6. A bus took us to the Nangang Alley Pier. Waiting for us, 24-meter-long steel fishing boats, one for each participant. You'll be at sea for about a week, the leader explained. Boarding my boat, I met Captain Lao Wang, a weathered sailor of 45 with a sun-darkened face and steady energy. The first mate, Xiao Lu, was 34, and one crew member from the production team introduced himself as Gao Deming. Gao handed me a backpack. Axe, magnesium block, satellite phone, first aid kit, wire, 2 packs of biscuits, and a bottle of water. Then we set sail. At first, I could spot the other contestants' boats, but by early afternoon, there was just Gu Yao's vessel in the distance. By evening, even that disappeared over the horizon. Pray to the Dragon King. It's tradition every time I head out, Captain Wang said with a broad grin. Kept me safe through many close calls. I wasn't buying it. 9 years of mandatory education had taught me to trust science, not see gods. By the 5th morning, the weather had been nothing but clear skies for days. Not a single cloud, just endless blue ocean stretching in every direction. No other boats in sight, just the gentle slosh of the waves and the rhythmic rumble of the engine. I started to feel uneasy. Don't worry, kiddo. I've been sailing for 30 years, Captain Wang reassured me. Then, in the afternoon, the wind picked up. At first, the breeze was refreshing, but then I noticed Captain Wang's expression change. The air feels too damp. A storm must be coming. He wants to turn back, I said. Gao Deming shook his head, disagreeing firmly. The weather forecast says it'll just be cloudy. After doubling his commission, Old Wang reluctantly agreed to press on. But his smile faded, replaced by a hardened sternness as he barked the order to speed up. By evening, a dark mass of clouds loomed in the western sky, like a swarm of crows blotting out the horizon. When Captain Wang saw the ominous formation, his deeply lined face twisted in an instant into one of panic. We're doomed, he muttered. Suddenly he erupted with a bellow. Defew. Southwest. Rudder full swing. His hoarse roar shattered the uneasy calm of the deck. He bolted like he'd glimpsed death itself, his arms waving wildly as he tore through the space. Gao Deming and I exchanged a look. It was rare to see this salty old sea dog lose his composure. Whatever had shaken him must be grave. We sprinted into the control room. Captain Wang and First Mate Lu were locked in a heated argument in dialect, their hands flying over the instrument panel. Gao grabbed the captain by his shoulder and demanded, "What's happening?" The northeast. Captain Wang panted as beads of sweat dripped from his brow. A superstorm's barreling in. It'll hit before dawn. There's no outrunning this. He pushed us aside and bolted out of the cabin. My mind went completely blank. It wasn't until Gao Deming gave my shoulder a firm pat and shouted, "Let's move. We've got to help him." On deck, Captain Wang was dragging out a massive orange and white life ring with alarming urgency. "Quick, inflate it. Strap them to the sides." There were 8 life rings, each 3 meters in diameter. When fully inflated, they became heavy as boulders. The 3 of us heaved with all our strength, needing a full hour to secure them all. The captain lowered the mast and lashed it down with steel cables. Anything loose on the boat was tied down, no exceptions. Windows were reinforced layer by layer with canvas sheets. Finally, Captain Wang pulled out an inflatable kayak from the hold. "In an emergency," he said grimly, "this will be our last shot at survival." Hours of nonstop preparation had passed. Captain Wang now sat at the edge of the deck, eyes locked on that escalating mass of black clouds, which had crept closer, darker, and more menacing. "Captain," I asked, naively clinging to hope, "it's still pretty far off. Shouldn't we have enough time to avoid it?" He didn't look at me. "Kid," he said, his voice heavy with experience, "storms at sea are nothing like on land. It'll catch us tonight. No question about it. This is a boat, not a concrete building. One slip, and we're done for." 2 hours later, the gentle evening breeze had turned into a piercing gale. The waves grew taller, and the ship began to rock violently. Another hour passed. It was pitch black now. Through the cabin window, I could see nothing but the inky void outside. The winds howling tore through the night like a chorus of banshees, clawing and wailing against the boat. Waves crashed over us like the collapse of mountains, and the ship surged and dipped uncontrollably. My heart pounded so erratically, I feared it might burst through my throat. The roar of the engine had been swallowed entirely by the tempest. The only sounds left were the deafening cacophony of wind and water. All I could see were shadows and fragments of shattered foam. Dread wrapped itself around my chest like a coiling serpent, tightening and choking. I don't know how long it lasted. 5 minutes, 5 hours? The world outside was now completely black. Judging by the ship's terrifyingly steep lurches, I knew one thing for certain. Into the storm's eye, the hull groaned with a deathly creak, as if it would shatter into pieces any second. The wind roared like 1,000 starving wolves in my ears. Towering waves slammed the ship. Torrential rain poured down in sheets. It was at that moment I understood why Captain Wang had been so terrified. My face went pale, drained of all color, and it felt as though my soul had already left my body, swaying helplessly along with the violently rocking ship. I clung to shreds of hope, mechanically muttering prayers to every deity I could remember, begging for protection. That overwhelming terror, just thinking about it even now makes my palms sweat. Suddenly, there was a deafening knock on the door. Captain Wang stood at the doorway, half of his raincoat torn to shreds, his flashlight beams swinging wildly in the storm. The ship's breaking apart, taking in water. Get to the raft. My body froze. My brain went completely blank. It wasn't until Gao Deming shouted at me from outside that I snapped out of it. Stumbling and scrambling, I rushed out, only to spin back at the last moment, grabbing my hiking pack and strapping it on. On the deck, the bone-piercing wind almost swept me off my feet. How could summer winds be this icy cold? The rain lashed against my face like needles. I had to squint my eyes into narrow slits. The ship rolled violently with the monstrous waves. I bent over, bracing with one hand against the ground just to keep myself from falling. In the faint flashlight beams, I saw Captain Wang and Gao Deming struggling to drag an inflatable raft toward the stern. As I moved to help, the captain shoved me back. "Go get Dafu." Under the sickly yellow glow of the cabin light, the first mate, Liu, was still wrestling with the steering wheel, desperately trying to maintain control. I kicked the wooden door open and threw myself at him, shouting into his ear, "It's time to abandon ship." He gave me a long look, sighed, and followed me as we crawled our way to the stern. The ship was already tilting at a 30-degree angle, seawater flooding the lower deck. The four of us pushed the black inflatable raft into the churning sea, securing lifebuoys on either side that had been scavenged from the main ship. Captain Wang and the first mate held tightly to the rope, keeping the raft steady. Gao Deming leapt in, landing with precision. I gritted my teeth and jumped, barely avoiding a plunge into the ocean's grip. Gao Deming caught me just in time. The first mate crashed down beside me with a bone-jarring thud. But Captain Wang, he stood motionless at the stern railing, like an ancient oak facing the storm. Swaying, but unyielding. He was going down with the ship. We yelled ourselves hoarse, screaming his name. The first mate roared like a caged beast, thrashing so violently that Gao Deming and I had to hold him back. If we hadn't, he would have plunged back to the doomed ship. Captain Wang slowly raised a hand, waving us off, before turning his back and walking toward the center of the deck. The rope snapped. The raft was yanked away by the howling wind, yanking and tossing us like a kite torn loose from its string. Clinging to the side, I had no time to think. My hands gripped the raft's edges with a deathlock while the rest of me sprawled flat against its surface. It felt like riding a crazed bronco, one moment flung skyward, the next plunging into the trough of a wave. Each crashing wave pummeled the raft and slammed against my back. Any second we could be swallowed whole by the abyss. I pressed my face against the raft's surface. This flimsy, battered inflatable was my only lifeline. Adrenaline roared through me as my wide-open eyes stared unblinking, round and rolling, terrified that closing my eyes would mean never waking up again. My arms and legs went from sore to numb until they lost all sensation. Yet, I didn't dare relax for even a second. In the early hours of the morning, the storm finally began to weaken. That night became a nightmare that would haunt me forever. For countless nights after, I'd wake up in terror, reliving the horror. The ferocious rain pounded on until dawn, and my sheer will to survive kept me clinging desperately to hope. The small boat tossed violently in the waves. I couldn't stop vomiting. My stomach had already been emptied, leaving nothing but dry heaves. As daylight broke, the sea finally calmed. The rain stopped, and the wind carried with it a newfound gentleness. Exhausted beyond measure, I couldn't tell if I had fallen asleep or passed out. Blazing sunlight stirred me awake. I stared up at a bright blue sky, momentarily forgetting where I was. But the aches coursing through my entire body brought memories flooding back, crashing into me like a tidal wave. I shot upright in alarm. Gao Deming sat across from me, staring blankly, his eyes devoid of any focus. We locked gazes for a full 30 seconds. Neither of us could find the strength to speak. Wait, what about Deputy Liu? Where's Deputy Liu? Gao Deming fixed me with a blank stare, his voice flat. Gone. What? No way. I saw him jump into the water. He broke his arm on the big ship and couldn't hold on. The waves took him. If only I had reached out to pull him. No. In those conditions, just keeping myself alive was a miracle. For the first time, I couldn't hold back my tears. Tears shed for Captain Wang, for Deputy Liu, and for the utter despair of our situation. The vast ocean stretched endlessly around us. Nothing in sight but water. My phone had been ruined by the sea, and in my bag remained only 2 packs of military rations and 1 bottle of water. Gao Deming had nothing. A person can survive 7 days without food, but only 3 without water. Day 3. Half of the water bottle was finished yesterday. My lips cracked like dried bark. Just 1 small piece of ration remained. I couldn't bring myself to eat it. Gao Deming had already used up his share. We didn't fight over food. That would only hurry death's arrival. Day 4. The sun was merciless. The dehydration blurred my vision. I suggested we collect urine. There was no room for disgust anymore. We each drank our own. By the afternoon, Gao Deming was burning up like a furnace. Day 5. Gao Deming fell into a coma, his face ashen, only shallow breaths hinting at life still lingering. I felt my own strength draining away. Morning of day 6. The skies darkened ominously. Around noon, rain suddenly poured from the heavens. I looked up, mouth wide open, letting the rainwater soothe my scorching, parched throat. I hacked away the bottle's top with an axe, scrambling to collect as much rainwater as I could. Gao Deming weakly opened his eyes, murmuring what sounded like a farewell, a specific address in Jinshui District, Zhengzhou, Hunan. Just as despair was about to consume us completely. An island. An island. My voice cracked from shouting. There it was, a small island in the distance. Island meant food, fresh water, and a glimmer of hope for survival. Gao Deming kept his eyes closed, unresponsive. I leaned in. His breath was faint, barely discernible. Couldn't hold back the overwhelming surge of emotions. Exhaustion, relief, and a desperate grasp at survival all collided at once, pouring out as uncontrollable laughter, a mad, almost delirious sound that echoed into the vast emptiness around me. Breathing hard, I collapsed onto the damp sand, trembling from head to toe, my muscles too spent to do anything more. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, it was land beneath me, not an unstable, fragile vessel fighting against the ocean's wrath. 14 days. 14 days of hell. I was a walking corpse by the end. Or maybe just a crawling one. My legs still refused to support me after days of endless paddling. My arms were heavy and raw, scarred by the salty sea spray. But I was here. I made it. The tide came in gently to kiss against my feet, as if reminding me, you're not safe yet. Not completely. I raised my head and looked towards the interior of the island. Vegetation, shelter, food, clues to survival. Somewhere out there was the hope I needed. But first, breathe. Just breathe. I shoved my hands into the wet sand, grabbing onto it as though it might vanish just like everything else I'd lost. I reminded myself I was still alive, still fighting, against all odds. The others, my brain, sluggish and fogged, couldn't keep their faces from flashing before me. The names felt heavy on my tongue. Wong, Lu Gao. I swallowed hard, tears stinging my eyes. 4 of us set out together. I was the only one standing, or barely standing. That truth weighed heavier than the ocean waves ever did. I shook the thoughts away. Not now. I wouldn't let those memories drown me. Not yet. With an almost mechanical resolve, I dragged the deflated remnants of my kayak further inland to avoid the rising tide and collapsed beside it. A deep breath, then another. Somewhere in the chaos of barely surviving, I needed to muster the strength to plan what came next. I stared upward at the dimming sky, the first stars beginning to shimmer faintly. The world went quiet, save for the occasional crust of waves and the rustle of wind against palm fronds. For the first time in 2 weeks, I could go to sleep with the faint sound of land, of not being swallowed by the abyss. Tomorrow, I told myself, tomorrow, I'd figure out how to live, where to find fresh water, food, safety. But tonight, I would rest. Surviving one more day? That's what mattered. Eyes half open, I reached into what was left of my supplies and took the smallest sip remaining in my water bottle, just enough to keep the fire inside me from snuffing out. I exhaled sharply, unsure whether it was defiance or resignation. Tomorrow, I thought again as exhaustion finally overtook me. I broke down, collapsed on the beach like I'd been drained of all energy, screaming like a lunatic. Oh, every ounce of frustration, fear, and despair poured out of me in one gut-wrenching howl. Like a kid who's been bullied beyond their limit, finally given a moment to unleash it all. I cried for half an hour straight. My tears ran dry. When I finally calmed down, fear crept back up my spine. What if there are predators on this island? Wild animals? Or even savage humans? What if I'm eaten alive? I miss home. Deeply. Painfully. Do my family know I survived the shipwreck? Or do they think I'm dead? Are they mourning me right now? My tears dripped into the sand as I forced myself to focus on more pressing matters. How do I survive? How can I escape? How do I make it back to my country? This place. This is definitely not home. I set out from Sanya, drifted for 14 days. If I'd stayed on course, I might be somewhere near Australia. But the storm threw everything into chaos. God only knows where I've ended up now. Turns out, I've landed somewhere I've never even heard of before. The sun is setting. I've squandered precious time. I could have been preparing for the night, finding food. Instead, I broke down. But who can blame me? We're all emotional beings. Under the same circumstances, anyone would have cracked. I glanced back at the kayak. Lao Gao's body is still in it. The tide has gone out now, and the kayak sits abandoned on the sand. I can't move it alone. His burial will have to wait till tomorrow. The kayak is damaged, deflated, but I can't let it go. Maybe I can fix it. I secure it to a rock with a rope, making sure it won't drift off overnight. As the last rays of sunlight fade, I scan the island. It's sizable. To the left, the beach stretches into the horizon, dotted with a handful of coconut trees. To the right, cliffs loom in the distance, a mix of brown rock and jagged black reefs completely covered in shellfish. Straight ahead, the beach transitions into a grassy field about 150 meters inland. Beyond that, the grass gives way to about 50 meters of dense forest. In the growing dusk, the silhouettes of the trees look like twisted demons reaching out with clawed hands. My heart speeds up. If wild predators burst out of that forest, if I get torn apart, I have to build a fire. Animals are afraid of fire. I sprint to the grassy area and grab as much dried grass as I can find, then run to the edge of the forest to hack off some dead branches with my trusty hatchet. The whole time I'm chopping, my peripheral vision stays fixed on the twisted depths of the trees. It's too quiet. Eerily quiet. It feels like something is watching me. As soon as I gather enough wood, I bolt back to the beach, gripping the bundle like my life depends on it. The whole way, it feels like something is chasing me. Thank God I still have a magnesium fire starter. In this situation, trying to start a fire by rubbing sticks together is a fantasy. I press the magnesium rod against the dry grass and scrape. Sparks fly, and within moments, a tiny ember takes hold. I bend down, blowing gently, and within seconds, flames leap to life. I feed the fire with the rest of the dried grass, then gradually add the smaller sticks first, working my way up to thicker pieces. Sitting down by the crackling fire, the tension finally begins to drain from my body. Humans have an ingrained fear of the dark. Fire means safety. Fire means hope. Taking off the wet clothes, I drape them over tree branches to dry. Now, I'm wearing a black tank top, white shorts, and hiking boots. My backpack holds 3 vests, 2 pairs of shorts, and 1 pair of jungle boots. This is the entirety of my belongings for survival on this deserted island. The waves crash against the rocks, and the campfire crackles soothingly. I don't know how much time passed, but exhaustion crept in. I added more firewood, draped the dried clothes over myself, curled up, and drifted to sleep. I woke at dawn. Opening my eyes, the brilliant blue sky came into view. The campfire had died out. In the daylight, the island lost its eerie, nighttime menace and was instead lush, green, and full of life. Turning back, I saw the kayak gently swaying with the tide. I need to take care of Lao Gao. It took me 2 hours, using sturdy branches and an axe, to dig a large pit at the edge of the grassy area. I carried Lao Gao from the kayak to the pit, tidying up his clothes as best I could. If I make it back alive, I'll go to your hometown in Hunan and deliver your last words to your family. Rest in peace, Lao Gao. I covered him with dirt, forming a small mound. I cut a 1-meter-long wooden stick, carved his name and the date onto it, and placed it in the ground as a marker. Life goes on for the living. I didn't indulge in excessive grief. After all, who knows how long I would survive myself? I can only do what's within my power and leave the rest to fate. From now on, I must embrace a whole new life. First on the agenda, stay temporarily on this island. The kayak is damaged and unfit for long-distance travel. Besides, I'm still traumatized by the terrifying weather I faced at sea. I'll focus on surviving here as I wait for rescue. If no one comes for a long time, I'll revisit the idea of venturing out. For now, priority number 1, find food. I haven't eaten in days. I went from feeling hunger pangs to being completely numb. I need to eat something to regain strength to do anything else. To my right, near the cliffs, there's a large rocky area covered in tide pools. Despite high tide, many rocks remain exposed and they're packed with shellfish. With a water bottle, the top has been cut off, in one hand and an axe in the other, I cautiously made my way through the rocky terrain. The sharp shells were like blades, so I kept my shoes on. Wow, the seafood here is absolutely abundant. There were oysters everywhere, some larger than my palm. In the crevices of the rocks, I found crabs and managed to catch several. In 20 minutes, I had collected 6 palm-sized oysters, 2 blue-clawed flower crabs, 1 fist-sized sea snail, and 2 black, long-spined sea urchins. Sea urchin is delicious. Using the axe, I got rid of their spines and put the rest into the bottle. I stuffed the oysters into my pants pockets. My hiking pants have deep pockets and even extra ones at the knees. The crabs were strung together using a stick threaded through their shells. Looking at this bounty of fresh seafood, I couldn't help but salivate. I hurried back to the grassy area, gathered dry grass and sticks, and used my magnesium fire starter to ignite a flame. Too weak and afraid my stomach might not handle raw food, I make sure it's fully cooked. Place it near the fire to roast, but keep the crab farther away to prevent it from charring. Soon enough, the aroma began to waft through the air. I couldn't take my eyes off it, staring intently, while gulping down my own anticipation. About 7 or 8 minutes later, I couldn't wait any longer. I dug out an open oyster. Using my fingernails, I pried it open, revealing the plump, snow-white oyster meat inside. Ignoring how hot it was, I took a bite. Instantly, I felt the heat and had to suck in air while blowing on it a little before stuffing the whole thing into my mouth. The sweetness and brininess exploded on my taste buds. Pure bliss. I closed my eyes in satisfaction. The timing was spot on. I quickly moved the rest of the seafood away from the fire to avoid overcooking. Next was the sea urchin. I cracked it open against a rock, peeling off the shell like I would with a boiled egg. Inside were the bright, yellow-orange uni, its gonads, neatly divided into 5 sections. It looked irresistibly rich, and I knew how nutritious it was. And just like that, 6 oysters and 2 sea urchins were polished off. By then, the crab was perfectly done. I opened the shell. No crab roe, unfortunately, but the meat was still full of fresh, pure flavor. As for the sea snail, I used a twig to pull out the meat. I made sure to remove the gallbladder and liver since they're slightly toxic and not suitable for people prone to allergies. The snail meat was quite chewy. If I had garlic, chili, or wasabi, it would have been absolute perfection. This meal replenished both my body and spirit. I felt genuinely satisfied, and my mood had lightened tremendously. This island is truly abundant with seafood. Perhaps because it's so remote and untouched, everything remains in a pristine, natural state. I didn't even spot any ocean trash, which meant I was far from human activity. And honestly, that's not necessarily a good sign. Now that I'd eaten, it was time for the next step, building a shelter. Judging by the climate here, it seemed to be a tropical monsoon region, with the current season likely being the rainy one. The shelter needed to be built on higher ground to avoid flooding. First, I dragged my kayak up onto the shore. I waited for high tide, then used all my strength to haul it in. By cutting down 2 sturdy wooden logs, I created makeshift rollers to move it bit by bit onto the grassy area. Once secure, I deflated the kayak and stashed it in a shady spot for safekeeping. The sun was already leaning west, past noon. I slung my backpack over my shoulders, grabbed my axe, and prepared to survey the island. My priorities were to find a suitable spot for the shelter, locate edible plants or fruits, and most importantly, fresh water. My throat was parched. Although there were coconut trees on the beach, I didn't want to waste my energy climbing them. Tonight, I vowed to sleep comfortably in my newly built shelter. Looking at the terrain ahead, where would I begin my exploration? I decided to start off toward my right, which I later labeled as north. That's where a rocky cliff lay. The vegetation there was sparse, with fewer trees and barely any wild grass. Plus, climbing in that direction seemed to lead to the highest point of the island. If I made it to the top, I might spot other land masses or even ships off in the distance. With my backpack strapped tight, I found a sturdy stick to use as a hiking pole and tucked my axe into my belt. Time to move out. Before long, I reached the cliffside. It was steep and strewn with rocks, so I carefully made my way upward. The stones were damp and slippery, so I tread cautiously with each step. About 10 meters up, a sudden thought struck me. I bent down and licked one of the wet rocks. Sure enough, fresh water. Looking up, I noticed a thin stream trickling down the stone face. Stumbled upon it by chance and found fresh water. Spotted a rock crevice with a slow trickle of water. Used a bottle, pressing it against the rock wall to collect some water. The flow was super slow, barely a small amount after 5 minutes. Took a sip, sweet and refreshing. It eased my thirst immediately. Since I didn't boil it, I held back from drinking more and saved some for later as I continued climbing. The path uphill got rougher as I went. Tall grass reached above my knees, and I was nervous about running into venomous snakes. Holding a stick in hand, I swung it around as I walked cautiously. Trees were sparse in this area, barely dotting the landscape. After climbing for a while, what a delightful surprise. Behind a massive rock, there was a small patch of cacti, laden with reddish-purple fruits. Carefully plucked one, peeled it back, and had a taste. Tangy with a slightly sweet note and filled with seeds. Perfect for replenishing vitamins. Collected a handful, wrapped them in some leaves, and tucked them into my backpack. 2 hours of climbing later, I reached about a third of the way up the mountain. Scored 2 types of wild fruit along the way. 1. Wild strawberries. Only found 1 plant with 7 ripe berries. Tiny in size but packed with sweet and sour flavor. Initially thought about transplanting it to lower ground, but decided against it for fear it wouldn't survive the move. 2. Jungle plantains. The trees were slightly taller than me, and the fruits were just a bit shorter than the length of my hand. There were plenty of plantain trees extending deep into the forest. Cut 1 tree and harvested a bunch of ripe plantains along with a piece of its sweet, tender core using an axe. Kept hiking, but my legs were sore and I was sweating buckets. The afternoon heat and humidity were relentless. Looking up, I realized the summit was still a long way off. I had barely reached halfway. Scanned the horizon from my position, not a boat or an island in sight. I had miscalculated. There was no way I could reach the top before nightfall, and descending the mountain after dark was clearly risky. Who knows what kinds of wild animals roam up here in the night? Took a breather and ate 2 plantains. Wild plantains are soft, sticky, and sweet. A tasty treat even though they're full of seeds. Washed it down with a bit of fresh mountain spring water. As the trail climbed higher, I noticed more and more water collecting in the cracks of the rocks, even forming small rock pools in some places. Refilled my water bottle to the brim. Just as I was about to head back downhill, I spotted a pattern on the ground, a series of small, orderly depressions leading from the edge of the rocks into the forest. I crouched down and brushed aside some grass to examine closely. Animal tracks. The front footprints were elongated with 4 small toes. The back ones were rounded, mountain goat tracks. This discovery sent a jolt of excitement through me. It meant I might eventually have access to goat meat. What a thought, haha. Carefully retraced my steps down the mountain and reached the base in just over an hour. While I'd only explored a portion of the mountain this time, it was a productive day. Takeaways. Climbing to the summit would likely require a full day, plus extra time for descending. Next time, I'll need to prepare thoroughly for an overnight stay on the mountain. Glancing at the sun, I figured it must be around 5 p.m. Then I remembered. I had a multi-function sports watch in my backpack side pocket. Dug it out. Thankfully, it was still functional and waterproof. It was exactly 4:25 p.m. With longer daylight during summer, I had ample time to sort out my shelter. Tonight's food was sorted already. First things first, build a shelter. Sleeping on bare ground with no protection was terrifying and uncomfortable last time. I picked a spot near the mountain rocks. There was a steady water source here. The location was just between a stretch of sandy beach and some grassland. At the edge where the tides couldn't reach, far from the eerie woods. I put down my gear, taking only an axe into the forest. I selected trees about the thickness of my wrist and chopped them into 6-foot sections, 19 pieces in total. I also cut a few shorter sticks. It took over a dozen trips to haul everything back. Next, I dug 4 rectangular holes in the ground. Into each hole, I set a log upright and secured it tightly with packed soil. About 4 inches above the ground, I tied 2 horizontal beams using vines at both ends. Then I laid 9 smooth, straight logs vertically over the beams. This created a platform above the damp ground. At the top, I lashed 2 sturdy beams together and laid 2 more across them, tying up a net-like structure with vines. I topped it off with several large palm leaves. And so, a simple, temporary shelter was complete. I lay down to test it. Comfortable, though a little uneven and bumpy. As darkness approached, I quickly started a fire next to the shelter. Dinner consisted of wild fruits I'd picked earlier from the mountain. Sitting cross-legged in the shelter, I gazed at the flickering flames while eating a banana. The nights always brought a surge of vulnerability. I thought about home, about recent events, and about the uncertain days ahead. Having this makeshift shelter provided a small sense of security. The island felt a little less eerie, but certainly still dangerous. The shelter had no walls, and my only source of comfort was the crackling campfire beside me. I added a few thicker logs to keep the fire burning longer. Amidst a flood of thoughts, I drifted into sleep. The sound of waves tore through the stillness of dawn. The sun was just peeking over the horizon, and seagulls on the rocks were already scavenging frantically for food. Watching their carefree movements, I let out a bitter smile. At this moment, I felt less free than a seagull. A plan was necessary. The island was rich in resources. Seafood littered the rocky coastline. The mountain had plenty of wild fruit, and I even found fresh water yesterday. Survival wasn't the concern, but the lack of tools for cooking was unsettling. I couldn't risk drinking too much untreated water, so I relied on the moisture-rich banana stems to hydrate. What I really needed was to scour the coastline for usable marine debris or materials to make and fire clay pots. Above all, I needed to construct a sturdier shelter. My gut told me the island might harbor large predators. A wooden cabin with a fence was an urgent priority. Climbing to the peak or trapping goats could wait for later. Breakfast consisted of some wild fruits and a couple of bites of banana stem. Throwing my axe over my shoulder, I headed toward the coastline. I desperately needed a metal can to boil water. From the shelter to the rocky shore, and then continuing south, I walked for 4 hours. My hope of finding something useful was swiftly crushed by the harsh reality. The entire island was eerily clean, not a single plastic bottle in sight. What did this mean? How far away was I from the rest of the human world? The chance of rescue dropped dramatically. As I would later learn, the geography and tide patterns on the island's fringes prevented any debris from drifting ashore. Ahead, a 5 or 6 meter wide tidal channel blocked my path. During high tide, there was no way across. Looking back, my shelter was already out of sight. I've only managed to circle about 1/10 of the island. Venturing inland along the trench, I ate bananas whenever I got hungry. I have only 5 left from yesterday's stash, and I ran out of strawberries and cactus fruits long ago. The trench runs incredibly long, stretching southward. I couldn't see the end past a bend ahead. Feeling uneasy about going deeper, I decided to head back toward the forest. The rainforest surprised me with its refreshing coolness. It wasn't anything like the dark and menacing jungle I had imagined. Everywhere, there were insects, grasshoppers, colorful mantises, flower spiders. In the trees, I spotted yellow squirrels and gliding rodents, and even came across a vibrant green snake. Every step I took, I was cautious. The animals here are completely unfamiliar, and I have no idea which ones are poisonous. They say snakes with triangular heads are venomous, but to me, they all look the same. The adventure paid off. I stumbled upon a bamboo grove. The climate here must be perfect for bamboo. The stalks are unbelievably thick. Their deep green stems are incredibly versatile. I checked the time. It was just past 1 p.m. and got to work chopping bamboo. Fresh bamboo is much easier to chop than trees. I managed to get 20 thick stalks and 30 thinner ones, and even dug out 2 shoots. What a find! But then came the real challenge. How was I supposed to carry it all back? I could only drag 3 large stalks at a time, and navigating the dense jungle was a nightmare. I tied the thinner ones into bundles of 10 using vines and started hauling. It took the entire afternoon to lug everything back to my shelter. Exhausted, I finally returned to camp a little after 5 p.m. Along the way, I found a coconut near the base of a tree. It reminded me to keep my distance from coconut trees. If one of those fell on me, it'd be game over, no doubt. Fresh coconuts are relatively easy to crack open. After about 10 blows of my axe, I managed to carve a clean opening. The juice inside has to be clear to be drinkable. Cloudy juice can cause stomach issues. After finishing the coconut water, I began sketching out a plan for a proper camp. I want to build a house with logs as thick as my thigh, sturdy enough to be safe. The house will be located where I am now, but farther from the rocks to avoid landslides. It should have 2 windows, 1 door, and a chimney for a stove. Just gathering the wood will likely take me a month. I'd also like to build a bamboo fence around the house, leaving 50 meters of open space in all directions. Within the fence, I dream of adding a shaded canopy, a reclining chair, a small table, and a drying rack. Maybe even try transplanting wild fruits into a backyard garden to cultivate them. Of course, this is all just an ideal dream. One person's strength feels so insignificant, but I believe if I work hard and make progress each day, I can make it happen within 5 months. Using branches, I sketched out the exact layout on the ground. By now it was past 7 p.m., and the sun had dipped halfway into the ocean, leaving the horizon ablaze with fiery reds. I ate the leftover bananas, cracked open another coconut for its meat, and lit a campfire. I also cut a piece of bamboo to use as a pot. Finally, I got to drink boiled water. Night had fallen, and though I was still utterly drained, I wasn't ready for bed just yet. I stayed by the fire, fiddling with bamboo. I had chosen 3 mm thick steel wire for this, which is incredibly sturdy. I braided vine fibers into rope and cut 3 small pieces of wire. One end of each piece I hammered flat, and the other I sharpened. Just like that, I made 3 fishing hooks. Now it's time to craft a fishing rod with a slim bamboo stick, tying a string and hook to the end. Tomorrow, fishing day. At dawn, I was already standing on the rocks, holding my homemade fishing rod. Low tide isn't great for fishing, but this fertile stretch of ocean seemed promising. I scooped up some stranded shrimp for bait, left about 6 inches of string below the hook, and tied a rock as a sinker before casting it into the sea. The first cast yielded nothing for 30 minutes. The makeshift setup didn't seem to work well in these waters. The waves, undercurrents, and crabs kept shifting the sinker, and 9 times out of 10, it triggered empty-handed. When I went to change the bait, The line wouldn't budge, it got snagged. I wrestled with it for quite a while and finally reeled it in, but the hook and rock were gone, leaving me with just bare string. Unfazed, I reset everything within 10 minutes and cast again. Still no bites after 15 minutes, and now the tide had receded further. I moved south, closer to the cliffs, carefully climbing onto a large boulder. From there, I let the hook drop straight down, not deep enough to hit the seabed, which helped avoid snags. And then, less than 10 minutes later, the bamboo rod jerked intensely. Quickly, I lifted the rod, which bent into a sharp arc. This was a big one. Ocean fish fight hard when hooked, and I worried the bamboo rod might snap, so I didn't rush it. I let the fish tire itself out. After an anxious 5 minutes, the line suddenly slackened. The fish had escaped. A wave of disappointment hit me. Reeling the line in, I saw the hook had snapped. The thin wire didn't hold up. It wasn't unexpected, but still disheartening. I tied on my last hook. This was my final chance. Persistence often pays off. After changing the bait, I felt another nibble on the line. This time, the pull wasn't as strong, but I remained cautious. After skillfully playing the fish for 7 or 8 minutes, I finally reeled in my first catch on this island. It was a stunning sight, 3 to 4 pounds of red and yellow glory. Its belly shimmered gold, blending into vibrant red on its back, with an oval-shaped head and a row of sharp spines along its back. Big, round eyes and a gleaming body. It was a red grouper, known back home as the sea fortune fish. Its meat is renowned for being tender and flavorful. A catch like this would sell for good money. Filled with excitement, I grabbed the fish by its gills and rushed back. By 8:45 a.m., it was finally time for breakfast. I cleaned the fish, slicing open its belly to remove the guts, and used a thin bamboo skewer to roast it over a low fire. The smell was mouth-watering after just 15 minutes. Ignoring the heat, I tore into the snowy white flesh, no seasoning, yet incredibly tender, with a natural sweetness. I devoured it in no time, savoring every bite. This success gave me confidence. I'll be fishing regularly now, aiming to unlock different species. I'm especially looking forward to catching some eel. Had it once in a restaurant, and it's out of this world. However, I'm currently short on seasonings, not even salt. While seafood does provide some salt, I should definitely start making sea salt for future use. The forest likely has wild ginger, Sichuan peppercorns, or other natural spices. Exploring that will be an interesting challenge. With my hunger satisfied, it was time to chop wood for building a shelter. My axe is small, so chopping. The tree was tough. I regretted not choosing a saw, but who could have guessed I'd end up in this situation? After chopping down 3 trees thicker than my thigh, by the time I finished trimming the branches, the sky was already darkening. I used all my strength to drag them back to the shelter, my hands blistered with 4 or 5 painful spots. Looking at the massive effort etched into the ground, I felt on the verge of giving up. But then I pictured the wooden cabin I was building, the cozy, safe haven I'd someday lie down in, and I decided to keep going. The plan is to gather 100 logs and let them dry in the sun on the grassy patch nearby. From Monday to Saturday, I'll chop 3 trees a day. Sundays, I'll take a day off, exploring the island for resources, like a little vacation, except with scavenging. Even though I'm all alone, I need to keep some structure in my life, stay physically and mentally healthy. That's the only way I'll have a chance to make it back to civilization. I'm hungry again. The tide is high in the rocky shallows, so I have to give up on foraging there for now. I've got 2 bamboo shoots in my bag, roasted one and boiled the other into soup. Neither tasted good, especially the soup, bitter and bland. That soup just strengthened my resolve to make sea salt. As for fat, the only thing I can think of is finding a goat. Vegetable oil. Even if I stumbled upon peanuts or olives, I doubt I'd be able to extract oil from them. It's Wednesday. Just 3 more days of work until I get a rest day. Thinking about that while lying in bed, I dozed off next to the flickering firelight. Morning came early, and I went back to the fishing spot I found near those rocks yesterday. Fish happens to be the most delicious food I've got for the time being. Today, I caught a 4 to 5 pound sea bass and grabbed a couple of oysters from the rocks to grill as well. Saved half the fish for lunch. An east wind swept across the island today, the direction I originally came from. It's cool and refreshing, though it's made the waves a little rougher. I didn't pay much attention to it at first. The blisters on my hands from yesterday made chopping unbearable. I only managed 2 logs before one of them popped open and had me wincing in pain. Around noon, I wanted a coconut drink to quench my thirst. I grabbed a sturdy bamboo pole, tied it to my back, and made my way to the closest coconut tree. It had 7 or 8 plump coconuts hanging about 20 meters up, but my bamboo pole was only 4 meters long. Now, I'll admit, I'm afraid of heights, but I came up with a system. I tied myself to the tree using vines, leaving just enough slack as safety loops around my waist. This way, even if I lost my grip, I wouldn't fall straight down, giving me that extra bit of security. Safety is paramount for someone alone on an island. Breaking an arm or leg would be the end of me. Carefully, I climbed hand over hand, inch by inch, until the pole could just reach the coconuts. Wrapping my legs tightly around the trunk for balance, I raised the pole and tried to poke the nearest coconut. No luck. Those coconuts were stubbornly attached to the tree, refusing to budge. Frustrated, I climbed back down, sharpened the end of my bamboo pole into a spear, and tried again. This time, I jabbed at the base of the coconuts. My neck and arms were killing me, and I could barely hold on. But finally, after a long struggle, I managed to knock down 2 coconuts. Some tasks turn out to be easier than you imagine once you start. Others, 1,000 times harder than you expect. Everything on this island costs massive amounts of time and energy. Those 2 coconuts took me 2.5 hours. Though to be fair, it was a first attempt. When I dragged myself back to the shelter, I cracked the coconuts open and downed them, water and meat included. Half a striped base down. The carbohydrates from the coconuts kept my strength up. It was just after 2 p.m., and the wind was picking up. Suddenly, I noticed dark clouds drifting over the eastern horizon. Oh no, a storm's coming. My makeshift shelter won't hold up at all, and there's no protection for the fire I built. Imagine being stranded on a deserted island, with no fire at night, soaked by a torrential downpour, utter misery. I regretted not noticing the weather changes earlier in the morning. With no waterproof materials at hand, the only thing I could use were palm leaves. Panic set in as I scrambled for a way to stay out of the rain. There weren't any caves nearby, and looking for hollow trees in the forest was too risky. Poisonous creatures and wild animals aside, standing under a tree during a thunderstorm makes you a living lightning rod. Then it hit me, the broken kayak. The material would make perfect waterproof coverage if I cut it up, even though I'd hoped to repair it for an escape plan. But repairing it wasn't an option without tools, no glue and no leather needles. I needed to prioritize survival in the moment. I had hidden the kayak in a grassy area under dried palm leaves. The hull had a tear near the bow from hitting a rock. My plan was to cut it at the waistline into 2 layers. I untied the rope at the kayak's bow. This rope might come in handy later, and packed it away. Then I hacked into the kayak with an axe. The rubber material was sturdy, and even though I'd sharpened the axe, it took me 2 hours of hard labor to cut through it. By the time I finished, the sky was completely overcast, and the wind howled through the forest, an ominous prelude to the incoming storm. I dragged the upper half of the kayak back to my shelter, a trek that took another half-hour. Once there, I immediately realized my flimsy shelter couldn't support the weight of the kayak. Thankfully, I had 5 sturdy logs. I found a vertical rock face and used 2 of the logs at an angle to prop up the kayak over the top. The kayak's torn side was placed facing east as the wind was coming from that direction, leaving the west side open towards the forest. The structure now resembled a lopsided triangle missing one side. Just as I finished, the rain began to fall lightly. I tore the palm leaves off the old shelter and layered them over the gaps, securing them with stones and dirt. The sky turned completely dark by the time I was done, and to my dismay, all my fire starters were soaked. No fire tonight. Night fell alongside the storm's fury. Torrential rain, howling winds, relentless thunder. Curled up inside my new shelter, water dripped through the makeshift roof. It was pitch black. My feet sank into the muddy ground, and my clothes were drenched. But none of that mattered. The sheer terror of it all consumed me. The rain and the wind merged with ominous noises from the forest, sounding like the wails of hell's demons. Thunder cracked, and flashes of lightning revealed the island's eeriest shapes. The forest like a monstrous, clawed creature hiding man-eating beasts in its shadows. I feared the rock face might collapse and bury me alive. I feared monstrous waves might sweep away the island. I feared lightning would strike me down. I feared the beasts of the forest would drag me away. The torment carried on into the dead of night. Eventually, the thunder stopped, and the wind and rain began to ease. Exhausted, I slumped against the shelter and drifted into a fitful sleep. The storm raged relentlessly through the night. It wasn't until 10 a.m. the next day that I woke up, startled by nightmarish visions from the chaos of the previous hours. The shadow of the storm still lingered in the morning air. Beneath the ocean, endless struggle. Beasts gnawing, body numb. Lao Gao's smiling face contorted in my dream. He spoke about taking me to face a challenge, yet he dragged me towards the sky. I've caught a cold. My whole body feels like it's been hammered. My throat is on fire, and my sweat-soaked clothes cling uncomfortably to my skin. Thankfully, the sky cleared up after the storm. The sunlight was so blinding I could hardly keep my eyes open, but its warmth felt comforting against my body. Sore and aching, I pushed myself up and crawled out of the shelter, my head buzzing faintly. How did I even manage to fall asleep last night? I couldn't remember. I peeled off the damp clothes, one item at a time, and hung them over the old shelter to dry. I laid out my gear on the beach in a row, like the armor of defeated soldiers, to soak in the sunshine. I rummaged through the first aid kit and swallowed 2 anti-inflammatory pills. Yesterday's leftover coconut barely filled my stomach. Without realizing, I dozed off again on the beach. When I woke up, the sun was already halfway down the sky, about 4 p.m. My body felt a little better, but chopping wood today was definitely out of the question. Instead, I went to the shore to fish. The water was murky, like muddy soup, and the waves were fierce. Hours passed without a single catch. As the tide rose, it swallowed the rocky area along the shore. Even the oysters were gone. Dejected, I made my way back. As I passed by a coconut tree, something out of the corner of my eye caught my attention, movement along the trunk. I spun around. A strange creature, about the size of a soccer ball, was methodically climbing the tree. 8 legs, a hard shell, and claws sharp like jagged blades. It was a coconut crab. This was the largest coconut crab I had ever seen. Easily a meter long. The largest land-dwelling arthropod right in front of me. Its massive claws could easily crush a coconut shell, let alone someone's fingers. Grabbing the bamboo pole I'd used to poke coconuts before, I sharpened its tip and aimed straight at the crab's softer underside. With one thrust, I knocked the creature off the tree. The makeshift spear pierced its belly, and with that, I dragged it back to camp. This enormous crab, there was absolutely no way I wouldn't be full tonight. The claws and legs would be roasted, and the body turned into soup. The sun had dried the grass out throughout the day, making it easy to spark a flame using my magnesium fire starter. The shell was tough, and coconut crabs are notorious for housing parasites, so I roasted it for nearly a half hour over hot coals. When I finally pulled the crab from the embers, its shell was charred in places but glowed an enticing red elsewhere, filling the air with an irresistibly rich aroma. I couldn't wait. I didn't even care about burning my fingers. I broke off one of its giant, fist-sized claws, smashing the thick shell open with a rock. The steaming, white and crimson marbled meat emerged in full glory. The taste? Unbelievable. I blew on it to cool it slightly, then bit in. The texture was firm yet tender, packed with the kind of salty sweetness only such a delicacy could possess, and it carried this faint, unique hint of coconut that no other crab had. The broth I boiled from its abdomen was incredible. Tiny beads of oil floated on the surface, shimmering in the light. Deep red crab fat glistened in the soup. Breaking open the crab's belly revealed yellow-rich roe. Its aroma so intense it felt like it physically surrounded me. I took a bite, and the flavor erupted in my mouth, almost tangible in its richness, lingering long after I swallowed. Not a single drop of that soup was left in the makeshift bamboo bowl. Its warm, buttery crab notes mingled with hints of coconut, better than the finest green tea harvested at dawn. Drink. Judging by the past few days' weather, this must be a tropical rainforest climate, hot and rainy year-round, with over 2,000 millimeters of annual rainfall and no dry season. The abundant rainfall is the only thing I can be sure of. After experiencing that downpour, I made up my mind. I need to build a sturdy wooden house as soon as possible. Starting tomorrow, I'll spend all my time cutting down trees, apart from eating and sleeping. Only by moving into a secure wooden shelter can I stay safe and escape the constant torment of rain. After dinner, I sat on the beach, mesmerized by the breathtaking sunset. Clouds drifted through the radiant sky while seagulls soared, composing a picturesque coastal scene. But suddenly, I heard a noise from the cliffside. Small rocks tumbled down, kicking up some light dust. I looked up, and my pupils instinctively contracted. There's a bear on the rocks. An adult brown bear. Although it was far away, there was no mistaking its massive size and powerful limbs. I was terrified. Even though I had mentally prepared for such possibilities, seeing one in person left me shaken. Brown bears are one of the world's largest terrestrial carnivores. A fully grown one could reach over 3 meters in length, with males weighing more than 500 kilograms. What truly sent chills down my spine were its massive, muscular front paws, strong enough to crush a human skull with a single swipe. People always say you should play dead if you encounter a bear. Don't be stupid. Bears are omnivores. They'll eat you whether you're alive or not. Even just a lick from that creature could leave half your face mangled and unrecognizable. If I ever encounter one up close and it attacks, I have zero means to protect myself. Thankfully, this brown bear didn't notice me. It roamed around the rocky slopes for about 10 minutes and then disappeared. Day 7. A week has passed. After spotting the brown bear yesterday, I didn't get a wink of sleep again. Since arriving on this island, I haven't had a single good night's rest. I urgently need a weapon. An axe is useless against a large predator like that. I considered making a bow, but I couldn't find any suitable material for the bowstring. Ropes and vines don't have the strength to pierce through thick hides. I finally decided to make a spear. Walking into the forest, I moved more cautiously than ever, scanning my surroundings non-stop, dreading the possibility of a sudden bear encounter. At last, I found a promising piece of wood, a sturdy stick, 4 centimeters in diameter and 1.8 meters long. The longer the weapon, the better the reach. Using my axe, I trimmed off the branches, smoothed the shaft with stones, and carved grooves into the grip area, wrapping it with vines to prevent slipping. I sharpened the tip, then held it over a fire to harden the wood. After burning just enough, I sanded off the charred surface, leaving a razor-sharp spearhead. Holding it with both hands, I practiced lunging forward in a combat stance. It felt natural, a bit heavy, but it packed plenty of force. From now on, I'd carry it with me wherever I go. The next few days, apart from eating and sleeping, I devoted my time to chopping down trees. My meals consisted entirely of what I could gather from the seashore: crabs, oysters, sea snails, seaweed, coconuts, basic survival food. I became more skilled at tree cutting over time. From barely managing 2 trees a day at first, I'm now able to hack down 7. My arm muscles are noticeably stronger, too. June 28th. Chopped down 5 trees today. More blisters on my hands, but I'm used to it now. Even if they burst, I can keep going. June 29th. Woke up to the sound of a seagull perched on the shelter. Tried to catch it, but it got away. Craved some fish today, but ended up spending my time chopping trees instead. Harvested 5, making it 28 trees in total. June 30th. It rained for 3 hours in the morning. After the rain, a coconut fell from under a palm tree. Only managed to chop 3 trees today. July 1st. Went down to the shore and caught a red snapper. Cooked it in a bamboo tube, paired with a big crab, oysters, a sea snail, and some sea cucumber. Ate until my stomach was full. Felt much lighter chopping trees afterward. Harvested 6 trees. July 2nd. Chop, chop, chop. 6 more trees in the bag. July 3rd. Heavy rain hit, officially marking the start of the rainy season. Thankfully, the winds were mild, and there was no thunder. It rained during the day, so the impact wasn't too bad, but I was completely soaked and didn't eat anything the entire day. July 4th. The rain continued into the second half of the night. I couldn't sleep well because the shelter's roof was leaking everywhere. When daylight came, I noticed the tides retreating and found a large metal barrel in the rocky area. First time in half a month I've come across ocean debris. The barrel was rusty with unreadable English writing on it. It doesn't leak, but is too big for a cooking pot. After scrubbing off the rust and cleaning it, I decided to use it for water storage. Only managed to chop 2 trees today. July 13th. After a month of effort, I've harvested 106 trees. They're all neatly laid out on the grass near my shelter in a massive line. I'm getting closer to moving into a proper cabin. Since discovering the brown bear, every night has been nerve-wracking. A couple of nights ago, there were animals moving around in the forest, making grunting sounds, probably a group of wild boars. I stood guard all night, gripping my spear with its point aimed outside. Luckily, they didn't come close. Maybe the campfire kept them at bay. Taking it easy today. Spent the morning weaving a straw hat for UV protection. My arms have turned dark and reddish from sun exposure, even peeled not long ago. In the afternoon, I caught a spotted moray eel. It was white with spots, looking a bit like a sea snake. That's a real delicacy. Dinner was coconut-cooked moray eel. Used coconut water as the soup base, skinned and cut the eel into chunks, then cooked it over the fire. Absolutely divine. It's been over a month now. Living off the island's resources, I've survived. Today, it's finally time to start building the wooden cabin. I'll set it up right next to the old shelter, where the sandy beach meets the grass. It's about 50 to 60 meters from the rocky cliffs, making it relatively safe. To the east is the tidal area for foraging. There's fresh water nearby, and I can see a wide stretch of ocean. If a ship passes by, I'll spot it immediately and signal for rescue. The plan is to construct a rectangular cabin, 10 meters long and 5 meters wide. The wood I've dried has diameters exceeding 30 centimeters. The walls need to be sturdy to withstand wild animals and strong winds. I'm going to stick the logs vertically into the ground, one next to the other, to form the walls. It's material intensive, but strong enough. The two long walls will require 68 logs, and the short ones will need 32. Just the walls alone will take 100 logs. Used a stick to mark out the positions of the 4 walls, and the digging begins. Foundation. I dug 4 trenches half a meter deep, arranged wood neatly inside, buried it, and pressed it down to solidify. Without proper digging tools, I found a sturdy bamboo pole, cut one end into a spade shape, and carved out a handle. The soil was soft and easy to dig, but for dry, hard patches, I softened it with seawater. Digging the 4 trenches took 5 days and wore out 13 bamboo spades. Starting from one corner of a rectangular layout, I inserted the wooden beams one by one. After burying each beam about 20 centimeters deep, I jumped on it to ensure it was compact. This process repeated until completion. 3 days later, the 4 walls were up. In the middle of the long wall facing the sea, I left an opening 3 beams wide to serve as the door. The wall stood 2.5 meters tall. Inside, I laid stones as a moisture barrier, topped it with sea sand, elevating the floor about 30 centimeters off the ground. The roof left 2.2 meters of headroom, tight but sufficient. The roof was the trickiest part, especially with constant rain in mind. I decided on a triangular design. I cut down 2 sturdier trees to create supports for the center of the shorter walls, carving notches at the tops and placing a horizontal beam across. For added stability, I reinforced the structure with 2 wooden braces on each side. Triangles are the strongest shape. I harvested a lot of thinner wood for the roof, carving notches to fit them onto the horizontal beam at one end and anchoring them to the long walls at the other. These steps took an entire month, and it was now August 26th. The initial waterproofing wasn't great. I cut thick bamboo in half, smoothed out the joints, and layered them. The bottom layer formed a U-shape secured in the gaps between wooden beams, while the top layer, inverted into an upside-down U-shape, overlapped above. Vines tied it all in place. Rainwater now flowed neatly off the sides, greatly improving the waterproofing. The little wooden house was finally taking shape. I still needed to make a door, carve out front and back windows for ventilation, and lay down a bamboo floor. Bamboo has proven to be incredibly useful in the wild. I was so grateful for the dense bamboo grove on the island. The floor used the same layered method as the roof, bottom pieces flat, top pieces upside down for support. Walking barefoot over the bamboo felt surprisingly comfortable. At 3 p.m., I stood back and admired the finished cabin, filled with joy and pride. But with no one around to share it with, that joy felt empty. How I wished I could pull out my phone and show everyone. Look, this is the house I built with my own hands. But sadly, on this deserted island, it's just me. I haven't spoken a single word in so long. After the euphoria came a wave of loneliness. What's the point of building a house if no one claps, cheers, or shares in the accomplishment. It belonged only to me and me alone. I opened my mouth to speak, but no sound came out. September 5th, nighttime. 2 months since I landed here. At last, I had a cozy little shelter. Lying on the bamboo floor, tears welled up in my eyes. I thought of home, of my parents. How heartbroken they would be if they knew I had spent 2 months alone on an island, fighting to survive, building this house from the ground up, exhausted, calloused, and filthy. I stared up at the roof, closed my eyes, and let the tears fall. 8 a.m. For the first time in ages, I slept in this late. The little wooden house kept out the blinding sunlight and offered me warm protection. It gave me unprecedented sense of security. This was the first truly lazy morning I've enjoyed since arriving on the island nearly a month ago. I sat up and stretched hard, letting out a deep sigh. The sappy sadness from last night, long gone, like smoke dispersed by the wind. Think about it. Compared to Captain Wong and Gao Deming, who am I to complain? At least I'm still alive. I can still breathe in the fresh air of this island, feast on top-notch seafood that money can't easily buy, and gaze at endless blue skies and turquoise waters every single day. What reason do I have to not be content? Today, I'm giving myself a break. Chores for the cabin? They can wait a couple of days. Jungle exploration. After a breakfast of seafood and coconut, I jumped into the ocean, rinsing away the thick layers of dirt caked on my skin. My hair and beard had grown wild. I looked like a rugged castaway. With no shampoo, my greasy hair wasn't getting clean no matter how much I scrubbed. Oh well, disheveled it is. Packing up my gear, backpack, water bottle, coconut meat, axe strapped to my waist, spear in hand, fully equipped and ready to go. I ventured deeper into a bamboo forest, a place I hadn't dared to explore before. The untouched wilderness had no paths, so every step required hacking through vines and undergrowth. I narrowly avoided stepping on a vibrant, multicolored snake. A cold sweat instantly soaked my back. I came across several snakes along the way. Aside from the green pit viper, I didn't recognize the others. Just to be safe, I kept my distance from all of them. The trek wasn't for nothing, though. I found a good haul. Wild cucumbers dangled from branches, each about the size of a thumb and covered in soft spines. They tasted tangy and refreshingly crisp. I picked a handful and stuffed them into my bag. Every 7 or 8 meters, I slashed a mark into a tree. Better safe than sorry. Unexpected discovery. 2 hours later, the sound of trickling water reached my ears. Following the noise downhill, I came upon a small stream, about half a meter wide, running clear as glass from south to north. Cupping my hands, I took a sip. It was fresh water. Something nearby caught my eye. Purple and red plants along the stream bank. Nightshade berries. I used to pick these as a kid back in my hometown. Their distinct sweetness unforgettable even now. I plucked one and popped it into my mouth. No doubt about it. The same flavor from my memories. Carefully, I tucked the berries into the pocket just above the knee of my pants and pressed onward. Damn it! My foot sank into a patch of mud, engulfing my entire shoe. I almost face-planted into the ground. After a struggle, I finally yanked my foot free. As I sat by the stream, rinsing off my shoe, I noticed something peculiar about the consistency of the mud. It was fine, sticky, and completely free of grit or sand. Pottery. This yellowish clay could be used to make pottery. My heart raced with excitement. I dug out a chunk with my hands, examining it closely. Its high level of stickiness made it ideal for crafting ceramics. I grabbed a few large leaves and wrapped up as much clay as I could carry. Pushing forward another 2 miles, I found my path littered with spiky brown shells, some green, some yellow. Looking up, chestnut trees. Wild chestnuts. Sure, they're small, but still, it's all natural carbohydrates. After eating seafood every day on this island, I've turned into a walking stick. But chestnuts, they're a game changer. They're super filling and can totally replace your main meals. Armed with a spear, I swept through branches, sending a rain of chestnuts tumbling down with loud crashes. One came down square on my forehead. Luckily, no damage done. Wild chestnuts don't yield much. Most shells only have 1 or 2 nuts, and if you're lucky, maybe 3. After an hour, I had a backpack loaded with 40 pounds of chestnuts. Mission accomplished. Time to head home. Hashtag temptation of roasted chestnuts. I got back to home at 6 o'clock. Yes, The little wooden cabin is officially my home now. I couldn't wait to get a fire going. I threw in 2 big handfuls of chestnuts right into the flames. 10 minutes later, the aroma was absolutely irresistible. I fished one out with a stick, tossing it from hand to cool it down. A quick bite with my molars cracked it open, revealing golden yellow chestnut flesh, glistening faintly with oil. I popped it in my mouth. Oh, my God. Sweet, rich, and smooth, with a deep, nutty flavor. It had the sweetness of fresh fruit, the roasted aroma of sweet potatoes, the crispness of persimmons, the juiciness of apples, and the starchy fluffiness of potatoes. This was, hands down, the most delicious main dish I'd had since coming to the island. I ate until I was full to the brim, leaning back and rubbing my now round belly with pure satisfaction. ### experimenting with pottery. After dinner, I spread out some yellow clay in front of the fire to play with it. This was my first attempt at pottery, and I wasn't expecting much, just an experiment to kill time. I started with a small jar, using a flat stone as my workstation. I kneaded it a bit, kind of like making dough. Wait, what was I doing? This wasn't bread dough. With clumsy hands, I rolled it into a ball and poked a hole in the center with my finger, shaping the walls outward. The walls were about a centimeter thick. I frowned at my masterpiece. It was wobbly, and the mouth of the jar looked more like a polygon than a circle. If anyone tried selling me this kind of thing back home, I wouldn't take it even if it were free. But hey, this is a deserted island, and it's my first try. Good enough. In the end, I made 3 oddly shaped jars and 1 plate. Each of them looked like they were competing to see which could be the ugliest. True abstract art. Finally, I used a bamboo stick as a rolling pin to make the plate rounder. Using tools was definitely much better. It almost looked round. Then, of course, I went on to mess up the edges with my hands. But whatever. It's not like I was expecting to nail it on the first try. I buried my 4 pieces of art in the fire, piled dry wood on top, and headed into the cabin to sleep. ### lessons from failure. The first thing I did the next morning was dig out the pottery from the ashes. 3 charred jars surfaced. 2 were completely shattered, and the third one looked somewhat okay. Just as I reached to pick it up, crack. It split clean in half. I inspected the broken piece. The texture was surprisingly solid, which means the yellow clay was a decent choice. However, the surface was rough. It might have been because the fire wasn't hot enough or I didn't leave them in the flames long enough. They were so fragile they crumbled with just a tap against a rock. The plate is in slightly better shape. There's a bit of a sheen in the middle, but the edges have cracked in several places. I tested its hardness by smashing it against a rock. The edges broke easily, but the middle required more force. The reason for the failure is obvious. First, the temperature wasn't high enough. An open campfire doesn't generate sufficient heat, and the pottery needs to be fired in the outer flame of the fire. Second, my technique was way off. My random, sloppy shaping resulted in uneven structure and inconsistent heating, so of course it cracked. ### building a mud kiln. To address the temperature problem, I decided to build a mud kiln. The metal bucket came in handy once again. It took half a day and 6 trips to fetch 3 big buckets of clay. I could only carry a half bucket at a time. Any more, and I wouldn't have been able to lift it. By the afternoon, I had completed a cylindrical mud kiln, 60 centimeters in diameter, 1 meter tall, and with 10 centimeters thick walls. About 50 centimeters off the ground, I inserted bamboo sticks, applied a layer of mud, and dug out small holes to let the outer flame rise. I left a 30 centimeters opening at the base for adding and removing items. Now I'll let it sit for a few days to dry completely before firing it up. Don't want it to crack from sudden temperature changes. ### remaking pottery. This time, I added a small bucket full of clay into the metal bucket. I suddenly remembered seeing someone use dried leaves in a tutorial video. I don't know the science behind it, but it's worth a try. I started with the base of the pot, rolling it into a round shape with a bamboo stick. Then, I rolled some clay strips, wet my hands, and pressed each strip onto the base, stacking them upward. I made the middle strips longer and the side ones shorter, forming a round, chubby pot shape. For the rim, I used thicker clay strips to reduce the likelihood of cracks. I kept wetting my hands and smoothing the pot's surface, ensuring it was even and compact. Over the course of 2 days, I managed to make 3 pots, 2 bowls, a cup with a handle, and a plate. This was, by far, the most detailed and exhausting work I've done since arriving on the island. It's even more tiring than chopping trees all day. My neck was sore and stiff, so I stretched a little and set the clay pieces in a shaded spot to dry. Now it's just a waiting game, waiting for both the kiln and the pottery to dry completely. After that, I'll fire them. ##### September 8th. The pottery pieces still haven't fully dried. It's been over 2 months since I've had any meat, just seafood. Today, I decided to try my luck in the forest and see if I could catch some small animals to improve my diet. The most practical approach is a rockfall trap. I've seen squirrels, field mice, rabbits, and lizards while exploring, but they're too fast to catch by hand. ##### Building a rockfall trap. For this, I selected small wooden sticks with a diameter of about 1.5 centimeters. If the sticks are too thick, the trap won't trigger easily. If they're too thin, they'll break under the weight of the rock. Each trap requires 3 sticks, 2 long sticks, about 20 centimeters each, and 1 short stick, about 15 centimeters. I scraped off the bark to make them more sensitive. The angled stick serves as the lever. I shaved both ends at an angle and carved a triangular notch in the middle. The crossbar is another long stick. One end has a notch to fit the angled stick, while the other end is sharpened to hold bait. The vertical stick is the short one, which needs to be a little thicker. I sharpened one end into a triangular shape. To assemble, I found a heavy stone and set up a triangular framework. A light touch to the bait, bam. The rock crashed down perfectly. Back when This move's all about catching some grilled snacks, small critters roasted over an open fire. 5 sets of wooden sticks were packed up and taken straight to the chestnut tree. The area is full of squirrels, so I set up 5 traps. 3 were baited with chestnuts, and the other 2 with nightshade berries. I marked each trap and planned to check on my haul tomorrow. On the side, I managed to gather 20 pounds of chestnuts. Big tree, plenty of fruit. These will last me a good while. Snare traps. The afternoon target shifted to mountain goats. I brought out a 10-meter-long blue nylon rope, tough enough to snare a bear. 2 thick logs were notched to hold it in place. One end of the rope was tied with a slip knot, and the other to a branch under tension. Once triggered, the snare pulls tight. Honestly, ever since spotting signs of a bear, I've been wary of coming up this mountain. But the idea of catching a mammal? That risk feels worth taking. I found some goat tracks and set up 2 snares there before heading back down the mountain quickly. On the way, I picked some cactus fruit, deep purple and red. There were so many fallen ones staining the dirt. That's 7 traps set in total. If I really do catch a goat, roasted whole goat, goat stew, goat skewers. Just thinking about it makes my mouth water. But mountain goats are ridiculously cautious. I've only ever found tracks, never even seen a glimpse of one. The North Ridge is huge, and who knows where they roam. All there is to do now is wait. Evening plans. Got back around 6, caught a grouper while I was at it. Honestly, after having seafood so often out here, it's kind of lost its appeal. After dinner, roasted some chestnuts over the fire and sat there, planning for tomorrow. The wooden cabin still isn't fully done. The door's missing, and I haven't cut out space for the 2 windows yet. Without a door, it's not really safe. I've been lighting fires near the entrance just to keep animals away at night. I also need to make furniture. A bed is non-negotiable, and I'll need a table and chairs too. I'm even considering putting a stove inside the cabin. First priority tomorrow, get the doors and windows sorted. With that decided, I headed inside and went to sleep. September 9th. The smell of roasting chestnuts pulled me out of my dreams this morning. The clay bricks for my project are quietly drying in the corner. They'll be ready to bake tomorrow. Grabbing my axe, I reminded myself of today's mission, fitting the cabin with real doors and windows. Up at the mid-mountain snare traps, all was still and lifeless, like a pair of guards who refused to do their job. But deeper in the woods, there was good news. 3 traps had been triggered. I reached the first trap and lifted the stone. Empty. Second trap? Still empty. At the third, finally, there was a sign of action. A bloodied tail lay there, stark and lonely. Looks like Jerry had a bad day. These clever critters snatched the bait and got away. Guess it's time to upgrade the gear, I muttered. I replaced the stones with heavier ones and scattered nightshade berries liberally. Both successful traps had used them. The glossy purple-black of the berries shimmered under the sun, like an irresistible invitation from death itself. On the way back, a green oval shape caught my eye in the brush. Wild pineapple. The first bite was a burst of crisp, sweet juice that seemed to explode in my mouth. Even better than anything out of a greenhouse. The spoiled brats from back home are nothing compared to this. No bitterness, no harshness, just perfect like a crisp autumn persimmon. Back at the campsite, I started renovating the cabin. The axe blade precisely carved grooves into the walls, each cut controlled in strength. Crossbeams were slotted in, and in no time, the four walls became a sturdy unit. I cut out two windows, one facing the sea and the other overlooking the forest. The bamboo windows were lightweight yet functional. Tin bamboo rods lined up, secured with wooden pegs, created shutters that could open and close. The door was crafted with the same technique, standing 180 centimeters tall, enough for me to pass through. Every entry point was outfitted with latches. Out here on this desolate island, nothing matters more than a sense of security. Finally, I can get a good night's sleep. I dug a perimeter drainage trench around the cabin, 30 centimeters deep, using split bamboo as gutters. Better safe than sorry. That's the first rule of survival. Night fell. For the first time, I didn't keep watch by the fire. The sealed, sturdy cabin brought me an unprecedented sense of safety. September 10th. This morning's find on the beach was a pleasant surprise. A foam board and a tangled fishing net. That night, as the fifth mosquito buzzed relentlessly near my ear, inspiration struck. The fishing net. Mosquito screens. I crafted frames from bamboo, carefully untangled the fishing net, and wrapped it layer by layer. It wasn't perfect, but it was good enough to keep out those annoying invaders, especially that hornet from yesterday that almost tore my roof apart before I managed to chase it away. I secured two mosquito screens on the outside of the windows. At last, my humble cabin became an impenetrable fortress. September 11th. The morning after the rain was especially refreshing. The trap on the hillside remained silent, but the forest delivered good news. A plump field mouse had been crushed under a rock, as though it had been turned into a natural specimen. Well, Jerry, you finally fell for it. I held the mouse by its tail, feeling the hefty weight of it. This guy was much sturdier than a regular house mouse, its yellowish-brown fur gleaming in the sunlight. Back at the campsite, I skillfully processed the catch. Gutting, cleaning, skewering, it was all done with seasoned efficiency. After 20 minutes of roasting over the charcoal fire, the mouse had turned into a charred delicacy. Tearing through the crispy skin revealed a rich, golden meat, sizzling with oil. My first bite was an explosion of juices and the long-missed aroma of fat. This is the best meal I've had since coming to the island. Even the bones were roasted to a satisfying crunch, gone in just a few bites. With my hunger satisfied, it was time to get back to business, pottery. The clay stove had dried for 2 days now, its surface covered with cracks but structurally intact. The clay vessel I'd shaped was smooth and free of flaws. Fire danced from the mouth of the stove as I kept feeding it wood and fanning the flames. 2 hours later, my first pot was complete. The dull yellow of the clay had turned a subtle reddish hue, and the sound when I tapped it was crisp. Overjoyed, I filled it with seawater to test it. By noon, sediment began to settle inside the pot. By evening, the bottom, water began to seep through. Crack! The side of the pot shattered, and seawater spilled everywhere. Failure. But I pinpointed the issue: insufficient heat and not enough time. We need a bellows. September 12th. No prey today, but I had bigger priorities. I shaped a circle with yellow clay, used a bamboo tube as the axis, and wooden slats as the blades. A simple yet highly effective bellows was born. Every pull and push sent a burst of life into the flames inside the earthen stove, causing them to roar upward with ferocity. 3 continuous hours of operating the bellows left my hands blistered, but the results made it all worth it. The clay pot began to glow a faint shade of red, its surface emitting a crisp, jade-like resonance when tapped. It worked. I couldn't contain my excitement, like a child who'd just discovered a hidden treasure. Fueled by success, I fired up the rest of the clay vessels. I lost a bowl and a cup handle in the process, but the overall yield was a treasure trove. As I gazed at these artifacts, a wave of pride surged through me. I carefully arranged them inside my shelter like exhibits in a museum. That night, I slept cradled by the sight of my creations. September 13th. 2 field mice. The traps were finally delivering results. Roasted meat smelled amazing, but something felt missing: salt. With my newly crafted clay pots, extracting sea salt was now a possibility. 30-plus pots of seawater, boiled down, filtered, refined. I worked tirelessly from dawn to dusk, and by the end of it all, I only had half a bamboo tube's worth of pure salt. When the first crystal of salt melted on my tongue, the long-forgotten taste brought tears to my eyes. This is worth more than gold. I immediately put it to use, caught a grouper, pried open a few oysters, and sprinkled some salt to roast them. The flavor? Absolute heaven. Wait, oyster shells? Quicklime. I suddenly recalled. They're key for preventing moisture buildup and making cement. The oyster-covered rocks in the reef zone turned into newfound treasure. I wasn't ready to make cement just yet, but stockpiling the shells wouldn't hurt. Standing at the shore, gazing at the endless bounty of resources nature offered, a strange sense of conquest washed over me. I am king here. Okay, maybe let's not get carried away. Any random mountain goat on this island could still knock me over, let alone a bear or a wild boar. But hey, brains over brawn, right? September 15th. I accomplished something major today. I arranged large stones on the beach to form a giant SOS. Each letter stood 3 meters tall, clearly visible from the sky. My back was screaming in protest by the end of the day, but this was my lifeline to the outside world. I also prepped a thick bundle of dry grass, ready to ignite at a moment's notice. The black smoke would rise like a flare, signaling one thing to any passersby: someone is here. I'm still alive. I want to go home. September 20th. The days of rain finally passed. A rainbow stretched across the sky, and the air carried that refreshing, unmistakable scent of the aftermath of a storm. I grabbed my spear. With an axe strapped to my waist and my backpack slung over my shoulder, I charged straight into the rainforest. Following the bamboo grove deeper into the jungle, the trees became denser. The massive canopy above completely blocked out the sunlight, and the stifling, hot air clung to me like a damp blanket. My silk vest was already soaked through, plastered to my skin in the most maddening way. I followed a creek heading north as the land began to slope upward. After trekking the entire morning, the forest suddenly opened up ahead, a 10-acre clearing. The grass reached only up to my calves, and to the north stood a small cliff, rocky with sparse patches of soil and just a few scattered trees. The unexpected openness lifted my spirits, and I couldn't hold it in. I hollered at the sky, "Woo!" In an instant, the entire grassy clearing exploded with movement. A kaleidoscope of birds took to the skies, red, yellow, blue, black, bursting with color. Their deafening chirps and calls filled the air. Some were as tiny as sparrows, while others rivaled peacocks in size. I spotted mountain partridges, peacock pheasants, robins, parrots, but most I couldn't even name. I was stunned. A single shout had unleashed such a magnificent sight. Wait a second. What if I could catch one of these birds, sprinkle it with some salt, and roast it over a fire? The thought made my mouth water. I grabbed a rock and hurled it, but my aim was hopeless. Not a single bird was hit. Within moments, the flock scattered across the sky. Only a few brave ones perched on distant branches, staring at me curiously, as if sizing up this unexpected intruder. Then I noticed the real treasure. The trees were absolutely riddled with bird nests, made of twigs, mud, dry grass, a myriad of designs and sizes. If I couldn't catch the birds, surely I could grab a few eggs? I picked a fresh, bowl-sized nest as my first target and scaled the tree in no time, all the while keeping an eye out for any fierce birds guarding their territory. I was in luck. Inside the nest, 3 yellow-brown speckled eggs nestled securely, about the size of quail eggs. I took 2 and left the largest one behind. There's no need to completely wipe out a family, after all. Over the next 3 hours, I raided more than 20 trees, pilfering every nest I could find. Only about half of them contained eggs, but I ended up with a haul of 30 eggs altogether. The largest egg was nearly the size of a goose egg, pale yellow. Could it belong to an eagle? The very thought sent shivers down my spine. Carefully packing up the eggs, I made my way back along the cliffside path. Exiting the forest, I realized that this route led quite close to my cabin. a discovery that promised many future visits. Back at camp, I lit a fire immediately. 5 small eggs were set near the flames to roast, while 5 larger ones were cracked into a hollow bamboo tube. I added salt and some wild cucumber slices, then placed the whole thing over a steaming pot of boiling water. After 10 minutes, the roasted eggs were charred black on the outside, 3 of them already cracked open, releasing a mouth-watering aroma. Peeling one and taking a bite, I found it tasted just like quail eggs. Tasty, sure, but nothing extraordinary. But the bamboo steamed eggs, that was something else entirely. A golden egg custard, dotted with vibrant green cucumber slices, and almost too beautiful to eat. My first bite melted in my mouth, silky, rich, and full of eggy goodness. The faint fragrance of the wild cucumber elevated the flavor to a whole new level. It was leagues better than any chicken egg custard I'd ever had. Indeed, with salt, any ingredient can transform from mundane to magical. September 21st. It's been 3 whole months now. The panic, pain, confusion, and loneliness I experienced when I first arrived on this deserted island feel like a lifetime ago. 3 months of struggle and growth have made me strong enough to face it all with calm acceptance. Stable food supplies, ample fresh water, a safe wooden cabin, functional pottery, and a relatively secure area to roam. Though it hasn't been easy, things have undeniably improved. I'm not in a hurry to explore farther. Spending nights out in the wild? I've had enough of that. Besides, there's still so much potential to uncover in my current area. I am determined to turn my wooden cabin into a proper home, a place that feels like a little estate, with hills, water, flowers, and grass. First step, build a fence. On sunny days, I cut bamboo and collected sticks. Today, I used some of the bamboo to construct 2 drying racks, simple but effective. 2 bamboo poles were stuck crisscross into the ground, with a third laid across and secured with vines. For the next couple of days, I plan to obsessively fish, gut and clean them, then hang them on the racks to make dried fish. Diversifying my food options is critical. September 22nd. While chopping wood, I stumbled upon wild yams. I'd mistaken them for weeds at first, but when I pulled on one, a segment came out of the ground. Long, irregularly shaped, and covered in little hairs, they also had small bulbils and tiny yellow-green flowers. I ended up finding 5 plants and harvested them all. Yams are rich in starch, which is perfect since my chestnut supply is running low. I planted the bulbul seeds behind my cabin, sprinkled some crushed oyster shells as fertilizer, and watered them. Now I wait. Later, I learned that yams take 2 years to fully mature. The first year's bulbil can't even be eaten. It must be replanted to grow into an edible yam by the second year. Frustrating, but good to know. September 23rd. The traps I set in the woods have occasional, tiny successes, mostly small critters like Jerry clones, rats. But the rope snare near the rocky area has yielded nothing so far. To address that, I set up 3 new traps using freshly cut vines since I ran out of rope. They're less sensitive than proper traps, but better than nothing. I've also decided to dig a pit trap. Near the mountainside water source, I spent 3 days digging a 3-meter deep pit, narrow at the top, wider below, and about 2 meters across. Thin bamboo mats were laid over the top, disguised with sand and foliage. Inside, I scattered fresh grass and fruit as bait. This area has officially become a death zone. Any animal wandering here to drink or forage has a good chance of falling straight into the pit. Catching a large animal isn't just about meat. It's also about opportunities. I could render fat to make candles or lanterns, and the hide could become bedding. Just the thought of it is comforting. The tiny Jerrys barely provide any meat, not enough for a decent bite. So, I've set my sights on the birds near the cliffside. Without nets or a firearm, I'll have to rely on a homemade bow and arrows. I've chosen a piece of tough bamboo and shaped it into a bow. Holes were carved into both ends. I'll use the skin of soaked and pounded fresh vines to fashion the bowstring. The finishing touch involves lightly fire-curing the bow frame, shaping, threading the rope, tying the knots. Primitive bow complete. The arrows were simpler to make. I whittled bamboo into straight shafts and hardened the tips over fire before sharpening them. Made 10 of them. Tested them on a tree trunk 10 meters away. Whoosh! The arrow barely grazed the bark, lodged slightly, then fell. Decent power. Tomorrow, I'll head to the bird nesting area to test my luck. These 3 months on this deserted island taught me one crucial lesson. Survival doesn't mean waiting for rescue. It means taking action. Every little achievement is a rebellion against fate. When you truly embrace the present and start creating change, even a desolate island can feel like home. September 25th. Heavy rain wrecked the hunting plans. After 2 days of constant rain, it finally stopped this afternoon. I brought the half-dried fish on the drying rack into the shelter and spent the entire day indoors. September 26th. The cliffside view was breathtaking. Lush green grass, wildflowers everywhere, a kaleidoscope of colors, and the scent of those little purple flowers could honestly make someone dizzy. The rain-washed sky was a vivid, almost surreal shade of blue. The whole scene looked like something out of a storybook. And there I was, the out-of-place intruder in this picture-perfect scene, standing on the soft grass, aiming my bow at a snow-white bird perched on a branch. Long tail, pure white feathers, a little crest on its head. What a perfect target. I held my breath, drew the bowstring tight. Whoosh! The arrow arced lazily, hitting the branch below the bird before falling harmlessly to the ground. Damn it, the bow just isn't powerful enough. Even if I managed to hit my target, this weak hit would probably just tickle the bird. The entire day yielded no prey. I didn't manage to hit a single bird, and to top it off, the bowstring snapped. Reality hit me hard. Successful hunting doesn't just require good aim, it needs a strong bowstring too. Turns out, there's a reason ancient hunters used animal tendons for bowstrings. The bigger and fiercer the animal, the tougher the tendons. Too bad my traps haven't caught anything big yet. I just swapped out the bait this morning. On the way back, I gathered a whole pile of yellow clay. After a lunch of roasted little Jerry and 5 bird egg custards, I shaped the clay into a large jar that I can fit into the earth oven. It's now drying in the shade. With the leftover clay, I made 5 smaller pots. In the afternoon, I rehung the fish to dry and started working on a bed near the window of my hut. Eventually settled on bamboo, because this weather is way too hot, and a bamboo bed stays cool. Dimensions: 1.9 meters long, 1.5 meters wide, and half a meter high. At 178 centimeters tall, it fits me perfectly. The only issue: way too hard. I dragged over the wreckage of the kayak and, with much effort, cut out a rubber sheet roughly the size of the bed to lay on top. Hey, not bad. It's got a decent amount of bounce. September 26th. Added 2 tables to the room today. 1 square table, 1.5 meters per side, and 1 long table, 2 meters by 0.5 meters, standing chest high. Made a pair of bamboo chairs too. The chair is done too. My little cabin finally feels a bit like home. September 27th. The trap worked. When I checked it this morning, I noticed from a distance that one of the branches had been pulled tight. I thought it was another false trigger, but as I got closer, there it was. A chubby grayish-brown wild rabbit caught by the snare, dangling there by its hind leg, wobbling as it made its final struggle. The snare only tightened the more it wriggled. I didn't hesitate. One jab with my spear, and it was over. I reset the trap and replaced the bait, then bolted down the mountain, gripping the rabbit by its ears. As tempting as it was to devour it on the spot, I resisted. Using sharp bamboo shards, I carefully skinned the rabbit. There's a small hole in the chest where the spear pierced, but the hide might be useful later. I cut off the 2 hind legs and threw them into a fireproof earthen pot to stew, while the rest of the rabbit followed tradition, skewered on a stick and roasted over open flame. I roasted it meticulously, turning it constantly to avoid burning. After half an hour, the aroma of roasted rabbit was so tantalizing I could barely control myself. A sprinkle of salt, then I tore off a big chunk and stuffed it into my mouth. This was, by far, the most precious food I've had in over 3 months. Sure, it's worth less than a decent-sized grouper in the market, but it's the first real piece of meat I've eaten since I got here. The wild rabbit meat was flavorful, though not as tender as Jerry. Yes, I gave my past meals names too. The texture was tougher and fibrous, likely because the rabbit was older, or maybe I overcooked it. The head, however, turned out to be a pleasant surprise, soft, flavorful, and creamy, even better than pig brain. Too bad it's so small, it was gone in one bite. The rabbit stew I made was slow-cooked for over an hour. I added chunks of wild yam and sprinkled some salt. The meat grew tender to the point it fell off the bone, and the soup smelled incredible, a layer of pale yellow oil shimmering on top. If I'd known the stew would turn out this good, I would have chopped up the entire rabbit and cooked it that way. I ate every last bit, both meat and broth, one 5 to 6 pound rabbit, completely devoured. I was so full I couldn't stop burping. This successful hunt has made me even more hopeful about the snare traps. That cliffside meadow must hold a lot of rabbit dens. I need to set up more traps there. And I was right. Later on, I discovered that meadow was teeming with rabbit dens. I ended up calling it the Rabbit and Bird Paradise, my own backyard pantry. September 28th. My fitness watch is dead. It started glitching last night, flickering constantly, and when I woke up this morning, the screen was entirely black. Out of battery. From now on, I'll have to rely on the sun's position to tell the time. For tracking the days, I'll use a method I remember from a certain novel, not the Bible, but a book that holds the distinction of being one of the most published works in the world and the first ever English novel. It's also the book that inspired my love for wilderness survival. Coincidentally, my current situation mirrors the protagonist's almost exactly. But the descriptions in the book are way too simplistic. Carrying them out in reality is unimaginably difficult. I took my axe, found a long wooden stick, and started marking a line on it every day. Short lines are for Monday through Saturday, while Sundays get a long line. On the 30th day, I carve a triangle. The stick stands outside the house for easy tracking. September 29th. The large clay jar I made 4 days ago finally dried completely. The walls are 3 centimeters thick, 50 centimeters in diameter, and half a meter tall. To fit it into the kiln for firing, I had to take apart the top of the kiln, which originally only had a 30 centimeters opening. After firing this batch of pottery, I planned to build a larger kiln just for pottery. The jar was insanely heavy, so I moved it into the kiln very carefully. Thankfully, the kiln, having been fired multiple times, was solid and didn't collapse. The firing process took a full day. I cranked the bellows so much that I got blisters on my hands, and my arms were sore to the point of exhaustion. I finally let it cool down before sunset. After waiting an hour, I ended up dismantling the entire kiln. That's when I remembered. I still had 5 unfired clay pots. Despite that oversight, the large clay jar turned out beautifully. No cracks, and the surface had vitrified noticeably. I brought it inside and placed it in the corner to store water. The old iron bucket I was using before feels like a waste now. I'll find another use for it. September 31st. Built a new, larger kiln at the same spot as the old one. It stands 1.8 meters tall, 2 centimeters taller than me, with a diameter of 1.4 meters. The bottom has a partition 70 centimeters from the ground, where I can load plenty of firewood to increase the temperature in the upper chamber. I also shaped 3 large clay jars out of yellow clay. They look like the ones people use to pickle vegetables back home. Each is 50 centimeters tall and 60 centimeters in diameter. I left them to dry in a shady spot. Burning dry wood alone is too wasteful. It produces a lot of smoke and burns quickly. I've decided to start making charcoal. Charcoal burns slower, produces less smoke, and releases more heat. For reference, dry wood has an energy value of 12,000 kilojoules per kilogram, whereas charcoal boasts 34,000 kilojoules per kilogram, making it far more efficient for firing pottery. Plus, with charcoal, I might even be able to forge tools using that old iron bucket. In the afternoon, I ventured into the forest to gather wood. Dead trees are everywhere. I used a large rock to break them into smaller pieces, tied them together with vines, and carried them back. After 6 trips, I managed to haul back 70 to 80 pounds. October 1st. Started making charcoal. I stood the wood upright, placing the thick logs at the bottom and thinner ones on top, creating a tall pile. I covered it with dry leaves, then coated the outside with a layer of mud. I left a chimney hole at the top and dug an air vent at the base, doubling as the fire starter opening. First, I lit some dry grass. When thick smoke began rising from the chimney hole, I sealed it and partially closed the air vent to smother the fire. The wood simmered overnight. The next day, I dug a hole at the top, poured in a bit of water, sealed it again, and let it continue smoldering for another 2 days. October 4th. Finally broke open the mud kiln to reveal the blackened charcoal. When 2 pieces tapped together, they made a crisp, clear sound. Splitting one open, I saw that the insides were fully carbonized. Success. While a small section wasn't fully carbonized, I still yielded 30 to 40 pounds of quality charcoal. The absorbent properties of charcoal are amazing. Speaking of which, my hair has now grown long enough to cover my ears, but it's getting a bit greasy and messy, sticky and unbearable, often itching like crazy. I crushed a piece of charcoal and rubbed it through my hair, then rinsed. It felt instantly fresh. For my teeth, I found a small twig, split the end, and used it as a makeshift toothbrush with some charcoal powder. After brushing for 5 minutes, the stickiness in my mouth disappeared. With months of not brushing my teeth, even I couldn't stand my own breath anymore. I piled up some charcoal along one wall of my shelter, sprinkling crushed, burned oyster shells around it to absorb moisture. These are treasures for survival. October 5th. A putrid smell hit me while passing by the drying rack. I checked and found that all the dried fish had gone bad. Some were even covered in green mold. That's when it hit me. I hadn't salted them. Without high salt content, how could they not spoil? October 7th. In 2 days, I managed to refine enough sea salt to fill 2 jars. I caught another 30 sea fish, gutted and cleaned them thoroughly, then coated them inside and out with a thick layer of salt before hanging them to dry once more. October 10th. It took me 3 days, but I built a shaded area about 10 meters from the wooden hut. 4 wooden posts hold up the corners, with a frame locked together using mortise and tenon joints. Bamboo poles and large tree leaves were tied across the top, creating a 5 by 6 meter shaded space. October 11th. While raiding a bird's nest, I stumbled upon a stalk of rice. Golden, plump grains, nearly 100 clustered together. My first thought was planting it. If I could harvest 3 growing seasons, I'd have an endless supply of rice. But here's the problem. I'm a northerner and have only ever grown wheat. Rice needs to be grown in water, transplanted after sprouting. Thankfully, the island has abundant rainwater, and the banks of the streams should be suitable for planting. I only took about a third of the seeds with me to experiment. If it fails, I don't want to lose all my food resources. Near a nearby stream, I cleared a patch of ground, dug it 10 centimeters lower, bordered it with stones, and diverted the stream water into it. I scattered about 20 or 30 rice grains evenly. Now, I can only wait. The island's temperature is consistently stable, like a tropical rainforest climate, so I shouldn't have to worry about growth temperatures. October 12th. No signs of sprouting yet. I spent half an hour crouched over, but couldn't even find the seeds anymore. My trap with falling stones caught a squirrel today. It didn't offer much meat, but roasted, it tasted pretty decent. Wild bananas in the mountains have ripened, but they rot within 3 days if left untouched. Seeing so many going to waste feels wrong. I brought back 50 or 60 pounds of bananas to camp. An hour later, the shaded area was filled with banana slices drying in the sun. From a distance, it looked like a field of oversized yellow flowers. Something feels off. It hasn't rained for over 10 days when it used to rain every 2 or 3 days on average. October 13th. While checking the rice patch, I suddenly heard rustling behind me. I turned around. 2 wild boars. Their dark brown fur streaked with pale yellow and a row of bristle-like hair running down their backs. The larger one had sharp, dangerous-looking tusks. Fangs. Cold sweat instantly soaked through my entire body. Clutching my spear tightly, I stood frozen, not daring to move an inch. Wild boars don't usually attack humans unless it's mating season or there are piglets nearby, but I wasn't about to take that risk. They were rooting through the soil for tubers and hadn't noticed me. As they came closer and closer, I found myself stuck. Retreat wasn't an option, nor was advancing. I decided to move back quietly. Snap! A dry branch broke under my foot. Both boars raised their heads, and 6 eyes locked onto me. Time seemed to freeze. Maybe 30 seconds passed, maybe a minute, but it felt like an eternity. My mind went blank, my body drenched in sweat. Luckily, after sizing me up briefly, the boars turned and disappeared into the forest. My legs gave out, and I collapsed to the ground. This encounter hammered one truth into my head. When faced with large, aggressive animals, I am utterly powerless. The sheer terror left me incapable of even fleeing. The spear in my hand would deal almost no damage to them. I had grown complacent after so many days of peace, but this moment jolted me awake. I must remain cautious. and I need to craft weapons capable of defending against large animals as soon as possible. I got lucky this time. It was just wild boars. If it had been a grizzly bear, I'd be nothing more than a meal in its stomach. October 15th. It hasn't rained in several days. Isn't this island supposed to be a tropical rainforest? Is the dry season here? This morning, I found a green iguana in one of my traps. It was about half a meter long. Its head had been crushed under a boulder. I roasted it over the fire for about 50 minutes. Its skin and flesh blistered and cracked, releasing a mouth-watering fragrance. I tore off one of its legs for a bite. Crunchy. Tastes just like chicken. Way better than the rat meat I've been eating. My magnesium fire starter is down to its last fifth. I need to ration it carefully. Meanwhile, the water level in my rice field has dropped to just 2 centimeters. Two tiny, yellow-green seedlings are barely poking out of the soil. I rushed to deepen the irrigation channels, but the creek is nearly dry. If it doesn't rain in the next week, these precious rice seeds are doomed. Damn it, why didn't I choose a larger creek in the first place? On my way back to camp, I froze in place. A giant snake. Its green, coiled body was sprawled next to my fire pit, and the remains of the iguana were already gone. It was slowly slithering toward my fish-drying rack. That bastard was after my dried fish. A green anaconda, about 3 or 4 meters long, though still technically a juvenile. Its body was easily 30 to 40 centimeters in diameter. It wasn't venomous, but if it coiled around me, it'd crush every bone in my body. Hitting its weak point? Yeah, not happening with an anaconda. I needed to take out its head in one strike. My spear was too flimsy, and my axe handle was too short. I dashed to my pile of wood, grabbed the thickest log I could find, and furiously carved out a notch to embed my axe head. With a hefty makeshift weapon in hand, I lowered my center of gravity and inched toward it. 7 or 8 meters. The anaconda raised its upper body, its vertical pupils fixed directly on me. HSSSSS. Its forked tongue darted out, exposing its fangs. 3 or 4 meters. Die. Channeling all my strength, the massive axe came crashing down with a howl. Bam! The blade sank deep into the serpent's head, sending blood and flesh flying. I spun around and bolted, running 100 meters before daring to glance back. The giant python was thrashing madly against a tree, locked in its death throes. It took a full 20 minutes for that enormous body to completely stiffen. 60 pounds of prize. The snake's skin was incredibly tough, and its sinews, thick as reinforced ox tendons, were the perfect material for bowstrings. I butchered the snake into 5 portions, rubbed coarse salt on the flesh, and hung it to dry. Dinner that night, 2 pounds of fresh snake meat. Boiled until tender and white, it melted in my mouth. The snake soup was rich, creamy, and savory, so delicious that I nearly lost myself in the taste. The python that tried to snatch my food ultimately became the most abundant meal atop my rack. October 16th. Started building the fence. I hammered a wooden stake into the ground every meter, binding bamboo poles across with vines. I finished the western side, the most dangerous one facing the forest, in 2 days. October 19th. The rice fields had completely dried out, and 5 seedlings were on the brink of dying. It's confirmed, the dry season is upon me. I crafted 2 large clay jars to store water and also discovered a massive beehive high in a treetop by the cliffs. Mental note, come back there later. Today's main mission, making a bow. The snake tendons are robust, warranting a powerful bow. I chopped down a hardwood tree, taking its densest core to carve out a 5-centimeter thick plank. Using charcoal, I sketched out a 3-shaped design and went at it with my axe for detailed carving, later smoothing it out with a stone. The bow ended up 1.3 meters long, thick in the center and tapering at the ends, with grooves carved into the tips. Stringing it with snake sinew made the bow gently curve. Testing it. Wow, it's stiff. I have to exert my full strength just to pull it slightly. The 30-pound bow is heavy as hell, but its power is astonishing. From 15 meters away, an arrow driven from it pierced deeply into a tree trunk. At closer ranges, it should easily pierce a python or even injure a wild boar. I packed 20 arrows into a bamboo quiver. Now I have a long-range weapon. October 20th. The backyard turned into a hunting ground. 3 arrows, 3 birds. Those previously mocking stupid birds just stood there dumbly until their buddies fluttered and struggled on the ground. One white bird, one giant thrush, and one colorful wild duck. Roasting the latter two had my mouth watering, but the white bird was horrendous, gamey and stringy, like chewing on wood. Must have been eating sea fish. Never again. With my new bow in hand, I'm heading up the mountain tomorrow. Maybe I'll get lucky and find a goat. October 21st. Fully geared up for the climb. My backpack was stuffed with charcoal, a magnesium fire starter, dried salted fish, snake jerky, and roasted bird eggs. I carried an axe at my waist, 2 bamboo tubes for water and arrows, a spear in one hand, and my bow slung across my body. The 70 to 80-pound load slowed my ascent to a crawl. By sundown, I reached my previous highest point. Still no sign of goats. Roasted half a salted fish and gulped down 2 bird eggs. The saltiness burned my throat. October 22nd. Around noon, I climbed halfway up the mountain and came across a flat area filled with wild grapevines. Big, purple, and shockingly sweet, without even a hint of tartness. The grapevines wrapped around the tree branches, with clusters of grapes resembling alluring purple gemstones. Sadly, my backpack was already stuffed, so I indulged as much as I could right there. The closer I got to the summit, the sparser the trees became. Nightfall was especially unnerving, surrounded by eerie, hoo-hoo sounds and dancing firelight. I stayed on high alert, half expecting to see glowing green eyes emerge from the darkness. October 23rd. I made it to the summit. The top was completely barren, a flat platform, with the pungent smell of sulfur filling the air. It turns out this is an extinct volcano. Standing on the southwestern edge, I had a clear bird's-eye view of the entire island, an irregular oval shape, about 70% covered in forest. To the northwest was a massive freshwater lake, seemingly the source of all the island's streams. The widest river snaked down toward the trench I'd crossed earlier. There were 2 major beaches, one to the east, where my campsite is, the other southwest, where a bay carved into the coastline. In the distance, I could make out black reefs. The island's terrain slopes gently from the north, higher elevation, to the south, lower elevation. The most thrilling discovery? To the west, far across the sea, there's another small island. While it's only visible as a green silhouette, my heart raced at the possibility. Are there people there? Other competitors? It's too far to swim to, clearly. I need to prioritize building a raft or boat ASAP. I also noticed a coral reef off the eastern shore, acting as a natural barrier that keeps ocean debris away. But the southwestern beach doesn't have such protection. It's bound to be a treasure trove of useful finds. The summit itself had plenty of sulfur deposits scattered across the ground, yellow chunks half buried in the dirt. A light tap with my axe turned them to powder, sending out a sharp sulfuric smell, perfect for repelling bugs and snakes. Plus, sulfur is a key ingredient for gunpowder. If I could figure out how to make gunpowder, wild boars, pythons, even black bears would be no more than paper tigers. I filled my pack with sulfur. As I dug, I also unearthed a few chunks of amethyst, hexagonal, transparent, and beautifully purple. Stunning as they were, they held no practical value to me right now. I left them behind. Spending the night on the summit was surprisingly peaceful. No vegetation for anything to hide, and the sulfuric smell kept the wildlife at bay. Apart from the irritating stench, I slept like a rock. October 24th. The sunrise over the ocean was soul-stirring. The red glow gradually turned purple, painting the entire sea in shades of orange and crimson. As the sun leapt from the horizon, the anxiety that had weighed me down evaporated, replaced by a sense of lightness and profound hope. The trip down only took 2 days this time. I knew the path well, my heart was lighter, and my steps were quicker. The next steps in my plan are crystal clear. First, build a bamboo raft and explore the southwestern beach to search for additional supplies. Then, sail around the island to uncover more surprises. And finally, embark on the ultimate challenge. Reach that mysterious little island. October 27th. After returning from the summit, I spent an entire day collapsed in exhaustion. The sea cleansed my aching body, and fresh coconut water soothed my parched throat. This kind of laziness is addictive, but I can't let it consume me forever. This morning, I emptied most of the sulfur rocks from my backpack. As the stones hit the ground, yellow powder erupted into the air. These powders were scattered around the perimeter of the house, an invisible barrier against snakes and insects. The southwestern beach is calling me. What's waiting out there? More resources? A better campsite? I need a boat. I cut down over a dozen thick bamboo poles, each as wide as an arm. I drilled holes into both ends and lashed the poles together with wooden pegs, securing them with 3 rounds of tightly wrapped vines. Half of a damaged kayak was fastened to the center of the bamboo raft. Thus, my cockpit was born. Making the paddle was simpler, just a plank of wood, shaved thinner at the middle and flattened at both ends. A day's work, and I had my ride. October 28th. Morning light broke through. The sea lay calm, reflecting the sky like a mirror. I dragged the bamboo raft into the water, wading waist-deep before leaping on. The raft floated steadily, its waterline perfect. Paddle left, paddle right, I set out due south. A trench appeared ahead, a broad waterway leading to an inland lake. I hesitated for a moment. No, the southwestern beach is my priority. By noon, the sun blazed like a fireball overhead, scorching my skin. My arms grew red, sweat constantly dripping. I took a few desperate gulps of water and kept going. By afternoon, I rounded the eastern beach and reached the southern tip of the island. There was no sandy shore here, only a coastline of soil rising a meter high. I adjusted my heading and paddled westward. Suddenly, a streak of golden yellow on the shore. A leopard. Its black spots stood out starkly against its golden fur, its powerful muscles taut with energy. It stared me down, eyes filled with curiosity, caution, and hostility all at once. My heart pounded uncontrollably. There's no escaping a predator like this. Their sprinting speed is unmatched. Fortunately, I hadn't encountered one until now. I paddled furiously, steering the raft away from the shore. Leopards can swim, a thought that sent shivers down my spine. Thankfully, it lingered only briefly by the coastline before disappearing into the jungle. By evening, the southwestern beach finally came into view. Oh my God! The entire beach was littered with trash, or rather, treasure. Plastic bottles, glass bottles, foam boards, wooden planks, metal barrels, fishing nets, and even an urn. I scavenged like mad, gathering 3 usable metal barrels, dozens of intact plastic bottles, a pile of fishing nets, and some rusty but functional fishhooks. As I walked along the beach, a boat. I dropped everything and sprinted toward it like a lunatic. It was the remnants of an old fishing boat, wrecked and with a large hole in its hull. The deck creaked ominously, but inside, I discovered a true jackpot. A pair of large scissors, 2 axes, a shovel, and a half-meter-long, thick-backed machete. Though rusted, they can all be restored and put to use. As night fell, I camped under the rocks. Tomorrow, I'll bring these treasures back home. October 29th. At the first light of dawn, I set off. I barely slept last night. The space beneath the rocks was far too cramped. The bamboo raft, weighed down by my hull, was riding lower in the water. Luckily, the kayak provided some extra buoyancy. Heading north along the west coast, everything was smooth sailing. Until that triangular dorsal fin appeared. A shark. It swam right alongside me, matching my pace. My legs were trembling, but my arms paddled furiously. No blood in the water, it shouldn't attack, I told myself, trying to stay calm. Eventually, it dove deep and vanished. The northern coastline was dominated by sheer, 90-degree cliffs. Swarms of golden swiftlets built their nests there. Those pale yellow and red nests are worth a fortune back in my country. The entire cliff face glittered like a treasure trove, but there was no way for me to reach it, and climbing was out of the question. I pressed onward, finally reaching camp by evening. October 30th. I woke up late, with the sunlight already streaming in. Looking at the pile of rusty tools, I got to work removing the rust. Boiling water in 2 large pots for 30 minutes softened the corrosion. 2 hours of grinding later, the axe was sharp again. The scissors were more complicated to restore, but in the end, they were functional, too. The machete was the easiest. It didn't take long to turn it razor sharp. I used the scissors to cut my long hair and beard. Without a mirror, I have no idea what style I ended up with, but it felt much cleaner. With tools now at my disposal, it was time to improve my standard of living. I decided to expand my planting efforts. October 31st. I planted 5 cacti in front of my shelter, each armed with sharp spines. In the backyard, under the trees, 10 grape seedlings began to take root. Why not transplant mature vines? Because the fully grown ones were tangled around other trees and couldn't be separated. My tiny island farm was officially up and running. Out of nowhere, a bee flew into the room. The little guy buzzed around like a miniature helicopter, its wings fluttering away. As I watched it, an idea struck me. There was a massive beehive on the cliff near the garden area. This could be an opportunity. I've handled bees barehanded since I was a kid. My uncle was a professional beekeeper, so I picked up a trick or two growing up. As long as you don't hurt them, bees are actually pretty gentle creatures. Should I start my own hive? I muttered to myself. The woven sacks I brought back could serve as tools for capturing the bees, and the torn fishing net could be repurposed into a makeshift veil for protection. Everything I needed was ready, except the actual execution. The key was to capture the queen. If I got the queen under control, the whole colony would follow willingly. It's like cutting the head off a snake. One swift move to take control. But first, I need to build a beehive. Constructing a hive requires beeswax and honeycomb, which means I had to first sacrifice a honeybee colony's home. Gear list: a backpack stuffed with dry grass, a large metal bucket carrying 5 clay pots, an axe and a machete strapped to my belt, and a spear in hand. Bow and arrows. Forget it, too heavy. The tree over the cliff was already half dead, and the beehive hung halfway up its trunk. Thankfully not at the very top, or this would be a whole different struggle. I lit the dry grass under the tree, waiting for the flames to stabilize before throwing in damp grass. Thick smoke billowed upwards, making a beeline, no pun intended, for the hive. Boom! The bees were furious. Thousands, no, tens of thousands, of them erupted into the air like a golden yellow storm. Taking advantage of the chaos, I grabbed my axe and hacked furiously at the tree trunk. Chips of wood flew everywhere. The axe blade sank deep into the weathered wood. After half an hour of relentless chopping, the tree swayed precariously. I circled to the high side and gave the cut a solid kick. Crack! The tree came crashing down, and miraculously, the hive remained intact. The bees? Absolutely deranged now. The air was alive with what looked like a shimmering golden sandstorm. I grabbed the hive, stuffed it into the metal bucket, and ran. Forget the clay pots. I'd circle back for them later. Wham! I face-planted after tripping over something on the ground. Turning to find the culprit, I saw. It was a rabbit burrow. You little brats, just you wait. I shot a menacing glare at the entrance. 200 meters away, at a safe distance, I crouched and observed the bees while breaking off a chunk of the hive to taste. Oh, my God. The first thing wasn't the sweetness, it was the aroma. A symphony of floral fragrances from hundreds of wildflowers burst in my mouth. The sweetness came afterward, pure yet deeply intense, completely unlike the so-called wild honey sold in city stores. This was true purity, untouched by car exhaust, free from industrial pollutants, just nature's most unadulterated gift. One bite of this honey filled me with a happiness I hadn't felt in ages. The saying's true, sweet things really do make people happy. 20 minutes later, most of the swarm had dispersed. I broke the hive's outer shell to reveal 7 golden combs, each about 2 fingers wide. These combs weren't just for storing honey. They were critical for regulating the hive's temperature. Without them, the relocated bees would escape easily. I carefully saved the smallest comb to place in their new hive box. As for the plump, white larvae, don't let their appearance fool you. Bee larvae are a delicacy. I squeezed out enough honey to fill 2 clay jars. The leftover beeswax, carefully collected, essential for making hive boxes. It wasn't until the journey home that I noticed I'd been stung twice on my arm and had a big swollen lump on my forehead. The cost of battle? Totally worth it. The next day, I began building the hive box. Many people think a hive box is just a simple wooden box. Oh, how wrong they are. It's way more complicated than that. First up is crafting the comb frames. 4 narrow wooden planks assembled into a rectangular frame used to secure the honeycombs. When it's time to harvest honey, you just pull out the frames, super convenient. Next, I started splitting the planks of wood. Main hive, extension hive, hive cover. All parts must be measured with precision. I used bamboo as a ruler, charcoal to mark the lines, and a machete to get to work. The thickness of the wood was kept at 3 centimeters. Too thick would be wasteful, too thin wouldn't be sturdy. 2 hive boxes stacked together, with a separating panel wedged between. The queen bee lays eggs in the bottom box, while the worker bees produce honey in the upper box, each with a role to play. I cut a small entrance at the base, 1 centimeter tall. This would be the grand doorway for the bees. Next, I heated beeswax and coated the interior walls. This helps mask the smell of the wood, making the new tenants feel more at home. Finally, I placed the old honeycomb frames inside. Just like that, the beehive was complete. Now, where to place it? Too close to the house would invite disturbances, not to mention there weren't many flowers nearby. The backyard garden seemed perfect. It was practically a bee paradise. 2 hours later, I carried my finished hive out to the grassy area. I leveled a small patch of ground and carefully set my creation in place. It wasn't long before the scouts arrived. A few bees buzzed around the hive, sniffing and investigating, with the bolder ones even venturing inside. But, disappointingly, they left. They wouldn't move in without their queen to lead them. While wandering nearby, I stumbled upon more rabbit dens. Those large, yellow-gray wild rabbits could dart away in a flash, disappearing before I could even blink. A bow and arrow. Wishful thinking. I'd need something cleverer. A snare trap. I wove a bamboo basket, propped up one side with a stick, and set bait underneath. The moment a rabbit nudged the stick, snap, the basket would come down and trap it. By the 3rd day, I had made 3 traps and set them near different rabbit den entrances, using fresh wild greens and tender grass as bait. By the 4th day, I finally located a suitable wild beehive. The one I found yesterday? Way too risky. It was perched on the edge of a high cliff, and climbing up there would have been a death wish. Today's find, however, was much more manageable. A hive on a low tree branch, reachable with a simple wooden stool. Using a woven sack, I swiftly captured the entire hive in one go. The queen bee was undoubtedly in there as well. By dusk, while the bees had settled into rest, I transferred the whole hive into the bottom box of my new beehive. I had to move quickly, sealing the cover and leaving diluted honey water in the top box with a small puncture in the bottle to let it drip slowly. This is called reward feeding. It helps the bees settle in more comfortably. Success. I was officially a beekeeper. As long as the bees didn't flee, I'd soon have a steady supply of honey. If I saw young bees emerging in 21 days, it would mean the colony was thriving. This marked my first farming project on the island. Who could have guessed it was just the beginning? Over time, my farm would grow bigger and host more and more species. On the morning of the 5th day, I rushed to the hive to check on it. Buzzing filled the air as worker bees busily flew in and out. They had accepted their new home. I had designed the entrance strategically. Worker bees could come and go freely, but the larger-bodied queen bee couldn't escape. As long as the queen remained, this kingdom would stand strong. I sat nearby, observing for hours, fully engrossed in the hum of life in my backyard. Watching these little creatures bustling around is mesmerizing. They're collecting pollen, making honey, building new homes. Life truly is resilient and beautiful. At noon, I went back to cook a salted fish. The dry season is becoming more and more obvious. Now, I have to climb halfway up the mountain just to fetch water. Luckily, plastic bottles have made storing it much easier. In the afternoon, I checked my rabbit traps. They were all triggered, but not a single catch. These rabbits are smarter than I thought. So, I crafted 2 more traps. Recently, the rockfall traps in the woods have been doing pretty well. On average, 1 catch every 2 days. 2 days ago, I had a jackpot. 3 little jerrys, rats, and a squirrel. As for the rope traps and pitfall traps on the hillside, forget it. I don't even bother checking those anymore. Successfully keeping bees has given me a huge boost in confidence. Next on my list, raising rabbits. November 6th. I started building the rabbit enclosure today. About 100 meters from the cabin, I marked off a 10 square meter area. At each corner, I hammered in 1.8 meter wooden posts and used smaller sticks vertically placed to form walls about a meter high, just the right height to see inside. On top, I built a grass roof, bamboo as the frame, with large leaves and dried grass as the cover, secured with vines. Knowing how notorious rabbits are for digging, I hauled in crushed rocks to cover the ground. When the project was finished, I stood outside admiring my handiwork. Simple? Maybe. But so what? This is the first step in building my self-sustaining empire. November 8th. After 2 days, the rabbit enclosure was done. Today, I started catching rabbits. The old bamboo basket traps kept triggering but failed to catch anything. Wild rabbits are too quick, and the baskets are too light and small. So, I spent the entire morning weaving 3 oversized bamboo traps and set them up in the backyard. This time, I changed tactics. I wasn't going to wait for the rabbits to wander out on their own. I would smoke them out instead. Cunning as a fox? More like cunning as a rabbit. I muttered as I scoured the grass for burrows. I found 3 closely connected entrances, clearly part of the same network. I placed a bamboo trap over each, propped them up with small sticks tied to grass rope. Once the rope is triggered, the sticks will collapse and the traps will fall. Perfect. At the downwind entrance, I lit dry grass, adding wet grass to create thick smoke. The smoke billowed its way into the burrows, and I used leaves to fan the flames and force the smoke deeper. An hour passed, and I began to doubt whether this burrow even had rabbits. Then, thump, thump, thump. A loud commotion erupted from a distance. I dropped the leaves and sprinted over. One of the bamboo traps was bouncing wildly. Whatever was inside was thrashing madly, trying to break free. I pressed down firmly on the trap. It was all I could do to keep it shut. The creature inside was ridiculously strong, fighting tooth and nail to escape. "Give it up, buddy. You're my livestock now," I declared triumphantly. After about 10 minutes, the movement finally slowed down. Cautiously, I lifted a corner of the trap and reached in. A sharp pain shot through me as my hand recoiled instantly. My palm had a deep, bloody bite. Turns out, when rabbits panic, they bite. Especially wild ones. These aren't your cuddly pets. The little white rabbits turned out to be 2 completely different species. My hand was almost bitten through at the base of my thumb, and blood was gushing from the wound. I was furious. How dare a wild little rabbit challenge me? I ripped off my vest and wrapped my hand with it, then lifted the bamboo basket again. This time, I firmly pinned its neck down. The rabbit weighed around 6 or 7 pounds. I grabbed it by its ears and held it up. Our eyes locked. Its tea-gray eyes gleamed with defiance, full of rebellious energy. Its legs kicked wildly, as if its gaze was saying, "Let go of me. Do you want me to bite you again?" If it weren't because I wanted a pet, I would have roasted you on the spot. With some vines, I tied it up securely. There was another basket that had been triggered. When I opened it, surprise, a rabbit baby. Weighing less than a pound, it was fluffy, soft, and way cuter than the first one. When I picked it up, it didn't resist at all, just twitched its tiny pink nose, sniffing curiously. I immediately fell for this little one and tied it up gently, careful not to hurt it. That's when 2 more adult wild rabbits darted out of their burrow and vanished into the underbrush. Dang, this whole family lives here. After scouting the area, I caught another large rabbit, this one around 9 pounds. Total haul for the day, 3 rabbits. Back at the camp, I tossed them into the rabbit pen. The 3 little troublemakers struggled until they had no energy left. Realizing escape wasn't possible, they huddled quietly in the corner. I threw in some fresh grass and wild veggies, but they didn't eat anything. Understandable. They had just been through a terrifying ordeal, and now they were in a strange new environment. It would take time for them to adjust. I crafted a small wooden trough and filled it with clean water. That night, after dinner, I went to check on them again. The 2 adult rabbits were still curled up in the corner, motionless, but the baby rabbit had started hopping around. When it saw me, it didn't try to run away. Instead, it stared at me curiously. The more I looked at it, the cuter it seemed. Time to give it a name. As for the other 2, nope, they don't deserve names. Especially the one that bit me. I could eat that one right now if I didn't need it. To deal with my injury, I boiled water to sterilize the wound and sprinkled salt on it for disinfection. The pain made me grit my teeth and wince, but cleanliness is key. I then used the sterile cotton and bandages from my first aid kit. These supplies are precious. I even boil the cotton for sterilization so I can reuse it. Surviving on a deserted island, your medical supplies are as good as gold. Watching the baby rabbit hopping around so happily, I decided to name it Xiaoyuer. The name has poetic charm, inspired by the golden rays of a sunset cascading over the mountain peaks. From then on, every time it was feeding time, I'd call out, Shall you wear dinner time? Slowly but surely, whenever I called, it would bounce over to me. This little one became so well-behaved that I eventually moved it to live in the wooden cabin with me. It became my first true companion since landing on the island. Sure, it couldn't talk back, but that never stopped me from pouring out my thoughts to it. Hashtag November 9th. The rabbits still weren't eating. Too lonely, perhaps? To fix this, I went out and caught another 7. The largest among them became my lunch. I added the remaining 6 to the rabbit pen, and sure enough, their presence made the place a lot livelier. Hashtag November 10th. Victory. I noticed signs of nibbled grass. Although, just a little, but it proves they're starting to eat. I even saw a little Schwerer myself, crouching by the sink, drinking water. At noon, I checked out the beehives. Bees were flying in and out constantly, the buzzing echoing loudly. My little farming empire is thriving. I'm considering what else I can raise. Fish? Nah, the ocean's right there. I'd be out of my mind to go digging a fish pond. What I really want are goats. With goats, not only could I improve my meals, but I could also have fresh milk. Unfortunately, I haven't seen a trace of any goats yet. I've only explored a tiny bit of this island. To the south, there are leopards. I don't dare go there. But that big freshwater lake keeps calling to me. What if there are bears? In the end, curiosity won out over fear. I've got a strong bow and sharp blades. If I really run into a large animal, I'm not sure who's walking away alive. Besides, the animals on this island seem more curious than hostile when they see me. A good sign, I hope. November 11th. Singles Day? Today's my holiday, I guess. If I were back in the civilized world, I'd probably be lying in bed right now, furiously buying stuff online, wouldn't I? Shaking off random thoughts, I packed my bag and headed out. I got a little disoriented, so I just relied on instinct, heading northwest. Using a machete to clear the way was a total game changer. By noon, I still hadn't found the lake. I altered my route toward the northern hills. Staying in the forest after dark would be too risky. And then, surprise. First, I stumbled upon a wild lemon tree. The tree wasn't tall, its branches hanging low, bearing fruits flecked with green and yellow. The wild lemons were about half the size of the ones in a supermarket. I sliced one open and tasted it. A wave of sourness scrunched up my face. But the fresh, zesty flavor was invigorating. A treasure trove of vitamin C. I picked more than 20 and stuffed them into my bag. Continuing north for another hour, wild sugarcane. There was an entire patch of slender sugarcane stalks. Though not as juicy as cultivated ones, they were richer in minerals and crazy sweet. I cut down 2 stalks, trimmed them into sections, and tied them to my back. They were so heavy, I couldn't carry any more. I marked the location to return another time. Sugarcane can be refined into sugar. Lemon water with a splash of sugar? My mouth waters just thinking about it. Lugging the sugarcane slowed me down, and by dusk, I reached the rocky path I had climbed last time. There were fewer trees here, so it felt relatively safe. I quickly started a fire. Late at night, just as I was about to drift off. Rustle, crash, loud noises echoed from the forest. I instantly snapped awake, clutching my weapon. Judging from the sound, it was something big. Wild boar? A bear? Shuffle, shuffle. The noises got closer. My sleepiness vanished. My eyes widened like saucers. And then suddenly, a pair of glowing green eyes. All I could make out were its predator-like eyes, hungry and gleaming. I couldn't tell what it was. The footsteps stopped, and it locked eyes with me. Not gonna lie, I was shaking like a leaf, adrenaline rushing, almost wetting my pants. My mind was already flashing scenes of me being torn to shreds. We stared each other down for ages. And then, it moved closer. Under the glow of the fire, I finally saw it clearly. A grizzly bear. Its massive frame, fur like steel needles reflecting a ghostly sheen. I was paralyzed, completely unable to move. A wave of warmth spread down my leg. Yep, I wet myself out of fear. But there was no time to dwell on embarrassment. My mind went blank, ears ringing nonstop. This was it. I was done for. Totally done for. I regretted becoming a streamer, regretted joining this show, regretted coming up this mountain today. But the grizzly bear didn't charge. It stepped closer into the firelight, its greenish eyes gradually returning to a normal hue. Strangely, it didn't seem aggressive. Instead, it sniffed around like a curious dog, occasionally glancing at me, showing no signs of hostility. I regained a tiny bit of strength and began observing it. Lying low on the ground, its full size was hard to gauge, but from the looks of it, she was a nursing mother bear, heavy-bodied and well-fed. She kept sniffing, coming closer and closer. Suddenly, it hit me. I understood what she was after. Slowly, I pulled out a dried salted fish. The bear stopped immediately, staring intently at me. Gingerly, I tossed the salted fish over. She stepped back briefly before leaning in to sniff it. A moment later, she grabbed it in one bite and disappeared into the forest. I collapsed to the ground, my tense nerves finally relaxing. My pants were still damp and warm, but shame had long been replaced by relief. So lucky, that bear was just after the smell of salted fish. Still, one question bothered me. Why wasn't it afraid of fire? Could the whole wild animals fear fire thing be a myth? November 12th. I couldn't sleep at all after the grizzly bear encounter. Every shadow seemed to hold the looming figure of that giant bear, ready to return. At the first light of dawn, I bolted down the mountain. I didn't reach camp until nearly noon. I grabbed a piece of sugarcane to stave off my hunger, then collapsed into bed. When I finally woke, the sun was already setting. The rabbit pen was empty. Those little critters have some appetite. I gathered some fresh grass and wild greens to refill their feeding trough and cleaned out the droppings. Such an ordinary task, but it was oddly calming. November 13th. 3 pieces of salted fish disappeared from the drying rack. On the ground, there was a trail of massive footprints. It was the grizzly. She had followed me all the way back to camp and stolen my dried fish. The funniest part? This giant creature only took 3 pieces, leaving the drying rack perfectly intact. What a polite thief. I spent the entire day building a fence. I had to enclose the cabin somehow. November 15th. Finished the fence. It's crude, but better than nothing. November 16th. Part of the fence was knocked down. 2 more pieces of salted fish disappeared. It had to be that greedy bear again. I couldn't help but laugh. How could a flimsy fence stop a beast that size? Oh well, at least she steals property, not lives. Just a few pieces of dried fish. Traps? Don't even joke about it. Even if I managed to catch that colossal animal, what would I use to kill it? That evening, I crouched by the window, keeping watch. Shortly after nightfall, a shadow emerged from the east. Under the firelight, the grizzly bear crept forward almost comically, towering upright as if to tiptoe around. She leaned over the fence and plucked off 2 more pieces. Dried fish. Ate one on the spot and left with another in its mouth. I'm speechless. Fresh fish ignored, yet prefers the taste of salted fish? At least it has zero interest in the wooden house and me inside. November 17th. The beehives built. The frames are now neatly covered in comb. Honey should be ready soon. Out of 5 cacti planted by the door, 4 survived, and out of 10 grapevines, 8 made it. During the dry days, I watered them every 3 to 4 days. They've shot up considerably, all things considered. The python meat is long gone. I still can't stop thinking about its tender flavor. Heading into the forest today to try my luck again. I'm well equipped now, and catching a few smaller snakes should be no big deal. An hour later, success. 5 snakes bagged, 3 green pit vipers, and 2 grayish ones with black stripes that I can't identify. None were very large, the longest barely over a meter. Raised snakes? Nah. They're cold-blooded, slippery little escape artists who'd be impossible to contain. Dinner was the largest one. I chopped off the head and tossed it. Better play it safe in case it's venomous. Half went into soup, the other half was grilled. Snake meat tastes best boiled. The grilled portion wasn't quite as good. Smaller snakes don't compare to the green water python. The meat's too lean and lacks fat. Tried making sugar this afternoon. Crushed a sugarcane stalk, squeezed out its juice, and poured it into a clay pot to boil. The juice yield from wild sugarcane is pitiful, just 3 fingers deep from a whole stalk. As the juice bubbled and boiled, I shifted the pot off the heat repeatedly to avoid burning it. The liquid slowly thickened into a reddish-brown syrup with a rich, sweet aroma. 10 minutes later, only a thin layer of syrup remained at the bottom of the pot. Once cooled, the syrup hardened. I broke it into pieces with a sharp stone, then ground it further inside a bamboo tube until it became fine granules. Sugar. I couldn't wait. I boiled some water and dumped all the sugar into a cup. After stirring, The sugar water turned reddish, like brown sugar water, with bits of sugarcane residue floating around. Sweet as can be, though. Added a few lemon slices to the mix. The result? Tart, sweet, fragrant, way better than milk tea. November 18th. Devoted today to sugar making. Made myself a carrying pole and cleared out my backpack to haul sugarcane. Carried back 70 to 80 pounds by midday. Juicing and boiling sugar is labor-intensive. These sugar canes yielded only 20 to 30 pounds of juice, which boiled down to a measly 2 pounds of sugar. Horribly inefficient, but it should last for a while. On a whim, I tried coconut milk too, and surprisingly, it actually turned into coconut sugar. Too bad the yield was even less, and it wasn't as sweet as the sugarcane version. November 19th. Next step is massive stockpiling. Clayware, charcoal, sugar, salt, dried meats and fruits. Everything needed to live comfortably on the island and free up more time for new skills. Life has become as structured as a 9 to 5 job. Wake up, eat breakfast, work till noon, rest, continue in the afternoon, and return home at sunset. So it went for half a month. December 5th. The results were well worth it. Over 50 clay pots, 5 large vats, 100 pounds of charcoal, 2 jars of sugar, 4 jars of salt, 5 jars of dried plantains, 3 jars of raisins, and 30 strips of dried snake meat. Salted fish is drying out now. Hundreds were taken, quite a few stolen by the thief, and now you're left with just over 60. That brown bear seems to have gotten familiar with me. The day before yesterday, before the sun even set, it came over. I was in the gazebo gathering up dried plantains when I heard it coming, but I wasn't scared anymore. I walked over to the drying rack and tossed it 2 fish. As usual, it ate one and carried off the other. This bear is remarkably intuitive, almost like a gentleman. Not even a hint of aggression. I've grown used to it, and sometimes, when I don't see it, I even find myself missing it. One of my 9 rabbits has died, the one that bit me. It stubbornly refused to eat, and I couldn't bear to let it suffer. I ended its tiny life early, not out of revenge. I carefully skinned it for tanning, and the meat was made into rabbit stew. Xiaoyuer is the most obedient and lovable of all. It's already learned to eat straight from my hand. Every time I call, Xiaoyuer, time to eat, it hops right over to me. When I pick it up, the little one never resists. Its soft, furry little head feels so comforting to touch. I built it a little bamboo nest inside the house lined with thick, soft grass. Xiaoyuer loves it and goes back there on its own to sleep at night. After bathing it with charcoal ash, its fur is fluffier than ever. I can't resist holding it every day and chatting with it. Having a little companion like this feels amazing. December 6th. Too much stuff inside the wooden house. It's getting crowded. Time to build a storage shed. The shed is shaped like a yurt, 5 meters in diameter and over 2 meters tall. 16 bamboo poles are arranged in a circular base, bending upwards to form a pointed top. I secured horizontal strips every 20 centimeters. Bundles of dried grass were tied and layered to reinforce the structure. Palm leaves were draped over the outside, and everything was sealed with a mixture of yellow clay, crushed oyster shells, and charcoal. Ugly as it is, it's fantastically waterproof. The floor was layered with stones, sand, and bamboo slats. All the excess items were moved into it. December 9th. It took 3 days to finish the shed. Now that I have stable storage, I can focus on other tasks. It's been a long time since I raided any bird nests. Today, I set out with my backpack, first taking down a pigeon with my slingshot, then climbing some trees. I scaled about a dozen trees and only managed to collect 5 eggs. Most of the nests were filled with helpless, downless baby birds. Pitiful little things, barely with any meat to them. I couldn't bring myself to take them. Then, I found another dried grass nest. It had 5 fluffy little chicks. Their soft, pale green feathers and gemstone-like black eyes caught my attention. 4 of them stared at me curiously, while one mistook me for its mother, tilting its head back and chirp, begging for food. It was so amusing, especially that cheeky, pleading one. It reignited my desire to care for another animal. This nest had hatched a while ago, which makes them easier to raise. I decided to take the little eater with me. Gently cupping it in both hands, it kept chirping for food, blissfully unaware that it had just been kidnapped. By the afternoon, the wooden house now had an additional bamboo birdcage. I wove a soft grass nest at the bottom. Messy as it was, the little bird didn't seem to mind. It curiously inspected its new surroundings, entirely unafraid. Secured the door. Secure the windows against thieves, and I ran out to look for food. I dug up 2 worms, caught 2 grasshoppers, and picked a handful of nightshade berries. The little guy didn't turn down anything. The worms were swallowed in 3 gulps, and the grasshoppers and berries disappeared just as quickly. His tiny belly was round as a ball, yet he kept opening his mouth for more. Was he trying to eat himself to death? I quickly stopped the feeding. Without any more food, he became quieter. His shiny black eyes locked onto me, his head tilting and his wings flapping constantly. He couldn't move his legs yet, just nestled there. I named him Kong Kong, hoping he stays safe and healthy and will keep me company on this deserted island. December 10th. There's only one piece of the magnesium rod left. As I held this old buddy in my hand, the one that stuck with me over the past 6 months, a sense of urgency welled up inside. Starting today, unless there's an emergency, I need to master another way to make fire by using the ancient technique of friction fire starting. This isn't exactly easy. Those videos online. Just editing magic. People who can start a fire by rubbing sticks together are 1 in a million. It's not just about the technique. It takes iron-like hands and steel-built arms. The good news? After all this time on the island, my arms now have clear muscle definition and my palms are tough and calloused like sandpaper. Time to get started. I found a solid, dry piece of hardwood and, with a swing of the axe, carved out a small notch. Then I shaped a straight stick, smoothed its top into a rounded edge, and began furiously spinning it in the notch. Sawdust flew, and the screech of friction filled the air. 10 minutes in, my arms felt like lead, and my palms burned with pain. The notch? Nothing. No smoke. No ember. Clenching my teeth, I kept going. 5 minutes later, a faint wisp of white smoke finally appeared. By then, my arms had completely given up. I had no choice but to stop and collapse under the shady shelter, panting for breath. The notch was charred and hot to the touch. Just a little more. So close, just a little more. After resting for half an hour, I gave it another shot. This time, I used a heavier piece of dried wood, denser and better suited for generating higher temperatures. Deep breath. Adjust pace. 6 rotations, rest. Another 6, rest again. White smoke turned into black smoke. Tiny charred bits glimmered with sparks. Dropping the stick, I carefully cupped the smoking tinder, blowing softly. The embers flickered like stars in the night sky. And then, whoosh, a flame burst to life. I did it. For the first time in my life, I successfully started a fire with friction. But here's the thing. I can't go through this 3 times a day. It's outright exhausting. That's when I remembered something I'd seen before, the bow drill method. The concept is straightforward, using a bowstring to spin the stick, saving effort and increasing efficiency. Time to get to work. I picked up a round stone and carved a small hole to serve as a bearing block. Then, I found a 40-centimeter bent branch to make the bow handle. I even dismantled a strand from my trap rope to use as the bowstring, using nylon rope to make a bowstring. After assembly was complete, testing began. Gripping the stone socket with my left hand and pulling the bow handle with my right, the wooden stick rotated rapidly with the help of the bowstring, producing a rhythmic scraping sound. In less than 10 minutes, sparks flew. The fire caught, roaring to life. While it's not as convenient as a magnesium stick, this is by far the most practical method I have right now. It reminded me of a fascinating piece of news. Back in 1983, experts discovered that shepherds in Shandong province use sapphires to strike flint and light cigarettes. Those invaluable gemstones were casually referred to as blue fire stones by the locals. That volcano to the north, besides crystals and sulfur on its summit, who knows, it might hold precious stones too. For me, they're worth more in their fire-starting utility than in monetary value. Then again, everyone's got a dream. What if I return to civilization someday with a stash full of gemstones? December 11th. 6 months on this island, and I've explored less than 40% of it. Over 60% of the area is dense, dangerous rainforest. I need a safer way to explore. The answer is simple: build roads. Clear paths and establish a shelter every day's journey. It's time-consuming but safe and dependable. I sketched a rough map on a wooden plank, marking the areas I've discovered. The first road would lead from the camp to my backyard. I grabbed my axe, shovel, and machete, marking out the path as I went along. Every tree that needed chopping and every boulder that required navigating were all noted down. 5 days later, all the problematic trees were down, leaving only short stumps. Next came clearing the vines. Wielding my machete, I imagined these vines were my enemies. Hiya, take that. Each slash came with a strange sense of satisfaction. When you've been alone for a while, talking to yourself becomes second nature. Maybe I got a little too into it. All the vines were cleared in just one day. It took another 3 days to remove the weeds. Finally, on December 20th, the first road of the island was complete. A test walk cut the travel time in half, and I no longer had to worry about snakes and bugs hiding in the long grass. During this time, little Uer has grown a lot. Although she's lost her baby-like cuteness, she's still obedient and sweet. And Kong, what a delight. Turns out it's a budgerigar. Its yellow-green body shimmers with blue-purple cheeks, and the black-edged feathers on its chest look like it's wearing a tiny vest. Its vibrant colors are simply breathtaking. The cutest part? It hops onto my hand, perches on my head, and circles around me. I've been trying to teach it to say Kong. It hasn't mastered it yet, but its cheerful chirping is already enough to lift my spirits. Next, I'll start on the second road, which will lead to the chestnut trees. They're bearing fresh fruit again. This island lives in perpetual spring, with fruits ripening all year round. It's like having a natural pantry. Building roads has become part of my routine. Work from Monday to Saturday, rest on Sunday. Feeding the little animals morning and evening. Life gradually gained a rhythm. December 21st. I harvested my first batch of honey today. The bees on the island don't hibernate. They work diligently all year round. Their honeycomb was brimming with golden honey, thick enough to be double the width of 2 fingers pressed together. Carefully, I took down 3 pieces, filling more than half a jar. Who would have thought that just the day after harvesting the honey, I would meet the most important companion of my life? And their favorite food? Coincidentally, honey. December 22nd, Sunday. My day off. Good morning, Uer. Morning, Kong. After feeding the 2 little critters, I pushed open the door and stretched lazily. The sun was just breaking above the horizon, spilling golden rays across the shimmering ocean. Seagulls drifted idly on the waves, occasionally diving with a smooth plop to snatch up a silver fish before flying off toward the rocky shore. A soft sea breeze brushed over me. Palm trees swayed gently, and waves caressed the rocks. It was like the entire island was serenading the peaceful melody of the morning. Low tide. The sea had pulled far back, exposing parts of the seabed usually hidden underwater. These rare low tides only come once or twice a month, an opportunity not to be missed. In no time, I shed my extra clothes down to just a pair of shorts and boots. Grabbing my handmade bamboo basket, a little project I'd worked on in my spare time, with a bottle-shaped design that's narrow at the top, wider at the bottom, and even fitted with a lid, I slung it onto my back. With a spear I had shortened into a makeshift fishing spear, I headed straight for the rocky shore. The first tide pool already had a surprise, a large eel twisting and turning. I swiftly grabbed it right behind the head, making sure to avoid its sharp teeth. One bite from this guy, and it could easily tear a chunk of flesh. What followed was an absolute haul. 2 snapper fish, 1 yellow and 1 red. A massive octopus whose suction cups clung stubbornly to my arm. I had to wrestle it off with all my strength, leaving my skin red and sore. 3 crabs, each weighing over a pound. 1 rock crab with menacing claws. 2 plump sea cucumbers. 2 abalone, and an assortment of snails and clams that completely stuffed my bamboo basket. 3 hours later, the tide had risen again, and I marched home with my spoils of the sea. Lunch. A seafood feast. I divided my haul into 3 clay pots, added fresh water, and set them over the fire to steam. While waiting, I cracked open a coconut and pried open 2 oysters. Ever since I got my hands on lemons, I've become addicted to eating oysters raw. The oyster flesh was still trembling slightly as I squeezed lemon juice over it and slurped it down in one go, smooth, sweet. The essence of the ocean, with a citrusy kick, bursting on my tongue. The oysters here are the best I've ever had in my life. Not even the faintest trace of fishiness. It's like there's some kind of oceanic fruit. Later in my life, I traveled around the world and sampled oysters in countless places, but none ever compared. I pulled the lids off the clay pots, and an incredible aroma wafted out. Seafood is best at about 70 to 80% cooked. The meat stays tender and juicy. The waters around this island are unbelievably clean, like the sky after rain. The seafood here grows big and robust, with not a hint of fishiness. The fish meat was soft and delicate, the crab fragrant and savory. The sea cucumbers and abalone were delightfully bouncy, and each had their own unique flavor. But I ate so much I was overly stuffed, and only finished half of the food. I lay down under the cool shade for a little nap. The sea breeze gently brushed over me, and the sky was an endless wash of spotless blue. The rustling sound of movement woke me up. I opened my eyes to see a chubby brown bear waddling away with its big rear swaying side to side. It was walking off into the distance, but kept glancing back at me every few steps. "You're getting bolder by the day. Put the fish down," I yelled in its direction. It paused for a moment, just enough to shoot me a longer glance, before ambling along unhurriedly. This rascal. The first time I saw it, I was so scared I nearly wet my pants. But over time, I realized it was nothing more than a mischievous, freeloading thief. Now, I don't fear it one bit. In fact, I've even given it a name, Big Bear. After being disturbed, my nap was completely ruined. I stretched and got up to check on the drying rack when, out of the corner of my eye, I noticed a small, fuzzy black lump over by the fence. I took a closer look. Wait, what? Is that a stuffed teddy bear? As I walked nearer, I realized I was wrong. Nope, it was alive. A real, living baby bear. The little creature was standing still near the fence, utterly motionless. It was no bigger than an adult-sized teddy bear, with thick, fluffy fur in shades of brown and black, mixed with lighter hues. Around its neck was a band of white hair, giving it an irresistibly soft and plush look. Did Big Bear leave its baby here? Or did it trade its kid for my salted fish? What kind of parenting is this? I crouched down to examine the little guy. The moment I did, the cub stumbled backward nervously. That's when I noticed its right hind leg was dangling awkwardly, clearly injured. Realization struck me. I see. Big Bear brought it here for help, didn't it? I gently reached for the cub, lifted its front paws, and inspected the leg. Sure enough, the right hind leg appeared fractured while the other leg was awkwardly scrambling around. Big Bear thinks I'm running a wildlife rescue center. Huh? When I lightly touched the injured leg, the baby bear immediately let out a wailing cry. Aroo. Arr. Oh my goodness. The sound it made was just like a freshly weaned puppy. My heart melted right then and there. I picked up the fuzzy little bundle, and its shiny, curious eyes brimmed with intelligence. Judging by Big Bear's previous behavior, this family doesn't seem too short on smarts. Looking into the distance toward the north, there was no trace of Big Bear left. "Some mother you are," I muttered under my breath while cradling the cub and heading back to the cabin. The little one tried to fight back, but its struggling was so clumsy it couldn't even compete with how my little nephew moves around. Its body was soft and oh so adorable. I grabbed a jar of honey, dipped my finger in it, and held it up to its nose. It sniffed for a brief moment before immediately licking at the honey in delight. Slurp, 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 it licked with wild enthusiasm. I fed it a few more rounds, after which my heart ached for my dwindling honey supply. After the honey feast, the baby bear calmed down. Its round head, bulbous little snout, and big, shiny button eyes teamed up to deliver an overwhelming dose of cuteness that should honestly be illegal. I placed it gently on the bed and grabbed my emergency kit to assess its leg. Upon closer inspection, the bone wasn't displaced, just a clean fracture. Taking a couple of thin wooden sticks, I made a splint and fixed it securely in place with bandages. The entire time, the tiny cub didn't budge or resist, simply letting me handle it. Thankfully, it was surprisingly cooperative. Once the treatment was done, I faced a new dilemma. Should I raise this thing? Brown bears grow at an alarming rate, and in a few months it could hit over 100 pounds. Feeding it. Eating wild herbs. Parrots eat bugs. So what do grizzly bears eat? Forget it, I'm too soft-hearted. This little guy wouldn't survive 3 days if I let it loose. I built a big, bird's nest-like bear den near Little Uware's nest. I lined it with thick grass and rabbit pelts. But the baby bear wasn't having it. Kept crawling out and wandering all over the house. It sneaked its way to the rabbit nest, staring right at little Uer. Just as it tried to climb inside. Boing! Little Uer launched a mighty rabbit kick, flipping the bear onto its back, legs splayed everywhere. Wah wah! The little bear started bawling, lying there pitifully on the ground. I couldn't help but laugh. I quickly picked it up and tried to comfort it. There, stop crying. Amazingly, it worked. In just a moment, it stopped sobbing and squirmed out of my arms to start exploring again. The little troublemaker occupied my whole afternoon. Even Kong Kong perched on my shoulder, curiously watching it. This ridiculously endearing little guy managed to steal the spotlight from both Uer and Kong Kong. Guilty as charged. For dinner, I made a sweet porridge with nightshade berries, bananas, and honey. The little bear devoured it like it had never eaten before. The only time it didn't seem awkward. It needed a name. This fella could live for 20 to 30 years and would be with me for a long time. Even after we're free, I plan to take it with me. After much thought, I named it General Chien Koen. Nickname, Kunkin. That night, Kunkin cried like a puppy brought to a new home, howling until late into the night. No amount of cuddling or soothing could quiet it. The entire household didn't sleep well. Finally, in the early morning, it wore itself out and fell asleep in my arms. December 23rd. When sunlight streamed through the cracks of the window in the morning, I found Kunkin sprawled on the floor, limbs everywhere, snoring so loudly it shook the walls. This little rascal caused havoc until 3 a.m. and now slept like the dead. I scooped it up and tossed it into the custom bear nest. The little guy just rolled over and kept snoring without a care in the world. Little Uer tilted its head, curiously studying its new housemate. Kong Kong went even further, barely keeping his round eyes half open, clearly sleep-deprived from all the noise last night. I slapped my cheeks a couple of times to wake myself up. Nope, not a dream. A bear cub really did move into my house. I opened the door and, on the doorstep, lay a 10-pound white carp. Clear fang marks were visible on its body. It hit me instantly. This was rent money from Big Bear. That guy. I glanced around, trying to catch sight of the plump culprit. No Big Bear in sight, but the drying rack was missing 2 more fish. So, 1 fresh catch in exchange for 2 dried ones. Okay, fine, the value checks out. This big carp was worth more than those 2 dried fish anyway. I chopped off the fish head and carved the tender fish belly, the best bits, for soup. The rest, sprinkling salt and letting it dry out in the sun. That's my gift to Big Bear in return. The fish head was chopped in half, the fish belly cut into pieces, and all tossed into a pot to simmer. If I had ginger and cooking wine, it would have been perfect. But unfortunately, on this godforsaken island, I haven't found any such seasonings yet. Half an hour later, the air was filled with a delightful aroma. Oh whoa. Koen was awakened by the smell, howling loudly from inside the house. What a little foodie. I kept it simmering for another 15 minutes. The fish soup turned a rich, milky white, and the aroma grew even stronger. I added some salt, carefully picked out the boneless meat, and set it aside to cool before digging into a big bowl myself. Not bad. It had a slight earthy aftertaste compared to saltwater fish, but the broth was even more flavorful. If only I had tofu, then it would have been next level amazing. Once Koen's portion had cooled, I carried the bowl over and opened the door. Oh whoa, Koen came barreling out like a starved pig who hadn't eaten in a week. I quickly grabbed him by the scruff and hoisted him back up. What's the rush? The little guy flailed wildly in the air, all 4 legs kicking like crazy. I shut the door, set him down, added a bit of honey to his fish soup, and placed the bowl in front of him. What followed was a sight that blew my mind. What is the meaning of wolfing down food? No, this was bear-level wolfing down food. Koen didn't even give it a glance. His nose twitched once, and then he dove in, demolishing the entire bowl in under a minute. He slurped and grunted as if he were guarding it against some invisible rival. Did you even taste it? I rolled my eyes. He definitely wasn't full. I deboned the rest of the pot's contents and gave him the whole thing. The little rascal shoved half his body into the pot, and then got stuck. I yanked him out, and the glutton sat on the ground, letting out the loudest burp I've ever heard. Burp. What is this thing? A bear. Even Pigsy, from Journey to the West, can't eat like this. Any plans I had to work on the road today were clearly canceled. I didn't dare leave this little brat alone in the house. His right hind leg was still injured, and if his howling drew a leopard, we'd be in serious trouble. Looks like I've officially taken on the role of a full-time bear dad. I made him a harness lead, not just a regular neck collar, but a vest-style one. This way, any pulling pressure is evenly distributed across his chest, making it much safer. Kuin sniffed his new vest, pawed at it for a bit, then gave up on trying to remove it and just trotted behind me, tailing me wherever I went. December 30th. A week has passed. These have been the liveliest days since I arrived on this island. Now my cabin is bustling, with 3 little companions keeping me company. Big Bear shows up every few days with more fish, trading them for dried ones. Life suddenly feels full of warmth and commotion. A few days ago, while feeding the rabbits, I discovered 3 were missing. There was a hole dug in the corner of the pen. They'd made a breakout attempt. You ungrateful little punks. I was furious. All the time I spent looking after them, feeding them, cleaning up after them. And this is how they repay me, by trying to escape? But then, after cooling down, I thought about it some more. Losing their freedom. Everyone wants to escape. Unless you completely tame them. Get them used to this easy life where food is served to them effortlessly. I spent an entire day reinforcing the rabbit pen, burying rocks half a meter deep into the ground, and surrounding the perimeter with a mix of clay and stones. Let's see how you escape now. Then I looked at my little companions. Xiao Yuer hasn't changed much. She's just grown a little bigger. Kong Kong, on the other hand, is becoming more and more beautiful, her feathers bright and shiny, like a little princess. Under my training, she finally learned to say her first word, Kong Kong. Though her voice was raspy, this was the first time in over half a year that I heard something resembling a human voice besides my own. I was so excited I almost cried. Next, I planned to teach her to say Yuer. I pointed at Xiao Yuer, repeating over and over, Yuer, Yuer Xiao Yuer. The biggest change, though, is in Kuin. He's bulked up in just a week. His appetite has doubled. The fish Big Bear sent over doesn't even last him a day, and the honey is almost gone. Although he's becoming more bear-like, his personality is still adorably goofy. He follows Xiao Yuer around all day like her little sidekick. Over time, Xiao Yuer has gotten used to him too. She no longer kicks him away. The 2 little ones have become the best of friends. Kong Kong even perched on Kuin's head once, creating a harmonious and heartwarming scene. Today, I decided to remove the splint on Kuin's leg. His back right leg seems to be moving well again. Animals' recovery abilities are insane. Humans take about 3 months to heal from a fracture. Kuin's almost fully healed within a week. After removing the bandage and splint, Kuin tried walking a few steps. Realizing he could walk, he instantly started running. Though still a bit wobbly, he hopped and limped in delight. Once unsealed, I took him outside for some fresh air. The poor little guy had been cooped up indoors for a week. When we stepped outside, he froze for a moment, then bolted. I brought him to the beach. Kuin curiously stepped onto the soft sand, studying why it felt so different from the ground elsewhere. Once he got used to it, he started frolicking, and I led him to the shoreline. First, he observed the waves from a distance. Cautiously, he inched closer, tentatively testing the water with his paw. Once he realized it wasn't dangerous, he began jumping and rolling in the surf, having the time of his life. Seizing the opportunity, I used charcoal powder to give him a bath. His fur reeked of salty fish mixed with musk, probably from hanging around Big Bear. We played until noon, fully satisfied. Lying on the grass, we basked under the sunlight, and I fed him some dried bananas, which he crunched on happily. When I checked his mouth, I saw that 2 rows of sharp little teeth had already grown in. Big Bear didn't bring any fish today, so I had to cook some salted fish. Surprisingly, Kuin refused to eat it. He sniffed at it and gave me a disgusted look. Finally, I added a couple of dried snakes, and only then did he reluctantly nibble on some. Your mom loved this stuff, and here you are turning your nose up at it. Watching our dwindling supply of food. Inventory, I'm lost in thought. Kuin is such a little foodie. I have to find more sources of food, or how are we supposed to make it through these taking care of the family days? December 31st. The sky before dawn still held onto a few scattered stars. I was already standing on a reef, fishing rod in hand. The sea breeze carried a salty tang as it swept over me, while waves crashed against the rocks, spraying frothy white mist. Kuin, that little troublemaker, has grown increasingly picky. He won't even look at dried salted fish anymore. That means I've got no choice but to wake up early every day and fish just to accommodate this pampered prince. After 6 months of living on this deserted island, I've become a fishing pro. When the tide rises, I know a fish school is near. When the wind shifts, I know it's time to move to a new spot. And when the water glistens with a certain kind of ripple, dropping the hook is a guaranteed catch. Splash! The fishing line went taut as I reeled in a hefty 5-pound grouper, its silvery scales catching the morning light as I pulled it from the water. And before long, another one followed. Today's haul came surprisingly easy. Back at the camp, I started a fire to cook breakfast. As soon as the aroma of fish soup wafted through the air, Kuin woke up right on cue. This guy's internal clock is set entirely by my cooking schedule. He waddled over, his round little body swaying side to side, and dove straight into his food bowl. Full from his meal, Kuin sprawled out lazily, while I found myself staring out at the sea, lost in thought. The sun was shining just right, and the breeze was calm. The bamboo raft rested peacefully on the grass, and an idea suddenly crossed my mind. How about taking Kuin out to sea for a little adventure? An hour later, we were floating over the crystal-clear blue waters. It was Kuin's first ever sea outing, and he was beyond excited, scurrying along the edge of the raft, his little paws splashing playfully in the water. Plop! The little goof got too carried away and lost his footing, tumbling straight into the ocean. Though he's a natural swimmer, panic took over, and he flailed his paws wildly while letting out frantic little cries. I scooped him back up onto the raft, where he clung tightly to me, soaking wet and thoroughly spooked, not daring to move an inch. We continued paddling along the southern edge of the island until we reached the entrance to what I'd always called the Mystery Trench. I'd been itching to explore this spot, and today felt like the perfect opportunity. The deeper we ventured, the narrower the waterway became, and the surrounding land grew oddly dark in color. After another half-hour of paddling, the sight before me made me gasp aloud. It was like another world. The endless black mudflats stretched as far as the eye could see, with twisted tree roots crisscrossing the muck like giant snakes. Strange trees rose from the tidal zone, their branches slick and glossy, their trunks warped and gnarled. The air was thick with the mingling scents of earth, seaweed, and an elusive seafood tang. Mangroves. My heart raced in excitement. This was one of the treasures of tropical coastlines, a marvel known as the lungs of the sea. But even more thrilling than that was the realization that hit me next. Blue crabs. My eyes lit up. Mangroves are famous for their massive blue crabs, huge, packed with tender meat, and unbelievably fresh. I'd seen a video of someone catching these before, and I drooled with envy back then. Carefully, I anchored the bamboo raft close to the shore and stepped onto the black mud. To my relief, the mushy ground was firm enough that it only just swallowed the edges of my shoes. Kuin looked on curiously as I was tethered to the bamboo raft, frantically pacing back and forth. I barely walked a few steps before spotting my target, a green crab half buried in the mud, with only a faint outline revealing its presence. Its camouflage was impeccable. Without careful observation, it would have been impossible to notice. As I approached, the crab suddenly reared up, hoisting its massive claws in a show of defiance. Those claws were the size of my fists, snapping loudly with a menacing clack. One wrong move, and my fingers could be gone. I grabbed a sharp wooden stick and jabbed it hard at the crab's shell. Crack! The crab was skewered, its 8 legs flailing wildly in the air. By the heft of it, I guessed it weighed at least 4 pounds. Just as I was relishing my catch, I heard a loud splash behind me. Turning around, I saw Kuin, the dog, had managed to slip out of its rope and leapt into the mud, face-planting headfirst into the mire. Its backside stuck comically in the air as I burst out laughing. Kuin finally yanked its head out, completely covered in black muck. The poor thing made it worse by trying to wipe its face with its muddy paws. I couldn't help but laugh harder as I grabbed my shirt to clean his eyes and mouth. For the next 3 hours, Kuin and I had a bounty of a hunt in the mangroves. I targeted the biggest crabs, the largest one estimated to be nearly 9 pounds, with claws that could stretch wider than my face. Yelp! Kuin's sudden cry snapped me out of my focus. I spun around to see the silly guy limping toward me, holding up one paw with a small green crab stubbornly clinging to it. You just ran straight into the enemy's trap. I laughed helplessly as I pried the little crab off his paw. Kuin, freshly freed, attempted to seek immediate revenge but hesitated after a couple of timid jumps. As the tide began to roll back in, our sticks were weighed down with 8 giant green crabs. We headed back to our makeshift camp, spirits high. The first order of business was washing off all the mud. And then, time for the feast. 4 of the crabs were destined for the dinner table, 2 steamed, 2 grilled. I cooked them for a thorough 30 minutes to ensure everything was properly done. When I lifted the lid of the pot, a cloud of steam escaped, revealing glistening crab meat and a treasure trove of golden crab roe. I couldn't wait to try a bite. Oh my God, the taste was divine. Fresh and flavorful, with a subtle saltiness straight from the ocean. It was even better than anything I'd had before, more delicate than the finest hairy crabs. The claw meat especially was a revelation, juicy, tender, and bursting with umami. Kuin sat by my side, drooling like a broken faucet. Poor guy didn't know how to crack the shell, so he stared at me, whining in anticipation, waiting for me to feed him. Every bite I took was met with his impatient little grunts. Today was an incredible success. The treasures of this deserted island seemed endless. January 1st, 2016, New Year's Day. While the rest of the world celebrated, I stood alone on this deserted island. I carefully counted the marks etched into a piece of wood, 191 scratches. That's 191 days and nights since I arrived. Half a year. I'd gone from an ordinary young man to a survivor navigating the brutal trials of this deserted island. Captain Wang and First Mate Liu were lost at sea, and Old Gao passed away just as we reached shore. Of the 4 of us, I was the only one left standing. Every festive season, the longing for home grows stronger. Fighting back the pangs of homesickness, I stared at the horizon. Alone, the memories surged like a relentless tide. Carrying a water jug, I slowly walked towards Old Gao's grave. The small mound of earth was already overgrown with weeds, eroded by rain until it was barely recognizable. I hadn't dared to come here before, because every time I stood in this place, tears would break free in torrents. That stormy night still haunted me. 3 vibrant lives were lost right before my eyes, and I was utterly powerless. I poured water in front of the grave, using it as a substitute for wine. There were no incense sticks or joss paper, just this simple offering. I pulled out the weeds, reshaped the dirt mound, and surrounded it with stones. Old Gao's final words still echoed in my ears. Take the news of his passing back to his hometown and tell his family to stay strong and live on. I had memorized his address so meticulously that I wouldn't dare forget even a single character. The past overwhelmed me like a tide crashing ashore. I could no longer hold it in. My legs gave out, and I collapsed to the ground, clutching my head as sobs racked my body. Captain Wang, First Mate Liu, Old Gao, my voice echoed across the desolate island. Do you know? I'm still alive. But when will I get to go home? Tears blurred my vision, and my sorrow consumed all reason. In the depths of my despair, something furry nudged against my lower back. It was Kuin. This little rascal must have somehow wandered all the way out here, and now it was rubbing its round little head against me. Watching its endearing, clumsy antics, I couldn't help bursting into laughter through my tears. I scooped it up into my arms. You little troublemaker, did you come here just to see me cry? I laughed and cried, my face a mess of tears and snot. Or are you just hungry again and came looking for food? Kuin nestled quietly in my arms, its fur soaking up my tears. It was like a star suddenly appearing in the dark night, illuminating the despair in my heart. Gradually, I calmed down. Glancing back, I saw the latch on the door had been nudged open. This clever little creature had followed my scent all the way here. Its intelligence astounded me, but it also made me anxious. What if it got lost one day? That evening, I lit a roaring bonfire. Kuin, along with Yuer and Kong, were all let out to roam free. The 2 parrots, having been tamed by now, no longer feared the flames and pecked at food near me. Kuin, On the other hand, this silly bear cub actually reached out its paw to touch the fire. Youch! A tuft of fur got singed, and it squealed while frantically shaking its paw. I laughed so hard I doubled over. This little guy never seems to learn. We lingered around the fire, playing late into the night, until they all fell asleep by the glowing embers. One by one, I carried them back to their nests before retiring to bed myself, caught in a whirlwind of emotions. Thanks to these little lives, the lonely New Year's night felt a little less cold. An unexpected find. The noonday sun was blindingly bright. I was woken up by Kuin's wet tongue licking my face. This cub had now figured out how to climb onto the bed by itself. Starving, it couldn't wait any longer and showed its impatience by enthusiastically slobbering all over me. All right, I'm getting up. I scrambled out of bed in a panic and started making a meal over the fire for my furry companion. After breakfast, I took Kuin along with me to continue fixing the road today. This little rascal broke out and ran off yesterday, so there's no way I'm leaving him alone in the house again. While I worked, I tied him to a tree. Sure, it slowed me down a bit, but honestly, having some company isn't too bad either. 8 days later, the third road was finally finished. As I was clearing debris off the surface, crunch, my shovel hit something. Carefully, I dug away the dirt, and 2 fist-sized potatoes rolled out. Potatoes. My heart started racing. I kept digging and eventually unearthed 6 in total. I glanced at the remaining stems, round leaves, white flowers, 5 petals. These were definitely potato plants. How did I not notice this earlier? Kuin, we've struck gold, I exclaimed, lifting my little bear in excitement and spinning him around. The next few hours, it was like going on a treasure hunt. I scoured the surrounding area and ended up collecting 35 wild potatoes. Sure, they were small, with each plant yielding maybe 6 at best, not nearly as productive as the ones back home. But for me, this was a monumental discovery. Sprouting plan. These 35 potatoes, not one of them is for eating. They're all becoming seeds. Potatoes are hardy crops, drought-resistant and cold-tolerant. Back in my northern hometown, we could even harvest them twice a year. In this tropical climate, they should grow with even less trouble. I dug a trench about 10 inches deep in a sunny spot and lined it with fine sand. I cut the potatoes into smaller chunks and layered them. Sand, potato chunks, repeating twice. A bit of water, a layer of dry grass for insulation, and then covered everything with about 2 inches of soil. Back home, sprouting takes 20 to 25 days, but with the warm temperatures here, it should be faster. Each potato chunk should sprout 4 to 6 buds. By my most conservative estimate, 35 potatoes could yield 175 buds. At 5 potatoes per bud, 875 potatoes. Kuin, we're gonna have potatoes for days, I said, rubbing my hands together excitedly. With a steady source of carbs on the horizon, I wouldn't have to keep surviving on fish and fruit alone anymore. Preparing farmland. While waiting for the potatoes to sprout, I needed to prepare farmland for planting. Location is key. Potatoes love dry, sunny environments. I settled on a high plain about 2 kilometers north of my cabin, close to the mountains. The elevated ground would protect it from flooding during the rainy season. Half an acre, over 300 square meters. Technically, the first batch would need less than 200 plants, but with plans to expand for the second batch, I figured I'd clear it all in one go. Weeding, tilling, fertilizing, everything I could think of went in. Dry leaves, crushed seashells, animal droppings, and, well, my own contributions. Every bit of fertilizer counts. The failure of my previous rice crop was still fresh in my mind. This time, I wasn't leaving any detail to chance. I divided the field into 7 rows, digging 12-inch deep irrigation channels between each one and lining the sides with stones. I also spent an extra 2 days digging drainage ditches to prevent waterlogging during the rains. Finally, bamboo and weeds teamed up to make a scarecrow, though it turned out crooked and lopsided. So much so that even Kuin barked at it like crazy. The sense of ceremony was non-negotiable. This scarecrow is so intimidating. Even the birds will steer clear of it. I nodded with satisfaction. Everything was ready, and now it was just a waiting game for the potatoes to sprout. Honey crisis. We ran out of honey. I checked the beehive, but the honeycombs weren't quite ready yet. Harvesting too often could stress the colony and cause them to flee. so I decided to raise 2 more colonies. I spent an entire day building 2 new hives and placed them in the backyard. However, after 2 days of searching, I found all the wild hives nestled in precarious cliff faces, way too dangerous to access. Finally, on the 5th day, I located a hive in a lower cliff crevice. Using a woven sack, I managed to collect the whole colony. The downside? My face was swollen for 2 days as a penalty, and Kuin got stung on his nose, which left a red, swollen lump. We're partners in crime now, I chuckled bitterly, patting my swollen face. A pleasant surprise. That same day, my potato tubers sprouted. Delicate green shoots pushed their way out of the sandy soil. I was so excited I almost leaped into the air. Carefully, I gave them a bit of water. Soon, it'd be time to transplant them. On the 6th day, I took Kuin for a walk by the stream where I had attempted to plant rice earlier in the season. The water in the creek had dwindled to a trickle, as thin as a finger. Glancing over at that failed rice paddy, I stopped dead in my tracks. What? 3 rice plants had survived. Their stalks were bent, heads bowed beneath the weight of heavily laden seed heads. Each plant bore about 1 to 200 plump grains of rice. Despite the nearly drying stream, they had persisted and thrived on their own. If I'd known this would happen, I'd have moved all 5 seedlings to a wetter area, I regretted deeply. Losing those 2 plants meant sacrificing 300 or 400 high-quality seeds. I carefully uprooted the survivors, making sure not to lose a single grain. Back at camp, I gently threshed the rice to extract the seeds, which ended up filling about half a small jar. The newly harvested seeds were fresh and healthy, virtually guaranteeing a high germination rate. This time, I vowed to wait for the rainy season. I'd planned better, find land closer to a bigger stream, dig deeper pits, and set up water channels to avoid failure. The rainy season was just 2 or 3 months away. Kuin, my lucky star. Life was looking up. With potatoes and rice both on the horizon, it felt like everything good had started happening the moment Kuin came into my life. You're my lucky star, I smiled, plucking a tiny red flower to tuck behind his ear. Kuin was a small male bear, but oddly enough, he behaved like a dog. He'd lift his leg to pee, always needing to aim at a tree or rock to fire. Clean habits, mostly, always handling his business outside. Except for that one time. I was dead asleep one night and didn't let him out in time. He ended up dropping a big pile right by the door. The next morning, I nearly slipped on it when I got up. Kuin, buddy, next time, bark louder to wake me up. The little bear tilted his head, the red flower bobbing adorably as he looked at me with his goofy charm. With stable food sources in the making and a lovable companion by my side, life on this deserted island didn't seem so bad anymore. It's been such a tough wait. January 10th. The potato shoots finally poked through the soil. Carefully, I dug up the sprouting potato chunks, cradling them as if they were fragile glass. 183 tender sprouts, each one brimming with hope. I dug fist-sized holes, one after another. Placed the potato chunks in, with just the sprouts peeking out above the soil. It's as if they were announcing their grand arrival to the world. 35 potatoes turned into nearly 200 hopeful plants. As for the rotted or shriveled ones, I tossed them into the soil to act as fertilizer. Nothing ever truly goes to waste. 3 days went into building a sturdy fence around my potato field. This is my food supply, my future. No room for carelessness here. January 15th. The rainy season's almost here. Time to prepare for a rice paddy. I found a stream with abundant water flow, surrounded by dense trees on both sides. For the next 10 days, I cleared vegetation and dug channels to divert water. I even built a wooden water gate to control the depth of the water. Last season's failure is still fresh in my mind. The little stream dried up during the drought, and my seedlings withered away from thirst. That won't happen again this time. While up in the mountains harvesting sulfur with Kuin, we stumbled upon something exciting. Hidden beneath the hard soil, near the volcano's crater, were glittering minerals. They're not gold. The color is off. Iron, cobalt, nickel, maybe copper? Doesn't matter for now. I'll bring some back and find out. January 17th. Smashed the ore into pieces, sifted and filtered it down until a small handful of metal particles remained. The earthen kiln burned all morning, and my arms were sore from working the bellows. Once cooled, I pulled out, a chunk of metal that looked like a piece of burnt honeycomb. Its surface was blackened, and although it gave off a crisp sound when tapped, it crumbled with just a little force. Not pure enough. Time for a second attempt. I crushed it again, removed impurities, and fired it up once more. This time, I went all out, packed the kiln full of charcoal, sealed it with yellow clay, leaving only a small vent for air. I worked the bellows like a madman. When my left arm got tired, I switched to my right. The flames shifted from a dull red to pale blue, the temperature climbing higher and higher. By evening, the kiln cracked. Ruined, I kicked the kiln wall. Sparks flew everywhere, and my pants got singed, leaving holes behind. What was I thinking? Should have just used sticks. No time to dwell on it. Inside, the clay bowl was glowing red-hot, the metal inside liquefied. I hadn't prepared a mold. Big mistake. In a panic, I grabbed a bamboo tube. The liquid metal ignited it instantly. Luckily, it was fresh bamboo, still full of moisture. Otherwise, it might have exploded. I rushed to the water tank and dunked the whole thing in. ZSSSHH. A plume of steam rose as the metal cooled. When I fished it out, the bamboo had split, but the metal had solidified into a disc-shaped lump, about the size of 2 coins stacked together, still slightly warm to the touch. I tested it on a rock. Hard, but not as tough as my knife or axe. It's not iron. Iron melts at 1,500 degrees Celsius, way beyond what my kiln can reach. Not silver, tin, or copper either. This mysterious little piece of metal. It's tougher than I thought. Forget it. No point overthinking. As long as I have the tools I need, it's good enough for now. I'll figure out the high-tech stuff after I explore the island more thoroughly. January 28th. Lately, I've been focused on building roads in the woods. If there were a drone above capturing everything, you'd see me carving out pathways in a grid-like hash pattern. 7 roads are done already, unlocking about 1/5 of the forest. I've come across all kinds of surprises: wild ginger, Sichuan peppercorn, star anise, and goji berries. Also found some radishes, wild pineapples, gourd vine leaves, chives, and amaranth. Oh, and 2 chestnut trees. Kuin and I roasted chestnuts and lived on those for a few days. Some of the plants don't seem like they grew here naturally. My guess? Some bird must have dropped seeds from elsewhere, and they just took root. Lucky for me, I made sure to avoid these plants when cutting paths, only picking the ripe fruits. I'm hesitant to transplant them. It's risky, especially since I haven't fully figured out the island's climate yet. The rainy season is coming soon. The potato sprouts are thriving, about a 90% survival rate. They're already more than 10 centimeters tall. I've also started a 3rd beehive. Got my first batch of honey, a small jar, but Kuin ate it like candy, face covered in sweetness, and didn't seem remotely tired of it. Kuin is growing fast. He's about 60 to 70 centimeters tall now and can stand on his hind legs, wobbling around like a drunken fool. I held his paws and spun in circles with him, like we were dancing. Sometimes, he gets excited and lets out a loud roar, scaring me awake during my naps. Xiao Yuer has gotten a lot chubbier, constantly moving his little 3-part lips like he's munching on something. I opened his mouth once, just 2 big front teeth there. Kong is picking up new phrases. He can say Kong, Kuin, Xiao Yuer, and even Zhonglin. One morning, as I was still half asleep, I thought someone was calling me. Turns out it was Kong. Now, every morning, when I say good morning, he echoes it back. I'm starting to feel a bit tired of staying in the rainforest. The humidity, the heat, mosquitoes everywhere, it's unbearable. Even sulfur powder doesn't seem to keep the pests away. So, I decided to work on a mountain trail instead. Right now, it takes 3 full days to reach the summit. Once I finish the trail, it'll be less than a day's hike. February 6th. 11 days later, the mountain trail is done. Now, I can leave in the morning and reach the summit before sunset. You know that old saying, to get rich, build a road? Turns out the ancients weren't wrong. While trailblazing, I came across a goat family, an adult with 2 kids. The adult goat was even larger than a sheep, with long, muscular limbs and sharp horns that looked deadly. I reached for my bow to get ready to fire. Roar! Kuin, that fool, let out a loud roar and scared the goats off before I could shoot. Furious, I smacked him on the head, but he immediately flopped onto the ground, playing the victim, sulking like a big baby. I ended up cuddling his fluffy bare head and comforting him for ages. I also ran into 3 wild boars. Those shiny tusks looked menacing as hell. I quickly grabbed Kuin to stop him from charging in. If he had, there's no way we'd have made it out unscathed. Luckily, the boars didn't seem interested in us. After foraging for a bit, they moved along. February 10th. 10 intersecting roads crisscrossed through the rainforest like veins running through a living organism. But roads alone weren't enough. I needed secure bases. Intersections were prime spots. I cleared a section of land. I scanning the area for thin wood nearby. These shelters didn't need to be fancy, just functional, enough to get me through the night. The humid, sticky air felt like a thick paste, and the ground was so damp you could wring water out of it. Elevated construction was a must. I drove 4 sturdy logs deep into the earth. Half a meter above the ground, crossbeams formed an X, tightly secured with vine. Thin wooden sticks were laid across, base complete. As for walls and a roof, I went with the simplest solution, an A-frame design. Long wooden beams rested against the sides of the structure, forming a triangle when viewed from the side. I sealed up both sides and filled the gaps with mud. Done. The space was just large enough for me and Kunkin. The elevated design spared me the need for a bed. I'd sleep directly on the wooden platform. This type of rough cabin could be built in a single day. Just 6 days later, every junction had its own triangular wood shelter. I even camouflaged them with vines and leaves. Now they blended seamlessly into the jungle. February 17th. Frequent sea breezes and 3 straight days of light rain. It's the prelude to rainy season. My bamboo tile roof couldn't hold up anymore. After enduring the harsh dry season, the bamboo tiles had shrunk and warped. The northeast corner had started leaking. Tiles. Yes, proper tiles. My pottery had held up for over 6 months, except for the one jar I accidentally broke. The rest were still intact. Yellow clay is the perfect material. But first, I needed a new kiln. The old one broke when I used it for smelting iron. This time, I'd build a behemoth, a round-earth kiln with a 2-meter diameter. I laid flat stones into a circular wall and coated them with yellow clay. 1 layer of stones, 1 layer of clay, stacking until it was a meter high. A thick outer coating of yellow clay was added. The internal structure remained the same, 40 centimeters off the ground. I created an upper and lower chamber with vent holes for fire. This beast would have 3 separate feeding mouths for fuel. It needed several days to dry, giving me just enough time to prepare clay tile molds. I fashioned a rectangular mold using 4 wooden planks, 40 by 30 centimeters. I sprinkled dry yellow clay on the base to prevent sticking, then packed and smoothed wet clay into the mold. After demolding, I used a bamboo tube to press an arc onto the longer edges, allowing the tiles to overlap seamlessly and let rainwater flow off. They had to be just 1 centimeter thick, too thick, and they'd crush the wooden beams. A 50 square meter wooden structure? In the wilderness, that's practically a mansion. Imagine a space 3 or 4 times the size of your bedroom. In just 2 days, countless clay tiles were done. February 21st. The kiln had dried completely, and the unfired clay tiles were neatly arranged. This massive kiln could only fire about 1/3 of them at a time. Can you even imagine how many I've made? Wait, my original air blower was like using a toothpick to stir a cauldron compared to this new kiln. After half a day, a new, larger air blower was ready to go. 3 days later, the first batch of tiles was out of the kiln. 1/3 of the 2 were intact. The rest were either shattered or cracked. Starting from the highest point, the tiles were layered 1 by 1, 6 on each side. Add in the wooden roof, and the structure was instantly upgraded from a Stone Age hut to a Han Dynasty masterpiece. February 22nd. Clear skies, not a cloud in sight. I held Kuin's leash as we paved a road heading west through the sugarcane fields. Suddenly, the view opened up. A vast green meadow stretched out before me, and in the distance, a crystal-clear, sapphire-blue lake glittered under the sunlight. Stunning. Simply breathtaking. The lake's surface was smooth as glass, reflecting the blue sky and fluffy white clouds above. The surrounding grassy plains swayed gently with the breeze. To the north, hills began to rise, while the southern terrain was more intricate and uneven. I led Kuin up the hill to the north. Wow. It was like stepping into a living landscape painting. Bright azure skies, drifting clouds, and a tranquil mirror-like lake below. Willow trees swayed gracefully, and goats wandered freely across the lush grass. The sky is vast, the wilds expansive, and sheep and cattle appear as the wind brushes the grass. Two major discoveries: a freshwater lake, goat territory. Overwhelmed with excitement, I rushed down the hill with Kuan Kuan. He romped through the grass, sending the goats scurrying in every direction. The lake's water was so crystal clear that you could see straight to the bottom. Clear water means no fish. Nonsense. Large fish, swimming in groups of 3 or 5, were plainly visible. It was paradise, a sanctuary teeming with life. Freshwater shrimp, snails, wild rabbits, swans, ducks, brilliantly colored mandarin ducks. But wait, who knows? There might just be a jaguar lurking behind a patch of grass, ready to pounce. I grew alert, retreating to an area with a better view of my surroundings. These natural-born predators wouldn't reveal themselves so easily. I regretted not bringing my bow. I circled half the lake, scanning for any suspicious driftwood. Nothing. Chances were, there were no crocodiles here. That put me at ease slightly, because I'd definitely be coming here often to fish. Kuan Kuan loves freshwater fish. At the entrance, I cleared out the surrounding wild grass, expanding the view to ensure safety. I worked until nightfall before stopping, spending the night in the nearby A-frame wooden hut. This place is perfect for habitation, but there's no rush. My current camp provides a steady food supply: rockfish, ocean fish, and a potato field that's almost ready for harvest. Once I fully explore this area, I'll consider moving. February 25th. It took 3 days to finish the road to Swan Lake. Yes, I gave it a romantic name. I even built another A-frame wooden hut near the entrance. February 26th. I caught a 7 to 8 pound carp. Freshwater fish aren't as aggressive as ocean fish. They nibble cautiously at the bait, testing it lightly. Without a fishing float, I was fortunate the lake water was so clear, I could see the precise moment the carp took the hook. Most of this fish ended up in Kuan Kuan's belly. Interestingly, Kuan Kuan loves freshwater fish, while bear prefers saltwater fish. Perhaps wild animals naturally seek out salt to balance their diets. Speaking of bear, 2 weeks ago, it appeared out of nowhere. Ignoring me entirely, it headed straight for Kuan Kuan. The two bears sniffed each other. After recognizing each other, they nestled in closeness. Big Bear kept nudging Kuan Kuan's injured leg, as if inspecting the wound. As the sun dipped westward, Big Bear got up and started walking north, with Kuan Kuan following behind. 100 meters, my heart panicked. Kuan Kuan, where are you going? Kuan Kuan paused and turned to look back. Big Bear stopped too, letting out a low growl, like she was saying, "Son, come with me." Kuan Kuan hesitated between me and Big Bear. Kuan Kuan, time to come home. Dinner's ready. I don't know if he understood the words or if our bond was just that strong, but in the end, Kuan Kuan ran back to me. Big Bear stood frozen in place, watching Kuan Kuan leave, then turned and slowly disappeared into the northern woods. As I watched her fade into the trees, I felt a pang of guilt. But Kuan Kuan, I could never let him go. Don't worry, Big Bear. I'll take good care of the little one. Come visit anytime, and there's plenty of salty fish waiting for you. February 27th. The rainy season is approaching. I've set up a new storage shed next to the cabin. The old storage is completely packed. Food and charcoal are crammed together, everything covered in that annoying black soot. I'm burning 3 kills of wood at once. The traditional earth mound method might be primitive, but it works well. Once this batch of charcoal is done, it'll last us at least 6 months. February 28th. The tide ebbed away, revealing jagged reefs resembling a row of fierce teeth. Kuan Kuan, the goofball, got his leg stuck in a crevice between the rocks. It took all my strength to get him out. Fortunately, his leg was fine, though he howled in pain so loud it must have carried 3 miles. February 29th. The grass around Swan Lake has grown waist-high, rolling like a green ocean. I need to carve a path through this wilderness. 3 days. It took a full 3 days. I alternated between a machete and a shovel, cutting and digging to force open a 2-meter-wide trail straight from the forest entrance to the lake's shore. I gathered smooth pebbles to pave the path and put up basic wooden fencing on both sides. Only a path like this is worthy of Swan Lake's beauty. The lakeside has vast grass fields, with wild blades growing wide and tall. Swinging my machete, I felt like a grim reaper harvesting lives, but I only cut the top 30 centimeters, leaving the grass roots to keep growing. Mehan. Every now and then, the sound of goats bleating came from the tall grass, followed by the rapid clatter of hooves. These creatures are craftier than rabbits. Before I even catch a glimpse, they dart off in a flash. March 5th. 3 acres. I cleared a full 3 acres of open land beside Swan Lake, landscaping it as meticulously as a French garden. This will be the site of my new villa, grander and sturdier than the current cabin. There's no rush this time. I can take my time gathering materials and refining the design. New plan: Monday, Wednesday, and Friday are roadwork days. Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday are for gathering supplies. Sunday is a rest day. Today, I built a small fishing pier by the lake, with railings on all sides. It's destined to become a perfect fishing retreat. March 6th. March 6th. Those goats bleating mama make my mouth water. I decided to dismantle all the useless traps on the mountainside. They were set at terrible spots and couldn't even catch a rabbit. I moved them down to the grassland and added 2 more using vines. Now I've got 9 traps working all together. Meat is going to be back on the menu soon. March 7th. The heavy rain started last night and didn't let up until tonight. Kuan, Xiao Yuer, Kong Kong, and I huddled inside the cabin, enjoying a rare moment of peace and quiet. March 9th. The rain finally stopped, and guess what? I found another coconut crab on the beach. It's smaller than the last one, but the taste? Absolutely divine. I used the biggest leaf I could find as a makeshift pot. I cracked open a coconut, leaving the shell partially intact, tossed in chunks of crab meat, added coconut milk, shaved coconut flesh, a pinch of salt, and a few drops of lemon juice, then covered it with a lid to let it simmer. When it was done, the aroma was mouth-watering, tangy, sweet, savory, and just out of this world. Where do these big guys hide all year? I've been on this island for nearly a year now and have only managed to catch 2, both after the rain. Still craving more, I dragged Kuan to the mangroves in the afternoon to feed my crab addiction. Low tide is the best time to catch crabs. The mangrove forest is as enchanting as ever, like something straight out of Harry Potter's magical world, with its roots crisscrossing and digging deep into the mud. I've become a bit of a pro at catching blue crabs. Grab them by the back legs, and their big claws can't get to you. Kuan has learned his lesson too. After being pinched last time, he now sticks to watching from a safe distance. I couldn't resist teasing him, waving a crab in his face, which sent him scampering off in a panic. Is this guy a bear or a scaredy dog? Covered in mud, I finally caught 8 large blue crabs, 4 males and 4 females. The males are loaded with springy, jelly-like crab flesh, while the females are bursting with rich, flavorful roe, both amazing in their own ways. Just as we were about to head back to camp, a wild chicken caught my eye. Its metallic, shimmering feathers and bright red comb made it look like it came straight out of an art piece. It was so focused on pecking at clams that it didn't notice me at first. I picked up a stone, planning to sneak attack, but the darn thing noticed me just in time. It puffed itself up, ready to fight. Kuan let out a loud roar and charged at it. And in a flurry of flapping wings, the wild chicken disappeared into the sky, leaving only a few feathers drifting down. March 10th. First thing in the morning, I grabbed my bow and headed back to the mangroves, hoping to find that cocky wild chicken from yesterday. Too bad the tide hadn't gone out yet, and the mud was still hiding everything. By noon, I was chopping wood to haul back to Swan Lake. On the way through some tall grass, I suddenly heard frantic cries. Masai, 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 Masai. It was coming from where I'd set the traps. I crouched low and pushed aside the grass while Kuan excitedly followed close behind, moving like we were a pair of thieves sneaking into someone's sweet potato stash. This guy has been growing fast lately. He's already up to my chin when he stands. His limbs are thick like tree trunks, paws the size of palm fronds, and tusks sharp and long. And there it was, a fully grown male goat caught by the hind leg in one of the traps, nervously circling. Wow, that's a huge goat. I swallowed hard. Nearly a year of eating rabbits, and little Jerry has me bored to tears. Now, such a massive piece of mutton is right in front of me. But those huge curved horns are enough to make me hesitate. Sharper than my spear. Today I only brought an axe. I'll need to head back for proper weapons. I dragged an eager and restless Kuin, my bear companion, away. This guy doesn't understand danger. Those horns could kill him. 2 hours round trip, and I'm breathless and worn out by the time we make it back. Luckily, the mountain goat is still there. It looks exhausted, its hind legs hanging weakly. I've brought a bow, some arrows, and a machete. Shooting it would be wasteful. Plus, it would ruin the nice hide. I decide on the machete. One clean slash to the neck should do the job. The goat doesn't look threatening, which eases my nerves. That was my fatal mistake. I raised the machete and approached, imitating the stance of a samurai. The goat didn't seem to react. Confidently, I stepped closer, lunged forward with my blade, aiming straight for its neck. In a flash, the goat moved. It bent low, angling its horns, and charged at me like lightning. Smooth and deadly. I was caught completely off guard. Gay. A sharp, numbing pain shot through my thigh, making me lose my balance instantly. I hadn't even felt pain yet, just realization hitting me like a sledgehammer. I'm screwed. I desperately swung my machete at its neck, but my stance was off, and it merely grazed the skin, leaving a shallow cut. The goat knocked me to the ground and backed up a few meters, preparing for another charge. This time, its target was my abdomen. Roar! A flash of black. Kuin sprang into action. I'd never seen him like this. Baring his fangs, he leapt and bit down on the goat's neck, tackling it to the ground. His sharp teeth tore through the flesh as he shook his head violently, a wild, guttural snarl emerging from his throat. I couldn't even focus on the fight. Blood was streaming from a gaping wound on the outside of my thigh. It was deep. Lucky for me, the goat's horn wasn't perfectly shaped, or it would have pierced clean through. If that had happened, I'd either be dead on the spot or bleed to death right here. I ripped off my vest and tied it around the wound as tightly as I could. The pain was excruciating, and cold sweat poured down my face. Since landing on this island, I'd never been this seriously injured. But the bleeding wouldn't stop. Kuin's fight wasn't over either. The bleeding didn't let up, but I couldn't just sit there. I dragged myself up, limping on one leg. Kuin was starting to lose ground. The juvenile bear's initial attack had been ferocious, but his stamina was already wearing thin. The goat was getting back on its feet, muscles bulging, its hooves scraping deep into the dirt. Kuin. With a burst of adrenaline, I rushed forward with my injured leg, thrusting the machete straight into the goat's neck. Blood gushed like a fountain. The goat thrashed violently, splattering blood all over the ground. I pulled Kuin away as he continued to claw and bite furiously, retreating to give us some distance. 10 minutes. A full 10 minutes of agonizing death throes. Finally, the goat's eyes dimmed, and its head drooped lifelessly. I collapsed onto the ground, waves of fear crashing over me. An herbivore, a mere grass-eating creature, had fought back so ferociously at death's door, unleashing such terrifying power. As expected, even a rabbit will bite when cornered, let alone a fully grown mountain goat. I checked Kuin. His mouth was covered in blood, but it was all from the goat. The little guy wasn't hurt. I, however, paid the price with one leg. I need to get back to the campsite immediately to treat the wound. An infection would be the end of me. The goat weighs at least 100 pounds, and with this injured leg, carrying it is out of the question. The only option, I untied the trap rope, looped one end around the goat's neck and the other around my waist, and found a sturdy stick to use as a makeshift crutch. Thus began a grueling journey back. Kuin followed quietly behind me, occasionally glancing back at the goat's carcass with a wary look, as if worried it might suddenly come back to life. The state we were in. It's fair to say we looked absolutely wretched, covered in mud, leaves, and dried grass. I hobbled along like some character from folklore, the lame hunter and the watchful puppy. For hours. It took me 4 long, torturous hours to drag a 100-pound goat back to the campsite. Night was falling. No time to rest. I had to deal with the wound first. Boiled water for cleaning, peeled off the dried blood scabs. The wound was faintly red and clearly inflamed. Salt. Pain seared through my entire body as my fist pounded against the ground. Tears welled up in my eyes. For all my efforts to hold them back, they betrayed me. After catching my breath, I sprinkled some anti-inflammatory powder into the wound and swallowed a dose of antibiotics. Time to process the spoils. I struggled to skin the goat. This hide had nearly cost me my life. I later dried it out and used it as a mattress for Kuin. Then, gutting the animal. The organs were edible. As for the less useful parts, I hacked them into pieces and tossed them into the potato field as fertilizer. An hour later, the goat was completely dismantled. I sparked a fire with my magnesium rod. I didn't have the strength left to rub sticks together. Only in critical moments would I use the magnesium. That plan proved to be a wise decision. With such a large amount of goat meat, proper preservation was crucial. The salt was running low, and with it raining so frequently these days, curing and air drying would lead to quicker spoilage. I thought of another method, smoking the meat. The old storage shed had excellent insulation, perfect for turning it into a smokehouse. I lit up fresh branches, dried bamboo, and charcoal, filling the space with thick smoke. I cut the meat into portions, lightly salted them, and hung them from the ceiling. Closing the door, the smoke drifted out through the cracks, curling up into the sky. For the next 7 days, I'd smoke the meat for 3 to 4 hours a day. Only this could ensure it would last long enough. Darkness enveloped us. Finally, time to enjoy a well-deserved feast. The goat's hind legs, tenderloin, head, and even the rich, thick fat, I would render it into tallow, which has countless uses. I scored the goat leg and placed it over a makeshift grill, sprinkling crushed Sichuan pepper, star anise, and coarse salt over it. I kept flipping and rotating the meat as its aroma began to permeate the air. For the tenderloin, I decided on pot roast, similar to Xinjiang-style clay jar meat. Cutting the meat into chunks, I filled a clay pot with water and added wild ginger, peppercorns, star anise, dried chili, lemon slices, and diced radishes. These were flavors I normally rationed carefully, but tonight I wanted to go all out. Cover the pot and let it simmer, 2 whole pots of stew cooking away. Kuen's appetite is something else. The scent of roasted lamb leg hit me first. It was a familiar yet distant aroma, the unmistakable smell of grilled lamb skewers. My eyes almost watered. I couldn't hold back any longer. I sliced off a piece of the roasted meat, ignoring the heat, and popped it into my mouth. The meat was a bit tough, but the rich, savory flavor, with a trace of grassy earthiness, danced across my taste buds. True happiness in life is often this simple. Kuin had been staring at the lamb leg for ages, sitting beside me like an oversized dog. The moment I took my first bite, he couldn't contain himself any longer. Whine. Take it easy, little buddy, I said, chewing the lamb. You'll get your share. I cut off a large chunk and handed it over. Kuin snatched it in one gulp, devouring it in a matter of moments. His bare eyes lit up, and he started whining again, urging me for more. He'd earned it, so I wasn't going to hold back. Cutting the meat with this half-meter-long machete was unwieldy, though. I wished I had a sharp little knife instead. When I've healed up, I'll look into crafting a proper blade for more. Half an hour later, the entire lamb leg was gone, mostly into Kuen's belly. The tenderloins simmering away in the clay pots should be ready by now. I wasn't that hungry, so I let them stew a bit longer for an even softer texture. Over the fire, there were 3 clay pots, 2 for the meat, 1 for rendering mutton fat. I opened the pot with the fat, which had already melted into a bubbling, golden pool. Charred bits floated inside, sizzling away. I fished them out and let the fat continue to render. Mutton fat could be used for cooking or making candles. Every night, the cabin plunged into darkness since I was wary of lighting a fire indoors. The risk of carbon monoxide poisoning wasn't worth it. But with candles, everything would change. I could work on projects at night, or even make a lantern. Speaking of the dark, there was this one time when I had an upset stomach and had to stumble out to the toilet in the middle of the night. I used a burning stick for light, but by the time I'd been out there for a while, the wind snuffed out the flame. Suddenly, I was plunged into pitch blackness. And then, out of nowhere, I felt a furry paw land on my shoulder. Half my soul nearly escaped from my body. Childhood horror stories flooded my mind. The ones where wolves would rest a paw on travelers' shoulders, and the moment you turned around, they'd go straight for your throat. I bolted, pants unfastened, dashing back to the cabin with something fast on my heels. When I finally turned around at the door, It was just Kuin, the big goof. What was he even doing following me to the toilet in the middle of the night? By the time the mutton fat was fully rendered, the clay pot tenderloins were done too. I opened the lid, and the fragrant aroma hit me like a warm hug. I poked the meat with my chopsticks. It was so tender it practically fell apart. Picking up a piece, I blew on it to cool it down before slipping it into my mouth. It melted on my tongue instantly, rich, fresh, and full of umami. A sip of the broth followed, savory, hot, with a faint gamey undertone. The warmth spread from my stomach all the way to my fingertips, as if even my wounds were healing faster. One pot for me, one pot for Kuin. I was going to give him more, but after overindulging earlier, he'd stuffed himself to capacity. He let out a few loud, satisfied belches, which startled me at first. I thought he was choking. I rushed to pat him on the back. Back. It looked up at me with a puzzled expression on its face. Why are you patting me instead of eating properly? Seeing its round belly, I dared not give it more food. This meal lasted deep into the night. The island was utterly silent except for an occasional hoo-hoo from a distant forest owl and the crackling of the fire. Kuin finished eating, swayed back to its den, and collapsed into sleep instantly. It was honestly envy-inducing how quickly this guy could fall asleep. As for me, I was too stuffed to sleep. Taking a look at my wound, I noticed it was slightly red and swollen. Oh no, lamb is inflammatory. Having just gotten injured, then stuffing myself with lamb like this? Am I out of my mind? And just like that, sleep became even more impossible. But I can't entirely blame myself. Anyone who's gone a year without properly eating meat would probably also throw caution to the wind when faced with a meal like this. Medical resources on this island are limited, and I was running low on medications. If an infection sets in, that's big trouble. I quickly downed some anti-inflammatories and antibiotics. Lamb is officially off the menu tomorrow. Unable to sleep, I decided to keep busy. Tossing more wood onto the fire, I started making candles. I cut a small bamboo segment with joints intact and poured in semi-solid lamb fat. Rolling up some bark and dried grass into a fine strand, I made it into a wick, leaving just a short piece sticking out. Lighting it, success. It burned steadily, with a faint hint of lamb aroma. Bringing it indoors, the hut was instantly imbued with a warm, soft glow. Kuin's nose twitched a couple of times, and it licked its lips. This guy was probably dreaming about eating lamb again. However, there was a problem with the bamboo container. As the oil level dropped, the flames sank deeper inside. The thick bamboo walls wouldn't catch fire, and the light inside dimmed as it couldn't escape. Thinking it over for a while, an ancient oil lamp. If I fire up a clay lamp, wouldn't that solve everything? Indeed, it was time to sleep. I can't believe I didn't think of such a simple solution earlier. Lying down, exhaustion washed over me like a tide, and I quickly drifted off to sleep. Today, I traded an injured leg for a feast. Honestly, totally worth it. March 11th. By the time sunlight streamed through the cracks of the wooden hut onto my face, it was already noon. Kuin, this lazy bear, had slept longer than ever, sprawled on its back with its belly facing up and its limbs spread wide, snoring thunderously. That lamb feast from last night must have really done a number on it. Good morning. A crisp voice rang out. Kong was perched on my stomach, tilting its little head, its sparkly black bean-like eyes full of curiosity. Good morning, little guy. I smiled, sitting up and fed it 2 bamboo worms. The wound had already scabbed over, and the swelling was gone. While I couldn't handle heavy labor, basic movement was no longer an issue. My supplies were well stocked. Dried salted fish, snake jerky, banana chips piled in the corners, 2 large jars of golden honey, and 6 fat rabbits in the hutch. Even if I stayed put to heal for 10 days or half a month, I wouldn't go hungry. In the smoking shed, I lit fresh branches. Dense smoke rose, slowly enveloping the lamb meat hanging from the beams. This would now be my daily task, smoking these cuts until they turned into long-lasting preserved meat. Preserving cured bacon for months. I leaned on a wooden cane as I made my way to the cool shelter. Those little clay pots were becoming such a hassle. It took 3 or 4 just to cook a lamb stew. It was time to upgrade my tools. More importantly, I wanted to make personalized eating bowls for Kuin, Xiao Yuer, and Kong. Watching them munch on the ground always felt like something was missing. Ritual. The clay shifted forms in my hands: round pots, flat-bottomed pans, soup pots, bowls of all sizes, water jars. The new kiln was spacious, big enough to fire over 20 pieces in one go. With the leftover clay, I even sculpted two terracotta warriors. Though they came out lopsided and hardly human-shaped, they still counted as my little island's first art pieces, proudly displayed on the table. March 15th. Now, right outside Kong Kong and Ewers dens lay beautifully crafted clay bowls. For Kuan Kuan, I set his bowl near the outdoor fire pit. His eating habits were just too wild. Food scraps would fly 3 meters in every direction. My new lounge chair was finally done. Made of woven bamboo strips with a perfect curve, it cradled me like a cocoon. Compared to the old wobbly, squeaky chair, this was heaven in comparison. The scabs on my wound had fully hardened, and walking was nearly painless. I'd stopped taking antibiotics, but still avoided heavy labor. March 16th. The grapevine hung heavy with fruit, the purple clusters gleaming like jewels under the sunlight. Wine. The idea hit me like a bolt of lightning. I plucked a basket full of grapes, giving them a gentle rinse, careful not to scrub away the white residue, which was natural yeast. After sterilizing the clay jar with boiling water, I tossed the grapes in and mashed them with a bamboo stick. I'd thought about going full French vineyard and stomping the grapes barefoot, but one look at my grimy nails and another peek at Kuan Kuan's dirt-streaked bare paws made me shudder. Bamboo stick it was. I mixed the grapes and sugar in a 7-to-3 ratio, using my homemade brown sugar and being a little heavy-handed, just in case the sweetness wasn't enough. After mixing it all thoroughly, I sealed the jar with a wooden lid and a thick layer of yellow clay. In 40 days, I'd have my first homemade batch of grape wine. Note: homemade wine can potentially contain harmful substances. Do not attempt to replicate this process. Life was getting tastier by the day. Plenty of food, a cozy shelter, and my 3 loyal companions. Once I fully recovered, my plan was to explore every corner of the island and eventually build a boat to investigate the mysterious neighboring isle in the distance. Maybe there would be people there, maybe not. But I hadn't given up hope of leaving, even if I'd fallen in love with this land. March 15th. The scab on my wound finally came off, leaving behind a faint pink scar. There was no pain anymore, even when I engaged my leg muscles. I threw myself back into work, resuming road repairs and continuing to improve my Swan Lake base. As for those killer, wild goats, I decided to leave them in peace for now. Still, I noticed several of the females had distended bellies. Once the lambs are born, maybe we can catch a few to domesticate. March 20th. After 2 days of heavy rain, the skies finally cleared today. No wind, perfect for heading out to sea. Reports of leopards have become more frequent near the South Road construction. Even though they seem relatively restrained, I'm staying well away from the garbage beach to the southwest. Today, I decided to explore the north instead. Gear: 3 days of food and water, a hiking pack, a bow and arrows, and a machete. At high tide, Kuan Kuan and I pushed the bamboo raft into the water and headed northwest. This trip went surprisingly smoothly. By sunset, we landed on that same garbage-strewn beach again. The tides had taken away some old items but brought new treasures ashore: plastic bottles, leaky metal buckets, foam, fishing net floats. I gathered them all up. Could be useful for future raft building. Thank goodness, the urn wasn't there anymore. At the forest's edge, I came across a Chinese hackberry tree. Its fruit was as sweet as honey, though the yield was sparse. The tree wasn't very large, so I dug it up entirely to transplant later by the cabin. That night, beside the campfire, Kuan Kuan's body heat gave me a comforting sense of security. The only downside: his snoring could wake the dead. The next morning, stretching lazily, I suddenly froze. The beach was covered in what looked like massive boulders moving slowly. Sea turtles. Hundreds of them, enormous ones. Taking advantage of the high tide, they had come ashore to lay eggs. Some were digging pits, others were carefully covering their eggs. Each one was about the size of a millstone, and the largest must have weighed nearly 600 pounds. When I approached, they weren't even scared of me and just kept to their work. Sea turtles are so adorable. How could anyone justify eating one? Half an hour later, our bamboo raft now had an extra, properly dressed sea turtle aboard, and my backpack was packed full of turtle eggs. The one I brought back was the smallest I could lift, and still, it weighed nearly 400 pounds. Kuin and I had already sampled the eggs. They were impossibly tender, and even raw, they lacked any fishy smell, tasting as sweet as honey. The draft line on the raft sank significantly lower, and with Kuin's hefty bear-like physique, paddling back was exhausting. By nightfall, we finally returned to camp. Before the full tide came in, I struggled immensely to haul everything ashore. I really need to make a handcart. This turtle, though 400 pounds, yielded only 120 to 150 pounds of meat after removing the shell. I roasted the hind legs over the fire and diced the belly meat for soup. 2 hours later, the aroma was unimaginable. Since sea turtles are a protected species, I won't elaborate on the taste to avoid encouraging anyone to break the law. All I'll say is that it was the freshest, most delicious meat I've tasted on this island. The moonlight spilled like water as I worked overnight to preserve the remaining turtle meat, salting and hanging it in the smokehouse. The lamb we smoked days ago had already turned into golden, glossy cured meat, so mouth-watering just to look at. Tomorrow, the exploration continues. This island still holds so many secrets. So many secrets waiting to be discovered. March 22nd. After breakfast, I planted the jujube sapling I brought back from West Beach yesterday next to the potato field. Looking out, the potato plants stood tall like little trees, their leaves lush and vibrant. In just a few more days, once the stems and leaves turn yellow, the underground potatoes will be ready for harvest. Staring at this thriving, lively scene, I felt a wave of optimism. Surviving suddenly felt full of hope again. The rainy season has arrived. Streams are now trickling through the cracks in the rocks, and the once wilted plants have perked up, standing proudly again. It's time to plant rice. In the afternoon, I carried a clay jar full of golden rice seeds to the rice field. The water supply here is abundant. Even in the dry season, no shortage. With all the confidence gained from growing potatoes, I scattered all the rice seeds into the field. As usual, I stuck a scarecrow in the ground. Whether it works or not is debatable, but so far, the potato field doesn't attract any birds. March 23rd. I took Kuin to Swan Lake for some fishing. When passing the tree with the beehive, I froze. A brown bear was climbing up, using all 4 limbs. Not Big Bear. This guy was smaller, and its fur color was different. I had to admire its bravery. The hive was built so high, and those branches didn't look sturdy at all. The brown bear had climbed more than halfway up when Kuin and I stood watching from a safe distance. 10 minutes later, it finally reached the hive, swiping at it with its claws. Whomp! The hive crashed to the ground, its honeycombs spilling out everywhere. Golden honey glistened in the sunlight. I stared at the pile of honey, tempted to dart over and grab some for myself. But I resisted. I already owned 3 beehives. No need to stoop that low. Tree-climbing bear hurriedly scrambled down the tree, glancing back as it descended. The moment it hit the ground, it rushed to the hive, plopped down on its rear, and began clutching the honeycomb, chomping away. Honey dribbled down its mouth, and it didn't even spit out the wax. In just 5 or 6 minutes, it had devoured the entire hive. Then it lay on the ground licking the honey, even swallowing some dirt in the process. I turned to Kuin and thought, "You see this? Sticking with me ain't so bad, huh? Look at him. He's starving to the point of eating dirt." Just as tree-climbing bear was about to leave, Kuin suddenly bolted toward it. I was stunned. The brown bear turned around and noticed Kuin, then saw me. It froze, its expression filled with confusion. Thankfully, it didn't attack us. Kuin ran up to it, and the 2 bears began sniffing each other, just like dogs. Once they confirmed they were compatriots, the tension eased significantly. But the bear kept side-eyeing me from time to time, as if thinking, "What the heck is this 2-legged creature?" After they played around for quite a while, I grew impatient and called Kuin back so we could get moving. We finally arrived at Swan Lake, only to spot another bear from afar. What's up with all the bears today? I usually don't see any, but now it's 2 in one day. This one was obviously an adult. The bear, massive in size, exudes an aura of dominance even from a distance. I grabbed Kuin's hand, urging caution as we observed from afar. The bear was fishing. It stood in the shallow water, its hind legs submerged while its front paws were poised and motionless. 10 minutes passed, and suddenly, splash! Its front paw struck into the water with incredible speed, and with an open maw, it clamped down on a thrashing fish. The large fish flailed wildly in its mouth, but it was no match for the bear. The fishing bear carried its fresh catch northward, heading in the same direction as the bear we encountered earlier. Both seemed to be headed toward the mountains. I guess their den might be up there in the higher ground. My curiosity got the better of me. I decided to follow. Like a scout on a mission, I crouched low, keeping my movement stealthy, pulling Kuin along behind me. This bear was too large to lose sight of. It was an obvious target. It moved steadily northwest while the terrain beneath our feet grew steeper. The dirt path turned rockier with every step. About 30 minutes later, we came upon a scattered field of rocks piled at the base of a cliff. The fishing bear began climbing, skillfully leaping between rocks, nimble as a real-life kung fu panda. 15 minutes later, it disappeared into a large crevice between two massive stones. So that's where they live. The spot was perfect, hidden, shielded from the wind and rain. I noticed other similar rock crevices in the area, and farther east on the cliff face, there was an ominous black cave. My curiosity flared again, but I realized I wasn't properly equipped today. I decided to return tomorrow. Back at Swan Lake, I fished from the same spot where the fishing bear had been. I managed to catch a carp and a silver carp, the latter weighing a good 20 pounds. That evening, I started crafting lighting tools. Some of the pottery I'd fired earlier included two shallow lamps shaped like small dishes with a raised stub for holding wicks. I also made a hollow spherical clay lantern, secured with twisted bark fiber ropes and a bamboo handle. When I lit it, the results were abysmal. The light was dim, and the flame was snuffed out at the slightest breeze. Ugh, what a useless contraption, I grumbled, hurling the lantern aside. In the end, I went back to the basics. Torches. I wrapped dry grass and vines around wooden sticks, coated them in sheep fat, and set them ablaze. They burned bright, withstood the wind, and each torch lasted about 15 minutes, more than enough. March 24th. Morning. Armed with a bow, machete, torches, and a magnesium stick for fire starting, I set out with Kuin to explore the cave. 2 hours later, standing at the mouth of the cave, I froze. The pitch-black entrance loomed before us, standing even taller than I was, its depth swallowing all the light. A primal fear of the unknown darkness crept over me, and I hesitated. Just then, Kuin yanked out of his leash and darted inside. Kuin, come back, I shouted. The mischievous little cub completely ignored me, vanishing into the void within moments. Suddenly, roar! Kuin let out a low growl, followed by the unmistakable sounds of a fierce struggle. My heart sank. If the cave was home to a large predator, Kuin, still a juvenile bear, didn't stand a chance. There was no time to think. I struck a torch alight and rushed inside. The flickering fire cast chaotic shadows on the rocky walls, making the dark cave even more daunting. The cave in the forest was even more terrifying. A foul, bloody odor filled the air. There was definitely something living here. A bear? A leopard? Or something even worse? Kuin's roars fell silent. Only faint rustling sounds remained. My mind went blank with a loud buzz. Was Kuin dead? Was that beast tearing into his flesh? Blood surged to my head. I don't have kids, but during this time, Kuin was my child. Kuin. I gripped my machete tight and charged in recklessly. "Ea!" I screamed as I rushed into the cave, machete trembling in my hand. My backpack and bow were tossed to the ground. I didn't need them now. All I needed was rage and bloodlust. The light of the torch tore through the darkness. The cave wasn't deep. After just a few steps, I turned the corner and froze. 2 brown bears were licking each other's fur. The smaller one was Kuin. The giant one, damn it, it was Bear Big. 6 eyes locked. 3 seconds. Dead silence. Clang. My machete hit the ground. Both bears tilted their heads, staring at me, looking like they were thinking, "What are you doing? Why were you yelling like that a moment ago?" My courage, like a popped balloon, deflated all at once. Blood pressure pounded in my head, leaving me lightheaded and drained of strength. Bear Big gave me an unimpressed glance before resuming the fur-licking session. Didn't even bother to say, "Make yourself at home." Nice. The stench in the cave was suffocating, reeking of something like rotten fish. The ground was layered with dry leaves, scattered with fish bones everywhere. In one corner, there was half a rotting fish head. The torchlight illuminated the walls. Wait, what was that shimmering? Diamonds? I scratched at the surface with my fingernail. It felt soft. Not diamonds. The smell was overwhelming. So I backed up to the cave entrance and gulped fresh air. If only I had my phone. Check it out, everyone. Behind me is the lavish den of some brown bears. What's inside? That's right, 2 bears. Out of boredom, I went back to examining the crystalline stuff on the walls. It was grayish-white, super lightweight, kind of like plaster. I rubbed 2 pieces together and sparks flew. Saltpeter. It's saltpeter. My heart started pounding. This was gold, metaphorically speaking. Saltpeter was incredibly useful. It could make ice and, more importantly, gunpowder. With gunpowder, who'd be afraid of leopards or bears? Not to mention, saltpeter is a medicinal ingredient too. It clears heat, relieves constipation, and could definitely help cope with this awful humid weather. This is big. Huge. Rich's baby. I immediately started excavating at Bear Big's doorstep. The machete tore into the walls, rock bits flying everywhere. Roar! Bear Big came running out with a dumbfounded expression, staring at me as I vandalized its front door. It was probably thinking, is this guy tearing down my house? Should I bite him? I froze on the spot, hands trembling as I realized I already had over a pound of saltpeter on the ground. Okay, let's test it first. If it turns out not to be saltpeter, I'd really have just trashed their house for nothing. Sorry about that. Seems like there's plenty of saltpeter in the nearby soil. Fantastic. No need to keep tearing down Bear Big's house anymore. Wouldn't want it to get mad and take a bite out of me one day for revenge. March 25th. Today's mission, make black powder. In the shade of the hut, 3 small piles of raw materials are right in front of me. Charcoal, sulfur, and saltpeter. I smashed them into powder with stones. Every time I hit the saltpeter, sparks flew everywhere, and the intense burning smell choked me. No choice but to go a bit lighter. After hours of painstaking work, all the materials were finally ready. The formula goes: 1 part sulfur, 2 parts saltpeter, 3 parts charcoal. I measured them with a bamboo tube. 1 portion sulfur, 2 portions saltpeter, 3 portions charcoal. Mixed it thoroughly. Time to ignite. Sizzle hiss. That's it. A slow, dull burn, more like a lame sparkler. Something was definitely off. Back to testing. I spent the entire morning working on ratios and almost singed my eyebrows off. But at last, I figured it out. 75% saltpeter, 15% charcoal, 10% sulfur. I ran out of saltpeter again and had to go dig more from Bear Big's spot. I even brought it a dried fish, payment for its demolition fees. March 26th. Saltpeter is too volatile to smash dry, so I watered it down and kneaded the mixture like clay. Split it into 8 chunks, each the size of a fist, and set them out to dry on leaves. March 27th. The gunpowder dried. The texture feels like charcoal briquettes. Carefully grounded into powder, it's exactly like the black powder from the firecrackers I used as a kid. Next, crafted a mini bomb, a bamboo tube packed with powder with a DIY grass twine fuse about 30 centimeters long. Lit the fuse, ran like crazy. The fuse fizzled out. Relit. It's gonna work this time. Ran a good dozen steps away. Boom. The earth-shaking blast left my ears ringing. I got blown clear off my feet, with cooin screaming from inside the hut and the ceiling rattling like crazy. My butt was in searing pain. I pulled out a bloodied bamboo shard. Damn, almost got myself killed. When I finally got up to look, the ground now had a 10-centimeter deep, 20-centimeter wide crater. Broken bamboo shards were scattered everywhere. I was both thrilled and terrified. With firepower like this, I'm the king of this island now. Toss one, and any wild animal would run for its life. But it's a double-edged sword. Misuse would turn it into a ticking time bomb. So I divided the remaining gunpowder into 15 separate portions for safekeeping. Every move I make with it is cautious, both hands cradling it like my own life. Next up, time to get creative. March 28th. Today, I crafted the island's very first firearm. I'm calling it the bamboo gun, a reckless and desperate invention. Thin bamboo tubes crackled over the flames as I slowly burned through the nodes with red-hot wooden sticks, sweat mixing with soot on my face. The final node had to stay intact. That became the gun barrel's sealed end. To be continued. A pinhole-sized opening allowed me to thread in a fuse. Then I poured in some black powder, packed it down tightly, and stuffed in a handful of gravel. And thus, the island's very first reckless gun was born. I propped the bamboo gun on the ground and aimed it at a tree 5 meters away. Lighting the fuse, I sprinted off to a safe distance. Bang! A crisp explosion echoed through the forest, startling flocks of birds into flight. The bamboo tube shattered into pieces, but the gravel sprayed out like buckshot, embedding deeply into the tree bark. The power was impressive, but this contraption was strictly single-use. It exploded every time it fired. Even worse, it couldn't be handheld without risking my fingers being blown to bits. I modified the fuse formula, lowering the potassium nitrate ratio and increasing the sulfur. This resulted in a slower burn, giving me more time to retreat after lighting it. I then tightly wrapped the bamboo tube with vines, sealing it completely from end to end. This allowed me to pack in more gunpowder and double the power. But it still remained a disposable weapon. Finally, I created a monstrosity, the 6-barrel Gatling bamboo gun. 6 bamboo tubes were secured side by side, wrapped tightly with vines. The 6 fuses were twisted into one like a braided rope. Each barrel was packed to the brim with gunpowder and stones. Boom, 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 boom. 6 deafening blasts erupted almost simultaneously, leaving my ears ringing. Smoke billowed skyward, and flashes of flame burst from the cracks in the vine wrappings. When the smoke cleared, I moved in to assess the damage. The bark of the tree had been stripped away across a half-meter-wide patch, with the trunk dented nearly a third of the way deep. Thumb-sized stones had lodged themselves deep into the wood. Whoa, this was powerful enough to take down a grizzly bear. Of course, I'd never harm good ol' Big Bear. Unfortunately, this thing couldn't aim worth a darn. Wild animals weren't going to stand still and get hit. So, I fashioned a mount for it, allowing the contraption to be adjusted like a telescope. A few seconds before firing, I'd use those moments to aim, then hit the deck quickly. It remained clunky and crude, but it was as good as I could manage. I placed 2 Gatlings outside the windows of my wooden hut, stationed on adjustable stands. In case of an emergency, I could ignite them from inside. I also crafted 10 bamboo grenades, thicker than earlier versions. To seal them, I used a mixture of yellow clay and crushed oyster shells, which hardened like stone when dried. Each grenade had a 20-centimeter fuse that would burn for about 7 or 8 seconds, just enough time for me to toss it. 9 were safely stored in ceramic jars inside the charcoal shed, while 1 was kept by the door for an emergency. These things were highly volatile. One accidental blast could level my entire hut. With these weapons ready, it was time to hunt mountain goats. Even if I couldn't hit them, the explosions alone could scare them away. Plus, my buddy Kuin was growing up to look like a small bear. Despite lacking real fighting skills, he looked fairly intimidating. Speaking of goats, the goat meat in the smokehouse still hadn't fully cured. The fat hadn't rendered yet. On the bright side, the sea turtle meat was as tasty as ever. Still, I was craving some fresh meals. But the potatoes were about ready for harvest, and the rice was nearly transplanting. Sometimes you just have to push through and ignore the hunger pangs. March 31st. It's been raining for 2 straight days. My gunpowder got damp. After the rain stopped, I spread it out on the rocks to dry for the entire afternoon. Took a bag of gunpowder and 3 bamboo guns to Swan Lake. All 3 shots missed. The goats are way too alert, ran off before I even got close. This weapon definitely needs some improvement. April 1st. Started expanding the rabbit hutch. I ate up all the rabbits when I was injured last time, and now the hutch is completely empty. This time, I'm going big. It took me 10 days to finish. Built an entirely new section beside the original hutch. Used stones and clay to stack the walls. Laid stones underground to prevent escapes. Fenced off a large area with a 1.5-meter high wall with tiny gaps. Also reinforced the base with buried stones. Made openings in the walls to connect the 2 hutches. Voila! A semi-open compound-style rabbit hutch is complete. Caught 40 rabbits over the next 3 days. Of course, none of them were Kuin. They were all caught using my basket traps and smokeout method. The rabbit group began eating the very next day. Little Sewer, my pet rabbit, under my careful care, is now plump and spotless clean. Among the wild rabbits, She looks like a noble. Hell, even her hopping looks more graceful than the others. April 12th. The rice seedlings have sprouted. Vibrant and lush, they stretch out of the water with a germination rate over 80%. Bent over and worked barefoot in the paddy field all day, rearranging the seedlings into neat rows. The alignment is so precise it looks like a military parade formation. My back is sore, my waist aches, but looking at this green field of hope, it's worth every minute. April 15th. Lately, I've been setting up ambushes within the grass by Swan Lake, taking shots at whatever I can. One time, I managed to wound a goat's hind leg, but it still got away. These goats are getting smarter. They bolt at the slightest noise. The rope traps haven't caught any goats since. One time, the trap was triggered, but the rope and even a tree branch as thick as my arm were ripped clean off. Definitely not a goat. It had to be a brown bear. So, I dug a pit trap instead. With the help of the shovel, it only took a day to dig a 2-meter deep hole. The opening is narrow, but the base is wide. Once something falls in, it's not getting back out. I've now got a good read on Swan Lake's ecosystem. Goats are the majority. There must be at least 100 or more. Brown bears show up frequently to fish. Wild boars roam in groups of 2 or 3, chunky with powerful muscles and bad tempers. Leopards are rare to see, but insanely dangerous. I once saw a leopard hunt a goat. It crept along the grass, then suddenly pounced. It was so fast it looked like lightning, and so nimble, like a cat. A born assassin. April 16th. Wove 2 large bamboo baskets in preparation for harvesting potatoes. I've gone from being clumsy at it to being able to weave 2 big baskets a day. If I had this skill in modern society, I could totally earn a living off of it. May 1st. The potato vines have turned completely yellow, and the stems are withering. It's harvest time. Grabbed my shovel and dug up the first potato plant. 6 potatoes. And each one is a good size, noticeably bigger than before. Sure enough, all that effort in watering and fertilizing on time paid off. 183 potato plants, though I lost a few along the way, finally yielded an incredible harvest. 1,001 potatoes. Yep, I counted them. Every single one. I dug up each plant carefully, turning over every inch of soil to make sure I didn't miss a single spud. By the end, I'd built a towering pile of potatoes. 150 pounds. I estimated, feeling my heart race with excitement. Back home, this might not even be worth mentioning. But here on a deserted island, it's a life-saving fortune. 2 bamboo baskets were nowhere near enough to hold it all. Grinning ear to ear, I made 4 trips, and each trip felt like I was carrying solid gold. Even Kuin, my loyal pup, wagged his tail enthusiastically as if he could sense the joy of the harvest. Now came the big decision: how to divide up this treasure trove. I calculated it roughly. The potatoes, while mature, were on the small side compared to typical ones. After considering the daily needs, 6 potatoes for me, 10 for Kuin, they would last about 2 months. Wait a second, a realization hit me. Last time, 35 potatoes grew into 1,000 in 3 to 4 months. If I plant 100 potatoes this time, that should stretch me to the next harvest. I carefully picked out the 100 biggest and healthiest potatoes to use as seed for the next crop. The rest? Finally, I could indulge. In my makeshift storage corner, I placed stones on the ground, laid down a thick layer of sea sand, and covered everything with dried grass. Potatoes must be stored in a cool, dry, and dark spot to prevent sprouting, as sprouted potatoes can be toxic. That bit of survival knowledge might just save my life one day. By evening, the wonderful scent of roasted potatoes filled my little camp. While these fresh potatoes weren't as starchy as the ones I grew up with, they carried an intense flavor that was simply divine. Roasted over a fire, their golden, tender flesh had me feeling pure bliss with every bite. But the true star of the meal was yet to come: stir-fried potatoes and cured pork. On my clay-flat pan, the mud outside cracked as it heated up, and lamb fat began to sizzle. Fresh wild ginger and peppercorns filled the air with their aroma as I fried them. Soon after, thin, shimmering slices of homemade cured pork hit the pan, dancing and crackling in the heat. The strips turned golden brown, slightly caramelized on the edges, before the star ingredient, chunks of fresh potato, joined the show. A splash of fresh spring water to deglaze. followed by a lid to trap the flavors as it gently simmered. 20 minutes later, I lifted the lid, and the rich, savory fragrance practically smacked me in the face. Golden brown chunks of stir-fried potatoes and pork sat triumphantly on a clay plate before me. This was no longer just food. It was a victory, a dish that tasted of resilience, determination, and hope. I couldn't help it. Tears welled up in my eyes. That plate wasn't just a meal. It was proof I hadn't given up on myself. It was my badge of honor for surviving, for trying, for staying alive against all odds. Happiness, satisfaction, pride, and just the tiniest hint of loneliness flooded me as I dug into that dish. Every bite was a whirlwind of flavor, and by the time I was done, I had devoured every piece, down to the very last drop of oil. Whimper. I heard Kuin's soft cries beside me, his round eyes full of longing as he stared. Oh no, I'd gotten so lost in my emotions, I completely forgot about my little buddy. I hurried to start over, cooking up a big, hearty batch for him. The little guy nearly wagged his tail off, devouring his share with wheezy little grunts of satisfaction. May 4th. With a steady food supply now within reach, I realized something. In theory, I might just be able to survive long-term on this island. I had been surviving on this island for quite some time. But human nature is restless. We're not made to just sit still. I needed a real weapon. The makeshift bamboo spear I was using was simply too fragile. Those glints of silver or scattered on the mountainside, it was time to put them to good use. Over the course of 2 days, I hauled down a substantial amount of ore from the peak. Crushing and sifting it, I managed to gather a pile of metallic chunks. These appeared to be aluminum, perfect for my primitive kiln given its low melting point. May 7th. After a full day of smelting, the kiln walls were so hot they could have fried an egg. My lips were dry and peeling, but my heart was brimming with anticipation. By evening, I cracked open the kiln. Amid the glowing embers and fiery remains, there it was, a ceramic bowl holding a molten, shimmering golden liquid. Success! Quickly, I poured the molten aluminum into a crude knife-shaped mold. 10 minutes later, the red glow dissipated. A splash of cold water, hisses. Steam billowed upward. The metal had fused to the mold, so I slammed it against the ground to shatter it open. What emerged was a flat block of metal. By the firelight, I began to shape it. The aluminum was soft and easy to work with. After several hours of grinding and polishing, I had forged a blade. 1 centimeter thick, sharpened on one side. It could cut through dried fish easily. But if I had to fight off a beast with this, forget it. I carved a wooden handle and wrapped it tightly with strips of tree bark for grip. It looked like an artifact from ancient times, but I had finally created my first metal tool. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I noticed that old, leaking iron barrel in the corner. Wait a second, I muttered. Isn't this the perfect material? May 8th. Using an axe, I split the steel drum apart and hammered the iron sheets into a solid block. Now this was real weapon-making material. Even though my primitive kiln couldn't reach iron's melting point, it was enough to heat and soften the metal for reshaping. For an entire day, I hammered and folded the piece repeatedly until it began to resemble a half-meter-long spearhead. It's time for quenching. I heated the spearhead until it glowed red and then poured sheep fat over it. Whoosh! Flames shot up, dramatic and fierce. I didn't have motor oil, but sheep fat worked well enough. 2 more days of grinding and polishing left me with raw, blistered hands, but I had finally perfected the spearhead. It was smooth, sharp, and gleamed with a deadly edge. For the spear shaft, I used the heartwood of a small tree, the strongest part. I split the top to create grooves and tightly bound the T-shaped base of the spearhead into place with a rope. Finally, I held up my completed weapon, a 2-meter-long war spear. Gripping it tightly in both hands, I thrust it hard into the trunk of a sturdy tree. Thud! The spearhead plunged halfway into the wood. The power, the precision, the feel of it in my hands. At last, I had a real weapon. On this perilous island where danger lurks around every corner, this spear was nothing short of my second lifeline. Kuin, my companion, tilted his head as he looked at me, seemingly impressed. Master's gotten stronger, huh? Yes, I had grown stronger. It wasn't just about the weapon. Far more important than that, I had learned to create. I had learned to harness everything this island had to offer to turn it into the strength to survive. May 25th. The materials were finally ready. A swan. A new home by the lakeside. A two-story dream house. I broke apart 2 rusty iron barrels, hammered out a few hundred nails. They were uneven in length, crooked, and imperfect, but as long as they worked, they'd do. This project would take at least a year, so there was no rush. Looking at the towering piles of building materials, a sudden thought struck me. Why not have a groundbreaking ceremony? Once the idea came, I acted on it immediately. I pulled out a can of black powder, carved 18 bamboo tubes, filled them with the powder, drilled holes at the bottom, and inserted fuses. Homemade fireworks were ready. I even crafted a crude, double-shot rocket, 2 bamboo sections stuffed with powder, separated by an air gap, with the fuses connected. Cured meats, salted fish, and homemade grape wine were laid out in front of the foundation. The wine was quite good, with the fragrance of grapes blending with the sweetness of sugarcane. It was smooth and pleasant. Kneeling down, I performed the traditional 3 bows and 9 kowtows ritual. Bodhisattva, please bless me. Let me return home soon. I poured wine onto the ground. Breaking ground for the island villa. May construction go smoothly. There was no applause, just Kuin the bear lying nearby, giving me a look that seemed to say, this guy's lost his mind. Whatever. The ceremony gave me a sense of satisfaction. I lit the fireworks. Bang, 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 bang. The deafening explosions lit up the sky. Having gotten used to the noise, Kuin skillfully covered his ears with his front paws, looking adorably clumsy. Then it was time for the double-shot rocket. I lit the fuse and sprinted away. Bang. The first shot went off smoothly. Thunk. The second shot, however, exploded directly above my head. Bamboo shards rained down like confetti. This thing was as unreliable as I'd expected. Instead of flying upward, the second section arced beautifully before crashing toward us. Kuin yelped in panic, rolling and scrambling away like a dog whose tail had been stepped on. With the ceremony over, it was time for the boss to become a laborer. Shovel in hand, I began digging the foundation. This 2-story cabin needed a solid base. By evening, a campfire blazed. The waves gently lapped the shore, and a soft breeze caressed everything. Gazing up, the starry sky sparkled like diamonds studding a velvet canvas, almost within reach. This untouched night sky, far removed from the chaos of civilization, was a breathtaking sight that left me in awe. A shooting star streaked across the heavens. Instinctively, I wanted to make a wish. But as I opened my mouth, words caught in my throat. After a long pause, I clasped my hands together. May my family stay safe and healthy. May I survive and find strength here on this island. Opening my eyes, a wave of sorrow crashed over me. How much longer must I stay in this godforsaken place? 3 years? 5 years? The rest of my life? No family, no friends, no job, no love. What kind of life was this? Despair enveloped me like a swamp, dragging me down. A vine, a knot, a few stepping stones. The noose tightened around my neck. Just one kick of the stones. Under the moonlight, old Gao's grave stood silently. In my daze, I seemed to see him smiling, saying, Zhang Lin, if you die, who's going to take me home? Your parents are still waiting for you. With all the resources you have now, why would you give up? Don't just live for yourself. Live for me, for your parents, for everyone who remembers you. Tears broke through the dam. I tore away the rope. Yes, for those who love me, I must live on. May 26th. Dark clouds loomed overhead, and a heavy storm was on its way. I quickly put away the raisins and reinforced the warehouse roof with leaves. By evening, torrential rain poured down. Thank goodness there was no wind, or the potato seedlings I'd planted just 2 weeks ago would have been destroyed. The rice was hidden deep in the forest, shielded by natural barriers. Looking at the rain through the window, it was as if curtains of pearls were falling from the heavens. Droplets splashed into tiny explosions upon hitting the ground. Enough. I'm sick of this damn dampness. I have to set out and explore the neighboring island as soon as possible. If the rainy season comes, bringing frequent typhoons, I won't stand a chance. May 28th. The rain stopped. I checked my supplies. Everything was in good shape except for the gunpowder and charcoal, which had gotten a bit damp. No time to waste. I needed to build a boat. My old bamboo raft had lasted 6 months, but its gaps were loosening. I can't take that risk. Better to stay than to end up as food for the sea. I decided to build a wooden boat. The dry wood from Swan Lake finally came in handy. I chose logs about 8 inches thick, chopped them into 11.5-foot pieces, and drilled holes in the ends to connect them with 3 horizontal beams. The first layer of the raft was complete, so I started on the second. 2 layers of rafts were stacked together, with foam floats packed tightly in between, all secured with bark ropes, which are way sturdier than vines. Low railings were installed around the sides to keep me from falling overboard in the night. 3 days of relentless work, and I was done. The boat was heavy, too heavy to drag. I had to use logs as rollers and pushed it bit by bit into the sea. The trial run was perfect. The hidden layer of floats gave excellent buoyancy, which kept the craft shallow in the water and steady as a rock. I spent another 2 days twisting together 165 feet of rope. One end was tied to the boat, and the other to a heavy stone to serve as an anchor. June 2nd, I made sure the animals were fed, filled the rabbit pen with fresh grass and clean water. Kong Kong perched on my shoulder, loyal as ever, even knowing a bit of human speech. I packed plenty of food, 30 pounds of smoked meat, 5 pounds of dried snake, 20 salted fish, jars of honey, dried banana, and raisins, plus a whole cask of fresh water. Tools were ready: magnesium flint, hatchet, machete, bow and arrows, spear, gunpowder, and charcoal. That glass jar? I'd converted it into a wind-resistant lantern by polishing the base flat and flipping it upside down. The lamp sat on its lid, and the reflective glass shone as bright as daylight. Everything was prepared, but the skies betrayed me again. It rained. I had to tether the boat to a reef and wait. June 5th, dawn. The skies finally cleared. I woke up Kunkin, made sure he ate his fill, and took a last sweep of the camp to ensure everything was in order. Standing on the beach, I glanced back at the little island. Wait for my triumphant return. I untied the rope. One man, one bear, one bird. Off to the unknown waters. The sun blazed like fire. All morning, the sea was as calm as a mirror, but the sun over my head was relentless, maddening. My skin burned, every inch screaming in protest. Damn it, I should have brought a straw hat. Kong Kong, clever as ever, squeezed into the shadow cast by a clay jar, completely at ease. Poor Kunkin, though. This clumsy bear, with its thick brown-black fur, is like a walking heat absorber. Its layers of fat are warmer than any down jacket. Splayed out on all fours, with its tongue hanging out, it panted heavily. Huff, huff, huff. It looks just like a big dog wearing a bear suit. Feeling sorry for it, I gave it some water to drink and poured some over its body to cool it down. I don't know if it was just my imagination, but this furball seemed to be steaming, like a dumpling fresh out of a steamer basket. At noon, neither Kuin Kuin nor I had much of an appetite. Instead, we drank a lot of water. The fresh water in the iron bucket had already gone down by a third. I cursed myself for being so foolish. Why didn't I bring more water? I glanced at the small island ahead, then looked back at where we had started. Not even a quarter of the way yet. Out here on the ocean, everything looks closer than it really is. Turns out it's maddeningly far. The afternoon sun eased up a bit, and I worked hard at rowing, trying to drink less water. As the sky darkened, I dropped a stone anchor. The nighttime sea was as black as ink, and without a lighthouse, there was no way to find your bearings. The stone sank to the bottom, and the rope tightened with a third still left to let out. We'd hit the seabed. We ate a quick meal and lit up the kin lantern. Its dim light barely illuminated half the boat. Under the faint glow, Kuin Kuin looked like a rotund, hairy man, lost in thought. Kong Kong stood quietly on my shoulder. Everything was calm. The gentle waves rocked the small boat, and a cool breeze brushed my face. My body began to sway with the rhythm of the water, my head bobbing along, too. It felt almost like I was drunk. The feeling grew stronger and stronger until, blurt, dinner went straight to the ocean. I was seasick. I barely got a wink of sleep that night. My body felt like a puppet being controlled by the waves, constantly moving up and down. The agony lasted a long time before I finally began to adapt. The next morning, with no time to rest, I quickly hauled up the stone anchor and got us moving again. The buoyancy of the seawater made it tough to pull the anchor, but still manageable. After nibbling on some dried bananas, I went back to rowing. Maybe it was from the rough night or lingering seasickness, but rowing felt particularly exhausting that morning. I had considered adding a sail, but I didn't have the materials, nor did I know how to control one. According to what I'd read, sailing requires constant adjustments depending on the wind direction, downwind, against the wind, crosswind. Mess it up, and best case, you slide backwards. Worst case, you capsize. So, I stuck with the most primitive method, rowing. This new boat was heavy, loaded up with supplies, and lugging around a clumsy bear. Ease up for even a second, and we'd spin in circles. I was this close to throwing Kuin overboard and letting it swim the rest of the way. By the afternoon, we finally reached the midpoint between the islands. The water shifted from a brilliant blue to an ominous dark hue, so deep you couldn't see the bottom. A chill crept up my spine, as if something massive and unseen was watching me from below. Thalassophobia? Fear of deep water? I knew it wasn't that. It was the lack of control, the vulnerability. If I were on a 400-meter-long supercarrier, I'd probably feel fine. All fear comes from insufficient firepower. Truer words, never spoken. June 7th, second day at sea. I slept better last night than the night before. Had dried fruits and honey water for breakfast, and my energy has improved quite a bit. All around me, there's nothing but an endless expanse of ocean. Just me on this tiny, solitary boat. The island ahead seems like it's moving farther away, forever just out of reach. All I can make out is its green silhouette. What was supposed to be a 2 to 3 day journey is clearly going to take much longer than planned. I've got less than half my supply of fresh water left. If that island doesn't have fresh water, we're doomed. Inexperience has led me to constantly push myself into dire situations. June 10th, the fifth day. By midday, the island finally started to come into focus. I've been rationing water these past 2 days, but my lips are cracked and peeling from dehydration. Kuin, my companion dog, is suffering from the heat, so I've been splashing seawater on him constantly. There's only a shallow puddle of water left in the bucket. To make things worse, the sky turned gray this afternoon, and ominous clouds have started drifting in from the west. It's going to rain tonight or early tomorrow morning. I paddled like a madman, and my back is aching and on fire. These days, paddling has been a major workout for my lats, Terry's major, and Terry's minor muscles. I might already have the perfect V-shaped back by now. But what good is that? Out here in the middle of nowhere, even if I turned into a world-class champion, no one would care. A single bottle of spring water would be way more useful. As darkness descended, the storm hit hard. The sea became violent, waves thrashing wildly. Kuin and I were both on edge, but I couldn't stop. I continued rowing blindly in the pitch-black night. June 10th into the night, I finally made it. We were in bad shape, soaked to the bone, huddled under a sky so black it devoured any trace of light. I didn't dare step foot on the island immediately. For all I knew, it could be crawling with dangerous creatures, lions, tigers, snakes, scorpions, just waiting to turn us into a midnight snack. The little boat was caught on the reef, so I gingerly stepped into the water. It wasn't too deep. I could feel the sandy bottom beneath my feet. I reached for the rope and tied the boat to a large rock, then climbed back on board. Even though it's tropical, being wet through a long night in the rain still left me shivering miserably. How I regretted not building some sort of rain cover. Kuin, on the other hand, with his tough skin and thick fur, seemed unfazed by the cold, sprawled out like he was enjoying the shower. Kong, my other tiny critter companion, hid snugly in the crevice of a pottery jar, resting peacefully. I was the only one trembling nonstop. That night felt excruciatingly long. I hugged Kuin tight, but could not sleep. At long last, the sky started to brighten, and the rain lightened into a drizzle. The sight in front of me was a punch to the gut. The island was minuscule, maybe a third the size of the one I originally came from. No beaches, sparse reefs, desolate and barren. There's no way humans could inhabit a place like this. My chances of finding help here dropped to zero. But here I am, and I have to deal with it. I climbed into the water and started moving supplies ashore. The preserved food is soaked, but luckily it shouldn't spoil immediately. The dried fruits and honey, having tightly sealed covers, stayed fine. But the charcoal? Soaked through. Starting a fire is out of the question. I nibbled on some raisins and honey. On the bright side, the rain had added more water to my iron bucket. which was a small mercy amid the chaos. After eating, I gathered my weapons, left the pottery jar with Kong Kong inside, and packed some food into my backpack. With Kuin Kuin at my side, I prepared to. Kuin Kuin and Kong Kong were exploring along the coastline. By noon, the sky had cleared. I took off my damp clothes to let them dry out and found a large rock to sit and rest on. Looking back toward the landing point, I realized I had already walked past a bend. This island was indeed small. I reckoned I could probably circle it in a day. But what frustrated me more was that there were no reef areas to forage for seafood. The coastline only had a few scattered rocks and a sparse sprinkling of coconut trees. Good thing I didn't wash ashore here initially, or I would have starved to death. The tropical weather was truly unpredictable. Rainy in the morning, but blazing hot by noon. 2 hours later, my clothes were completely dry. I put them back on, ate a handful of raisins, and continued forward. Around 4 or 5 in the afternoon, I quickened my pace to head back. There wasn't anything around I could use to start a fire. I reached the landing point before dark. By then, the charcoal from earlier had dried out. I lit a fire and roasted some cured meat. Finally, I got to eat some proper food, and I felt my strength return. This experience taught me something. For my next voyage, I must bring pre-cooked food. It's impossible to cook meals on a boat. June 12th, I slept great last night. Having Kuin Kuin around gives me a huge sense of security. No animal would willingly pick a fight with a solidly built brown bear, even if it is still a juvenile. Today, I decided to explore the opposite direction. After walking for half a day, I found nothing but some ocean trash. Pieces of this stuff already litter the western beach of my island, so I didn't bother with it. This island had officially lost my interest. After all that effort, this is all I get? Bah, fine. I might as well check out the forest. For an island this small, there wouldn't be any large predators. Without a solid base to the food chain, they'd have no way to survive here. I brought Kuin Kuin and ventured into the forest. The environment reminded me of my own island. Dense grass, crisscrossing vines, and the occasional snake flicking its tongue. I moved cautiously, clearing the way with my machete. It wasn't long before I stumbled upon a small stream, freshwater, but it was really just a trickle. The terrain here is flat, unlike my island with its mountains, so there wouldn't be any broad rivers. Following the stream, I spotted a few small creatures, tiny rodents, squirrels, and bugs, but no footprints or signs of large animals. There were some minor food finds in the forest. A single wild pineapple, delicious, but not plentiful. A wild apple tree with only a few unripe apples. And a patch of banana trees, though most of their clusters weren't mature yet. This island was seriously impoverished. Even the fruit yield was meager. Had other animals already gotten to them first? As it started to get dark, I caught a few snakes and found my way out of the forest along a strangely smooth path. It looked like something, or maybe multiple somethings, had regularly traveled over it, beating it into shape. I chose a flat spot to build a fire and roasted the snakes. While eating, I started reflecting. Maybe the island had wild goats. The path could have been made by them. Or perhaps monkeys had eaten the fruit. Wildlife must have been behind it. Rustle, rustle. As I was lost in thought, a rustling sound came from the forest. I assumed it was just some animal. But when I glanced up, my blood instantly ran cold. Is that a person?